companies. If anything, the top gainers on the Nifty 50 just a short while back were also gainers in the pharmaceutical space. Beyond that, of course, Tata Consultancy Services in focus, in the IT pack in focus ahead of the TCS results, which kickstarts the earnings season today, and a few business updates coming through as well. Among them, you have Senco Gold, which took a little bit of a beating early on in trade. It's off the low point of the day. It's trading with cuts of about 2.7%. The management confident that they will retain the guidance of 18 to 20% growth for FY26, despite the pretty slow 6.5% growth that they saw in the second quarter, which is in discordance with what Titan reported yesterday, 19%, significantly better than expectations.
Yeah, not just Titan, even Kalyan has, although as compared to how they grew earlier, it was, slower. But overall, PN Gadgil, Kalyan, Titan have done much better than what Senco Gold has done. And even in terms of the gold prices rising also, that's been 43% year on year. So, okay, that's with regards to where Senco Gold stands. But let's also welcome in our guest for the day, Shaina Mukaddam, independent market expert, and Kush Bora, founder of kushbora.com, joining us now. Welcome to both of you and a very good morning to both of you. I'll take up the first question, which is... do we have, okay, so this is on Suzlon Energy, and Johnson is asking this question. He's holding around 3,500 shares, bought at the levels of 64. Wants to know if he can continue to hold or not. Not mention whether this is a short-term or a long-term query, but Kush, on the charts, would you recommend him to hold?
Sure. Hi, everyone. First, a very good morning to you. I would suggest a hold. However, I would suggest a very strict stop loss near the 50 zone. Has been a strong support zone. The near-term trend for this one is a little bearish, but since it's hit the oversold territories, I beg your pardon, on the daily charts, there could be a rebound that might come about. So while 60 could be some distance away, he could get to sell this at 55 and about 58 levels, close to his buy price. So hold with a tight stop loss at 50 and sell on rebounds close to 55 and 58 levels.
Speaking of the renewable energy space, Satvik Energy stock in focus today as well on the back of earnings. It's posted its Q1 numbers and they were pretty decent. Stock is up as much as 10%, I think, still at this point. Yeah, second day in a row where it's more or less kept that 10% upper circuit level. Let's take the next question. We've got a question on Fortis, and Mohit is writing in from Ludhiana. He's got Fortis at a level of 270. He's wondering whether to hold for a period of 2 years. Shaina, I'll come to you on this one. He's making a significant gain because he's bought levels of 270. The question is, what is the upside potential that he can see over the course of 2 years?
Yeah, so there's going to be an open offer in Fortis. So to that extent, I would say that you continue to hold. In terms of growth also, they are doing pretty well. So I would say you continue to hold. He's making good money, but it is now going to be part of a much larger group, and there is going to be a clarity on the M&A activity. So I would say you continue to hold at current levels.
Okay. All right. So that's with regards to where Fortis Healthcare is concerned. We've got our next question from Satya, who's writing us from Rajahmundry from Andhra Pradesh and asking about KC International. He's bought at the levels of 856 and 630 shares is what he's got in his portfolio. What he's saying is that even after receiving, orders, despite of the latest order wins, the stock has not been moving much is his concern. Wants to know if he can continue to add more because this is just a consolidation phase, or should he go ahead and sell the counter that he has? Shaina, I'll come to you on this one again. Your view with regards to KC International?
Well, I would say it is better not to add as of now. While KC has got a lot of orders, which is actually seeing the price consolidate. But I mean, overall sector, if you look at it over a 2 to 3 year period, is going to see pressure on margins because of the competition that is coming in the cable industry. A lot of capacities are coming up, a lot of large new players are coming up. So I would say it is better not to add KC International as of now. If you're holding it, and since he has been holding it for some time, you could continue to hold it, no doubt, because they have actually reported decent numbers. But I would say do not add as of now.
Okay. By the way, you have the Global FinTech Fest that continues for a third day today, and of course today the highlight, and we've been telling you about this since morning, is a meeting between the UK Prime Minister as well as the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and this is at a time when the two countries are looking to bolster ties on the trade front. amidst everything that is happening with US and tariffs. Remember that a lot of what has happened in the conversations has related to US and Europe, US and India, and the UK stands outside of that bloc of the European Union, and so it's important from their perspective to have strong relations with the largest economies in the world, of which India is one. So we'll have to see whether anything emerges on the trade front from those conversations. Let's go to the next question, and this is on Tata Motors, and if I'm not mistaken, it was up in about 0.5% or so. I wonder what's doing. Okay, it's down about 1.2% as we speak, because there are so many headwinds that this company is facing right now. Venkat Ramanan is writing in and asking whether he can put about 50,000 rupees, that's about 5% of its total investment, into Tata Motors for a period of 1 year. Ordinarily, I would have gone to Kush on a view on the charts, but I do want to get a view from Shahina on the fundamentals, because Shahina, ultimately it's going to matter what Jaguar Land Rover does, right? They've had that disruption in production. The second quarter numbers are going to be pretty bad based on what we've seen. Would you buy at this point, or wait for the numbers to come through and buy when opportunities present themselves?
You're absolutely right. Actually, it has come as a big blow. We did not expect, the hit that JLR is going to take on its balance sheet. I mean, Tata Motors, because of the production cut and the digital issues that they've had in the last couple of months. Now, so the demerger is going to happen next week. But the amount of losses that they probably will have to take on the books, it is better not to buy as of now. Let the demerger happen, and I would prefer the CV business. Once the demerger happens, you can get into the CV business. I think there the growth is going to be much better, and I think the balance sheet will be pretty stable. So please do not buy now. Wait for the demerger. Relook at it maybe a month or two down the line, and then you could look to invest in the CV part of the business. PVs, I think, just put it off for a couple of months now, and we can have a look at it in FY27.
All right. Okay, we have to slip in a very, very quick break. You will barely notice it. Do stay tuned. We'll be back on the other side to take more of your questions.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mystery...
you're watching Ask Profit here at NDTV Profit, for viewers who are just tuning in, you can either call us on the number that's flashing down there on your screen, or even WhatsApp us on the numbers that's flashing right above my head. Moving on to the next one, we've got the query from Chandrasekhar, who is writing us from Bengaluru and asking about Praj Industries. He's bought 24 odd shares at the levels of 635, sitting on a loss of around 6,000 odd rupees, and wants to know if he can continue to hold or exit from a slightly longer term perspective. Kush, your view on the charts, should he continue to hold this sugar ethanol counter?
I'm afraid not. The stock's not done anywhere, not gone anywhere. It's actually been under a lot of selling pressure. It's close to these, medium-term, long-term support zones of 330, 335. But if you see, there has been some selling that came about, even in the last couple of sessions on the back of good volumes. So, there hasn't really been too much of an upside. And, we've seen selling pressure every time it came close to the 20-day moving average as well. So, all in all, structure weak, selling still persists, no signs of recovery yet. My suggestion would be an exit on Praj.
Exit on Praj. Shahina, quick view on this one. No bottom fishing here?
No, I would agree. In terms of numbers also, they've done pretty badly. And I would say it is better to exit.
Better to exit. All right. So consensus view on fundamentals and technicals on Praj Industries. Let's see how it pans out in the numbers as well. It's been a pretty bleak couple of quarters for this company because of the postponement of capex by a few of their major clients. We'll talk about Castrol India next, and Dikshita is writing in from Chennai asking about this. She's asking for a long-term view on this particular counter. I don't think that she's bought yet. At 201, is this a good level to consider adding this to your portfolio, Shahina? What are the prospects on the fundamentals? I would think that with crude oil prices soft as they are, the raw material pressure is not there. So the question is about volumes and sales.
They have got a very strong balance sheet. That is one positive for Castrol, and that enables them to actually re-engineer their portfolio for the long term in terms of, with a lot of, I would say that they would have to add more value-added products to their portfolio, which is what they're trying to do. Because, the overall renewable energy mix for autos is actually moving up. So to that extent, they have to look more towards industrials to actually keep their growth going. Having said all this, I would say, yeah, you can keep adding Castrol because in terms of fundamentals, balance sheet quality, and the long-term growth, they would be pretty decent. In terms of numbers, they are showing, very flattish type of revenue growth as of now. But if you're a long-term investor, I would say you could keep adding it, in lots and not at one go, because valuations are not very cheap as of now. But as you mentioned, raw material also would be in control because of crude oil prices remaining soft. So you could keep adding, but add it in an SIP way.
Okay, all right. So that's the view with regards to where Castrol India is concerned. We've got our next question from Mohammed, who is writing us from Dubai and asking about Sky Gold. He's saying it's been rallying. He's holding 500 odd shares bought at the levels of 390 a piece. The stock is currently trading at 326. So he's sitting on a loss and wants to know if he can book losses and maybe shift into some counters in the defense space or the private bank space. China, I'll stick with you for this one. We've seen the kind of rally in Sky Gold in the past couple of months, but that's now started to cool off. Would you recommend him to book losses now and maybe shift to some counters in the defense or private bank space?
Well, private banks is always a good investment space to be in for the long term. Having said that, I think if he is invested in Sky Gold as of now, he can continue to hold because one, in terms of profitability growth, they are doing very well. And two, in terms of I would say support in the balance sheet also quality is good. So I would say continue to hold as of now. It's a small cap, so you hold and look for better levels to book profits, and then you could move. But you could always diversify by adding on private sector banks.
Okay, all right. So that's the view on Sky Gold. We've got our first caller of the day. Nishad is calling us from Mumbai. Nishad, hi. Thanks so much for calling us. Good morning to you. How can we help you today?
Yes, I wanted to know about Ujjivan Small Finance Bank.
Okay.
I'm holding 1,000 shares at 66. I want to know a long-term view.
Can you see the price again, please?
36, sorry.
36. I was wondering because what we're showing on the screen is a profit of 12,000 plus rupees. What you want to know is whether you can add more. What is the time frame that you have in mind?
No, I just want to know long-term views.
Sure.
Should I hold it or sell it?
Okay. So let me go across to Shahina on this one. Shahina, specific view on Ujjivan Small Finance Bank. Would you have a positive view, or would you say that there are better plays in the financial space? Maybe he can take his profits and move to something else?
See, it's a small cap, and the upside that we could see in the medium term is that if they get their license for their universal banking, which is actually due. So in maybe a couple of quarters, we could hear that, and that could see the stock seeing a up move. If that doesn't happen, or till that doesn't happen, you can see the stock consolidate around the current levels, because in terms of price to book, it's about 1.5 times price to book. So it is neither cheap nor expensive. So there's nothing really major going on for it unless you get the universal banking approval. So if you're an investor, I would say you continue to hold as of now. You could, if you want, take part of your profits off the table, but otherwise you continue to hold till the news comes in, and then you could look to either book or switch.
Okay. All right. I'm running out of tea. I have to slip into a very, very quick break. I'd suggest that you do the same and come back. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Do stay tuned.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems.
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit here at NDTV Profit, and Alex is back with his tea as well. But Alex, while you were filling your tea, L&T has bagged an order of almost 15,000 crore, and this is for the hydrocarbon onshore business that's flashing on your screen there as well. And post that, we've seen a significant amount of spike in the counter as well, up 1.6% as we speak. It's interesting, the details of the orders is flashing down there. So yes, one stock
maybe we'll get Anushi in just a bit to get us details on that.
For sure. All right, so that's with regards to where L&T is concerned, but we've got our next question on Central Bank of India. Rahul from Punjab is asking this question. He's got 15,000 odd shares at the levels of 40.6 apiece. Wants to know if he can, if he can hold, sell, or maybe add more. Kush, your view on Central Bank of India?
Kush, you're on mute.
I think you're on mute.
My bad. Yeah, so this one's not really participated in the rally that came about in the entire banking space, which is not a good sign. It's gone into a long consolidation phase after, after a big correction that it's seen over the last year and a half. My suggestion would be you could hold the tailwind and the catch-up rally of the banking sector, could well come about, but hold with a tight stop loss at 34, strong support zone. If that's broken, you could see much lower levels. So for now, with a stop loss around the 34 mark, hold. On the way up, the stock could meet resistances around 40 and about 43. That's where you want to perhaps start exiting.
Okay, so that's the view on Central Bank of India, despite the fact that some of these PSU banks have done incredibly well in the last few trading sessions. Vishwajit is calling us from New Delhi. Vishwajit, thanks so much for calling us. How can we help you today?
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Very good morning to all the panelists.
Good morning.
Sir, I would like to know about one of my stocks, that is Shakti Pump India.
Okay.
And I have like 45 shares of it at an average price of 848.
Okay.
And I have a short-term to medium-term view.
Okay.
So, what I have to do?
Understood.
Either sell it or wait for the profit.
When did you buy this stock?
I have bought it in a
staggered manner.
Small transaction.
Yeah. Got it.
In last year in November, October, and few in the mid-Feb.
Okay. So you've been monitoring the stock over the course of a year. It's not done incredibly well, particularly over the last 3 months. So the question is, do you want to exit at this point? Kush, I'll ask you this question. What are the levels on the downside? Should he hold on for potential gains from this point?
So the structure looks weak. Let's begin with that, right? It's a descending triangle formation, which is not a good sign. The support line for that one comes in at about 795, 800 zones. So, if that zone is broken, then you could see much lower levels of 770, 760 as well. My suggestion would be to exit right now because of the pressure that it's witnessing and the kind of support levels that it's testing, because if that's broken, his losses could deepen. So Shakti Pumps, with the kind of underperformance and the selling pressure, is an exit.
So that's with regards to where Shakti Pumps and of course where the charts are concerned. We've got our next question on KPI Green. Gautam is asking this question, writing from Bengaluru. He's not mentioned the quantity, but he's holding at the levels of 587. Wants to know if he can hold or sell. Kush, again, your view on the charts?
Yeah, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that's the kind of structure a lot of these stocks are in, right? The KPI Green also seeing selling pressure. It was trying to hold on dearly to the 200-day moving average around the 465 mark. That's been broken. A couple of sessions ago, it did attempt a rebound. That's also been sold into. So yes, the downward pressure could persist on this. This could see lower levels of, about 405 to 390 as well. So with the kind of pressure that you're seeing in KPI Green, this too at the current level is an exit, I must say.
Okay, it is now time for a rapid fire round. This is the first of two, remember, that we do on this 1 hour program. And both of you do keep your answers as quick as possible. So the first one we'll take is Orient Tech. And this is a question from Chandan Jain, who's holding at levels of 206. He's asking whether hold or to book profit. Kush?
Hold, keep your stop losses around the 440 mark.
Okay. The next one is from Leena, who's writing us from Mumbai. She's asking about L&T Finance. She's holding 1,500 odd shares at the levels of 250. Shahina, your view?
I would say it's a hold.
Okay. Okay, not a specific stock. Okay, L&T Finance, bought levels of 250. Okay, we've already done this. We'll take you through the next one. Shakti Pump is also done. Hemant is asking about ICICI Bank. ICICI Bank bought an average price of 1,017. Would you hold for the long term? Hemant wants to know. Shahina?
Yeah, it's definitely a hold. It's one of the better private sector banks for the long term.
All right, J&K Bank is the next one. Ajit from Kunur is writing in, wants to know the right entry levels. Kush, your view?
For J&K Bank, I would suggest an entry closer to the 95, 96 level.
Okay, CG Power, Mahalakshmi wants to know about this. She's bought at levels of 742. She wants to know whether to accumulate on a SIP basis. What's the view, Shahina?
Yes, I would say accumulate on SIP basis. Their plant is going to come on stream very soon, and it's going to be a major player in the semiconductor space.
Okay, Coal India is the next one. From a longer term perspective, Narasimha Reddy wants to know if he can continue to hold. He's got 500 shares at the levels of 385. Shahina, your view?
I'm neutral on the stock. So,
Okay.
So hold.
I guess.
Okay.
You guess. No specific view. Okay, NetWeb Technology, 4,320 is the buy price. Short-term view is being sought by Manju, who's writing in from Bengaluru. Kush, what's the view?
I would suggest a hold, but a very tight stop loss at the 39.80 mark.
Got it. Okay, we're done with the first rapid fire. We have to slip into a very quick break. Do stay tuned. We'll be back before you know it.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit. We told you just a few minutes back about Larsen & Toubro and the fact that it's gotten a massive order and the stock is up about 1.5%, holding very close to the high point of the day. And let's bring in Anushi to very quickly tell you what this order is about and what is the significance in the larger scheme of things. It's not like this company has to worry about adding to its order book, Anushi. It's all about execution, but it is a pretty substantial order nonetheless.
Absolutely, Alex. You know, as you're seeing, it's a 15,000 crore plus of an order that L&T has received. And this is in the Middle East division again that we are seeing more of this order coming in place. Of course, most of these ultra mega orders that we are seeing are from this particular area that we are looking at. Now, this is for setting up a natural gas liquid plant and facilities in Middle East is what we are looking at. They have received this order in consortium with Greece-based Consolidated Contraction Group. So, L&T here would be responsible for the engineering and procurement activities, while the other company would be handling the construction activities as we are seeing. Now, what's interesting is the order book positioning. Of course, you know, as you mentioned, there's no concerns on order book. It's a 6.2 lakh crore of an order book that we are seeing for L&T as of the first quarter. And in fact, if you look at the order inflows also, they were up around 33% in the first half, in the first quarter itself. So, order book pipeline continues to be on the healthier side. It's the execution which we'll continue to monitor. Interestingly, Citi also came out with a note today on the company wherein they've initiated a buy call, seeing a 4,350 target price, which implies a 17% of an upside. They see that the near-term prospect pipeline may lead to an order inflow beat. The company has guided for a 10% plus of an order intake guidance, which could easily be beat, is what Citi is saying. So we'll continue to keep a commentary on this, and more of these 15,000 crore plus orders coming in is a positive for the business, is what we are looking at.
Absolutely, Anushi. Thank you so much for bringing us those details at such short notice. Kush, quick view on L&T?
Have been positive for a while, continue to remain so. Just 2 sessions ago, we gave a call on the channel, all on L&T and on our advisory as well, by the way, as a disclaimer, for targets of 38.25, 39.20, stop loss around the 36.60 mark. So I think with this order, the 3,700 resistance is broken, and the stock could head higher to about 39.84,000 levels.
Okay, all right. We've got our next caller then. Mohan is calling us from Telangana. Mohan, hi, a very good morning to you. How can we help you today?
Hi, very good morning to you also. Well, I am having, recently I bought 50 shares of Adani Ports.
Okay.
So now it is quoting at just 1395, I think.
Okay.
So shall I exit or hold? If not, shall I add some more?
Okay, Mohan, I got your question. I'll take this up with Shahina quickly. Shahina, your view on Adani Ports?
I would say that it is better to continue to hold because we have a lot of expansion happening in infrastructure by the government of India itself. So domestically also we'll see a good growth coming in, and as well as their international operations should do well. And they are confident that over the next 5-year period, I think they are talking of a doubling of the volume growth, in their overall business. So I would say in terms of valuation also, having, consolidated for a couple of I would say months, you could continue to hold at current levels.
Okay, continue to hold and watch those quarterly updates. The stock is up as much as 24% over the course of the last 6 months. Standard disclaimer, of course, NDTV is a subsidiary of AMG Media Networks, which is part of the Adani Group companies. Let's talk about the next question, and we've got a question from Sai Karthik, who's writing in all the way from Dallas, Texas. He does so very often. Coforge is the name of the counter that we're talking about, and he's looking to enter for a short-term time frame, 3 to 6 months. The stock is currently trading around 1,700 levels, and of course, the IT space is in focus on account of earnings, which kickstarts today. Kush, on the charts, would you buy these levels for the next 3 to 6 months?
Yes, Coforge, in fact, incidentally, is one of the picks, from the IT space that does look good to me. On the downside, you've got supports near the 1640 level, so keep a stop loss around that mark. There was a very strong convergence of the 50-20 and the 200-day moving average around the 1700 mark. So it's crossed that yesterday, is able to sustain above that today. So it's got a few things going for it. I think from a 3 to 6 month perspective, you could buy this with a target of about 1775. And once that is taken out, and 1830 as well. So Coforge with good momentum and with the kind of rebound that it's witnessing from lower levels makes it interesting.
All right, we've got our next question then from Sushila, who's writing us from Bellary. She's asking about Jaicorp Limited. She's bought at the levels of 164 and 808 shares is what she has in her portfolio. Because she wants to know the target. In the past couple of days, we've seen a rally. Then we've also seen profit booking in the counter. Your view, whether she can continue to hold?
It's been a while since there's been a query on Jaicorp. There was a time when this stock was in a lot of discussion and in the news. Right now, the stock is consolidating. Yes, there has been a major uptick yesterday on the back of very strong volumes. So just with that, I would suggest a hold on Jaicorp. Keep a tight stop loss at 153. On the upside, you are looking at levels of 165 and about 172. But I would suggest an exit at those levels and not hold this for a very long term.
Okay, all right. So we've got a next caller. Jagannath is calling us from Bengaluru. Hi, thanks so much for calling us. How can we help you today?
What S-Bank shares?
Okay.
At the 185 shares at the rate of 225 shares at the rate of 185.
When did you buy this?
So this is almost more than 2 years old, more than 2.5 years, and I'm sharing a loss of almost for 36,000. So just want to know whether how the shares, its bank shares are not moving up actually. It's only in level 20, 21, anything. So just wanted to know how to go about it.
Got it. Okay, so I'm guessing that your acquisition price would have adjusted, but let me go across to Shahina on this one, because the question is whether you should hold for the long term. Shahina, what's the view on Yes Bank?
Yeah, so I would suggest he forgets his acquisition price for now, because that is like impossible to reach. But I would say he can continue to hold, because Sumitomo Japan is now going to be the I would say the promoter of the group of Yes Bank, and they will drive the growth going forward, which I think should be quite decent. Fundamentally, Yes Bank is doing well. Price to book is not expensive. It's just about 1.3 times price to book current year, FY26. So it's a hold at current levels. I think overall, not only the balance sheet quality is improving, but I think business prospects should be better. So you hold as of now.
Okay, all right. So that's where Yes Bank is concerned. We've got our next question from Noreen, who's writing us from Dubai and asking about Bajaj Auto. Wants to know a short-term target and whether this is a good time to accumulate or not. Kush, your view?
I would suggest a wait and watch on Bajaj Auto because the stocks had a good run up, but it's given up those gains equally sharp, after the GST boost that the entire sector had received. I would rather suggest, a buy on a Hero Moto or an Eicher. But if you do want levels, then I think for Bajaj Auto, good levels, support zones around the 8630 mark. And on the way up, you've got resistances around the 8900 and 9100 levels. So yes, for those levels, if you want to, you could enter, but my preference would be towards Hero MotoCorp.
Okay, all right. We've got our next caller. Avnish is calling us from Nashik. Avnish, hi, a very good morning to you. I believe you have a question on Ola Electric.
Ola Electric, ma'am.
Yes. Go ahead and ask.
Ola Electric, I have unchained 106, 5,700 shares.
Okay. And how long have you been holding this, and would you want to hold this from a longer term perspective? Do you want a fundamental view?
Ma'am, I have holding from 8 months.
8 months perspective. Okay, Avnish, I got your question. I'll take this up with Kush. He's sitting on a loss of around 3.2 lakh rupees already. Do you think he can continue to hold further to maybe see some green in the next 8 months, or should he book his losses?
Yeah, I'd suggest book losses, because there was a time when there was sharp volume accumulation followed by a sharp price rise, but that's just proven to be an exit for whoever has been holding on from lower levels or maybe slightly higher levels also. Ever since then, the stocks reversed from that 70 level, not seen too much traction. So, with the kind of consolidation with the negative price that it's gone into yet again, I would suggest exit Ola Electric.
Okay, all right. Exit Ola Electric is a view, despite the fact that it's gained quite considerably in the recent past. We've got RBL Bank that we're talking about next, and Som Shekhar is writing in from Bengaluru and asking about this. Bought at levels of 261, 399 shares, and wondering whether to hold or sell at this point. He's got a short-term view on the stock. It is trading above his buy price. What's the view on the charts, Kush?
Alex, it's turning positive. The view rather is turning positive on RBL Bank. It's had a good run. It's up against a minor resistance of the 290 mark, which it is very close to. But I suppose once that is taken out, the stock could actually zoom past that to 330 and even 355 kind of levels. So good accumulation. Stocks right now into consolidation zone with a positive bias. My suggestion would be a hold on RBL Bank. I would suggest a stop loss around the 255, 260 zone, which is close to his buying price. So keep a trailing stop loss at your buying price and continue to hold RBL Bank for higher.
Okay, continue to hold RBL Bank as a view. We've got our next caller, Anish, who's calling us from Tirupati. Anish, thanks so much for calling us. How can we help you today?
The thing is, I am currently holding around 2149 stocks of Moship at 281. And so should I continue to hold it, or should I sell it?
Yeah, the stock is taking a bit of a beating today. What was the thinking when you bought it, Anish?
The thing is, initially, previously also I bought it around at 100 level and I sold it off at 185. So the Moss chip is currently doing a semiconductor thing, and it is going a little bit well. So that's the reason I thought of buying it.
Got it. Okay, and what is the time frame that you have in mind?
Around 6 months to 1 year.
Okay, 6 months to 1 year. All right. So, Kush, I have to come back to you on this one. He's incurring a loss of 27,000 rupees, and so therefore it's kind of setting off against the gains that he might have had in the previous trade that he did on Moss chip. What would you suggest that he do in this instance?
Alex, I'd suggest a hold. The reason is the stocks had a good run, but on the daily setup, it's now starting to see negative RSI divergence, which is which is an indication of some selling, some profit booking that might come into the stock. Today we saw that, and the stocks rebounded from the 20-day moving average though. So my suggestion would be a hold. It's had a good run and some consolidation is par for the course. Keep a stop loss at the 240, 245 zone and continue to hold. Maybe it could go sideways for some time, but with the kind of accumulation and the support that it's seeing at slightly lower levels, this is this is poised for the next leg of up move. So hold with a stop loss around the 240, 245.
Right, okay. All right, so that's with regards to where Moss Chip Technologies is concerned. We've got our next question from Anwar, who is writing us from Calicut. He's holding 16,350 odd shares of NMDC, bought at the levels of 42.5. So sitting on significant profits of over 5.8 lakh rupees. Wants to know if he can add more at the current levels, buying more since it's a good dividend paying company. Shaina, is that the right approach for this particular counter?
Yeah, he can add more. I think there's a lot happening in the material space in terms of the government policies also. And I think iron ore prices are stabilizing as of now. Steel is doing pretty well. I think the overall domestic segment is also doing well. So I would say you can add, keep a stop loss close to about, I mean, if you want to add it for the short term, I would say a stop loss close to about 74, 75 should be a decent bet. But if you're holding it long term, you could have a deeper stop loss. But I would say you can keep adding.
Okay, keep adding. NMDC, it's up, well, considerably, 16% over the last 3 months itself. We've got Govinda Kumar, who's writing in from Hyderabad and asking about GMR Power, which he's bought at a price of 129 rupees per share. And so therefore, he's incurring a pretty big loss because of the kind of holding that he has. He's got 6,000 shares and he's looking to hold for the next 1 to 2 years and asking what the prospects are. Do you have coverage on this one, Shahina, on the fundamentals, and would you hold?
Well, I don't have coverage actually.
Okay, let me go across to Kush on this one then. On the technicals, he's bought at a price of 129. He's incurring a loss. What would you do with this?
So Alex, I would actually continue to hold this. The reason is that the stocks actually had very good accumulation. But if you see the last, 7-8 months of patterns, what happens is that, there is a big spike on the back of good accumulation, but the fall is equally sharp. That does not come about with, an equally, high volume, which means that there is some accumulation and distribution kind of a phase happening. Right now, it's in that distribution phase. Stop loss for this one comes slightly deep at 106 levels. If that is broken, you could see much lower levels on this one. Stock taking support around the 200-day moving average. Wait for that next leg of accumulation and up move, which could be equally sharp and could take the stock higher to about 120, and once that is taken out, 130 levels also, which I suppose will be close to his buying price, but that will still be a better price to exit than the current one.
Okay, we've got our next caller. Ahmed is calling us from New Delhi. Ahmed, hi, a very good morning to you. How can we help you today?
Good morning to you, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ma'am,
go ahead.
I'm holding about 1,200 shares of Engineers India Limited.
Okay.
For quite some time.
Okay.
And I'm seeing that it's not giving any significant return.
Okay.
So, what I wanted to know, can we hold? Should I hold it for some more time, or sell it and move on to something else?
Okay. All right. And how much of a time period are you looking at, Ahmed, to continue to hold?
I've been holding it for about 10 years, more than 10 years indeed.
Okay.
So I can hold it. The thing is it worthwhile to keep holding it?
Got your point, Ahmed, and you've been patient with the counter, I must say. Shaina, I'll take this up with you. He's been holding it for the past 10 years now, and with profits of around 56,000 odd rupees. Do you think he can continue to hold, or maybe book profits now and maybe invest into something else?
I would say currently continue to hold because they are actually doing pretty well in terms of growth. They've started showing growth again. I would say a 20 to 25% growth is likely to come over the next coming year, in this coming year. And also, I think margins will be better, going forward. FY26 margins are also improving, and they're basically in the hydrocarbon space. So the order book that is coming in, especially from hydrocarbon as well as infrastructure, is also picking up. They've got order books which is now close to about 11,000 crores. So I would say currently hold. He's been patient. I would say hold it for some more time.
Hold it for some more time is the view that Shaina has. Viewers, it's time to slip into a very short break, but we'll be right back answering all your queries on the other side, so do stay tuned.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी सब विदेश जाते हैं। The best app to use is the NDTV app.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value.
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit. It's time now to go to our next caller. We've got Jijo calling us from Kerala. Jijo, hi. Thanks so much for calling us. How can we help you today?
Hi. Good morning.
Good
How
morning.
are you all, guys?
All very well. What about you?
Yeah, I'm fine too.
What's your question, Jijo?
My question is Sona Comps.
Okay.
I have 316 quantity of shares.
Okay.
I was holding at 544 average. So I am planning to add more quantity. So what is the long-term view? And I just want to know about the long-term view.
Got it. Okay, Shaina, I'll come to you on this one. Bought at level of 544, so elevated levels. The question is, would you add more this juncture or would you hold, and what are the prospects on the fundamentals?
I would say book your losses and switch. One is because, of course, there are family disputes, which likely will put a pressure in terms of what their business plans are going forward. Two is that US accounts for a major chunk of their revenues, almost about 40%. And there we are having tariff issues. So we really don't know. Maybe this quarter will be okay because of the push of sales, but we really don't know how the next couple of quarters will evolve. And it's not cheap in terms of valuation. So I would say book your losses and switch.
Okay, we've got our next caller. Satya is calling us from Bengaluru. Satya, hi, a very good morning to you. How can we help you today?
Hi, good morning all. So I bought HFCL one year back.
Okay.
Around 117 price. quantity is 1,000. I'm sitting on a loss around 37%, 43,000, something like around.
Right.
So I would like to know whether I should hold or I can average at this point. I'm going to hold another 1 year if it is going to be hold call.
Okay, and you want a technical view on this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, Satya. I'll take this up with Kush then. Kush, I know you're not a fan of averaging out, but what's the strategy that you'll adopt for HFCL?
And nothing that I see on HFCL charts convinces me otherwise. So yes, no averaging at the moment. Stock's gone into consolidation. No big signs of a recovery or a sharp revival just yet. The only reason I would suggest a hold on this one is because it could see a rebound from here. It's seen a mild rebound in the last month and a half, and it could see a mild rebound. Up to levels of about, let's say, 82, and once that is taken out, a 95. But beyond that, there could be some selling pressure that would come in. So yes, you could continue to hold, keep a deepish stop loss near the 65 mark.
All right, so that's the view on HFCL. We've got a next question on Sandur Manganese, and we've got Suresh from Bengaluru who's asking this question. This one's for you, Shahina, on the fundamentals. Would you hold? He's been holding and he's gotten that bonus share allotment as well. What would you say that he should do? Should he hold?
I think he should hold. They are actually expanding in terms of their mines. Also, in terms of manganese, the prices are pretty stable. So, and steel is also doing better. Some of their products do go into making value-added products. So, I would say continue to hold. And of course, the bonus issue was there. I personally also have been holding it for a long time, and it has been a decent performer. So, I would say hold.
Okay, it is time now for the second round of rapid fire, and we'll try and take as many as possible over the course of 2 minutes. Let me start with a question on Aditya Birla Capital, which is a question from Praveen. Bought at levels of 272. Should they add more is a question. Kush?
No, I wouldn't suggest add more, but I would definitely suggest to hold. Keep a stop loss near the 290 mark.
Okay.
All right, okay. The next one is Praveen, who's writing us from Bangalore, asking about Aditya Birla Capital. He's bought 90 shares at the levels of... Okay, this is done. Sorry. We've got Manappuram Finance as the next one. Naveen from Bengaluru is asking the entry level from a shorter term perspective. Kush, your view?
I think for an entry in Manappuram Finance, wait for 300 to be taken on. That's a resistance zone. Beyond that, you could take an entry and keep a stop loss near the 290 zone once again.
Okay, Bank of Baroda, bought at levels of 261. Target price is being sought. Ishant from Rajasthan is asking about this. Time frame is not mentioned. Kush, what's the view?
I think from a medium-term perspective, you're looking at 273 and about 290, but I would prefer Canara Bank if he's still yet to enter.
Okay, and LC India is the next one. Vishwanatha Reddy wants to know if you can continue to hold or not. Shahina, your view is holding 600 shares at the levels of 55.
I'll pass it. I don't track it.
Okay, Cupid for the long term, would you hold for a period of 15 to 18 months, looking to invest 50,000 rupees in it? Ravi wants to know. Shahina?
Well, you're gone, I'll pass.
Kush?
No, I would suggest a partial book profit. You could hold the rest of the quantity. But
fresh entry.
No. Very overheated. Maybe closer to levels of 200 you could enter, but not.
Okay, Tata Steel is the next one. 300 shares is what Carol has bought. Is it a good time to hold or sell? Kush, your view on the charts?
For Tata Steel, definitely a hold. It's seen a good breakout. Keep a stop loss near the 172 levels and continue to hold for higher levels of 182 and about 189.
Ease My Trip, bought at levels of 15.6. Would you hold or exit? Shahina, what's the view?
I would say hold at current levels.
Hold at current levels of 8 rupees per share. All right, that brings us to the end of this edition of Ask Profit. Shahina as well as Kush, thanks so much for joining us as always. Viewers, we've attempted to take as many questions as we possibly could, but of course, it's not possible to take all of them. I hope that the questions that we've taken have benefited you, even if your specific question was not taken. And I would encourage you to stay tuned, because up next is Know Your Company, and we've got an interesting one lined up. From Mahima and myself and the team that put the show together, thank you so much for watching. This is NDTV Profit.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल। तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल। तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी सब विदेश जाते हैं। The best app to use is the NDTV app.
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल। तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're watching KYC. I'm Hiral Datia and with me is Puneet Javeri. The company today on KYC's radar is Ugro Capital. Lots to talk about this. Let's quickly understand what are the key questions we want to ask the management. We're talking about the recent fundraise, How are the funds going to be deployed? Because multiple fundraisers is what we've seen from a Ugro Capital. Secondly, when you talk about the scalability of the current business model, and here we're talking about, GRO Chain, GRO Plus, and GRO Extreme. And lastly, on my radar is going to be the acquisition strategy of the company, because two acquisitions that we're already talking about. From here on, is it going to be a business model which will be led through strategic acquisitions, or is it going to be organic growth?
Well, a couple of other questions in this particular point of time. One will be on net interest margins for the company. What will be the strategy? What will be the stability rate that investors can expect at this particular point of time? And of course, the return of assets. Will it likely improve? Will it likely sustain at these levels? That will be question number 4. And the final question on AUM growth. Now, it's a tall ask that the company has put in itself in FY27, and that will be led by its verticals in the emerging market, in the secured business, but it's a tall ask to say the least. What will be the company's strategy? Which product basket and customers are they targeting? Those will be the 5 key questions that we'll be asking the management of Ugro Capital today.
Okay, so let's quickly take the viewers through all the parameters that we're going to talk about in terms of where the company goes as well. Firstly, a company which is a NBFC, it is absolutely tech focused. So that's the interesting aspect that we're talking about on this front. Secondly, if you see in terms of the other aspects as well about the company, you're talking about it's mainly focused on MSMEs and small businesses. So clearly the asset quality risk becomes absolutely crucial, and the provisioning that the company has to make becomes absolutely crucial over here. And the recent RBI circular, whether any impact that comes in on their business, is what we need to see. If you talk about their products as well, GRO Score 3.0, that's the proprietary underwriting and credit scoring model product that they have. Secondly, they do multiple sourcing and lending channels. Second aspect. And thirdly, they are co-lending as well, and they have lending as a service, which is LAS. These are the key products that they're looking at, Puneet.
And definitely, in terms of recent updates as well, there have been a few to say the least. They've raised capital essentially at this particular point of time via convertible debentures as well as warrants. And the key update has come in yesterday that they've finally allotted that to its investors as well. We'll quiz the management on that. Launched 400 crores of a rights issue that's largely to fund the growth in the MSME portfolio of the company. And finally, in terms of MyShub Life, and he'll just speak about what could be the acquisition strategy of the company. How will this be deployed in terms of a new basket that the company will be looking at in terms of those key customers of MyShub Life in terms of this aspect, and acquiring Profectus Capital as well has been the other one in an all-cash deal. Those are some of the key recent developments about the company, and this was of course a very big acquisitions of roughly about 1400 odd crores. So that's the key in terms of recent developments as well. Let me first start off with the income statement of the company. And
but before that, Puneet, let's understand the key parameters that we're going to discuss
sure. Let's go.
In terms of the company. Income statement, balance sheet, I know everyone knows it all, but operational matrix is what we will consider here as well, from the asset quality to moving on the shareholding, street credentials, valuations, and the street coverage. So these are the parameters that we will be discussing. But Puneet, over to you. Income statement, it's a very interesting one.
Well, definitely, it has seen growth in this particular point of time. The net interest income has seen almost a 20% growth on a 3-year basis. Profits as well have actually grown at a CAGR of almost 53%. But the reason we've given this a neutral rating, we are, looking at how the credit cost has also subsequently gone up at this particular point of time. While the net interest income have gone up 20%, the credit cost of the company has gone up almost 45% in terms of a 3-year CAGR in this particular point of time. So hence we've given this a neutral. We are being very stringent because the growth has been strong in terms of the asset under management, but definitely something that the company will want to improve going forward. So a neutral rating to start with, at least on the income statement, Hiral.
Okay, so that's with regards to where the income statement goes. Now let's look at the balance sheet. It's really interesting to see how the balance sheet has modeled out so far. To take you through, first up, if you see in terms of where the rapid growth in assets go, that is seeing a good scale. AUM, what is interesting is it's nearly doubled from FY23. We were at 6,800 odd crores. It's gone up to almost 12,000 odd crores. From here on, will this year see a 24,000 crores, and the year after probably a 50,000 odd crores is the key question that we need to see asked with the management. So that's with regards to where the AUM goes. If you talk about the loan assets as well, there is a rapid growth that has come in on the asset side. The leverage has also increased, but this is pretty much in line with the growth of the company. The loan book, that is the advances, are expanding very quickly for Ugro as well. And the advances, which is the loans and advances on the asset side, have really jumped fast. So, I was just looking at the numbers from 3,900 odd crores, it's actually gone up to 8,300 odd crores, which is actually showing that Ugro's pushing out more loans on asset growth, and this fits very well with that reported AUM number that you've been seeing on the screens. And in terms of their equity capital raises and reserves, just to add that point over here, the growth that they've seen in terms of equity, which is the net worth, seems to not just, come in from the profits, but also from the recent capital raises that they have done through issue of equity, convertible instruments, and retention, because there's been a large capital raise that has happened in FY24 as well. But overall, a thumbs up on this front.
And that's definitely, shown a strong growth in terms of assets under management, loan disbursements as well. So definitely that point taken. When you look at how this has effectively impacted the company's yields, impacted the company's return on assets, is something to watch now. Now they have, maintained decent yields of roughly between 17 to 17.3%, and it's largely because they are looking at a slightly more risky consumer compared to what the traditional banks do. So you will have a much higher yield here, and that's maintained at a positive level despite the disparity in interest rates cuts as well as what RBI has done. But that in terms of cost of funds, the company actually has not been able to reduce their cost of funds at this point of time, secure those, the funds which are between 8 to 9%. And here's where the differentiation will come in terms of valuation, and we'll be talking about that as well at the end. Because the return of assets, while it has grown from FY23 levels, it was at a very low level compared to its other peers in the same segment. So it has improved now in line with industry as well as peer average. But in terms of cost of funds, that'll be something to watch, and hence we've given this a neutral rating at this particular point of time.
Okay. Moving on, let's look at the asset quality as well, because if you talk about the gross NPAs and the net NPAs, the gross NPAs has crept up, if you see, from a 1.6% to a 2.3%. Similarly, in terms of the net NPAs as well, they've risen from a 1.1% to nearly a 1.6%. Now, this is not a major spike that you've seen in terms of the asset quality, but it is indicating some modest deterioration as well, and consistent with a growing loan book and the maturation of the portfolio that comes in as well. If you have to talk about their restructured portfolio, that is also declining, but it's a small portion because that has stayed at around 0.5% in FY24 and then down to almost 0.2% in FY25. So this is a good sign because UCRO is not really depending heavily on restructuring to manage its weak credits. So that is the reason why we've given it a thumbs up in terms of the asset quality.
And that's largely, a key one to watch as well, the net NPA, how that has moved. But let's look at the shareholding here now. And, while most companies, like HDFC don't have a promoter as well, but a lot of the NBFCs do have a very strong parentage. In terms of UCRO Capital, that stake is actually quite low at just 2.25% in terms of June 2025 for promoters. Foreign investors as well as the retail public largely dominate that shareholding, and hence, this is a clear thumbs down from our side in that aspect. Stability of promoter, while positive, will be something to watch in terms of any kind of events that negatively impact the company. Who will be backing its shareholders will be something to watch. So we've given this thumbs up because of the low promoter holding at this point.
Okay, so that's a thumbs down coming in terms of the shareholding. But let's look at the street credentials. Again, a thumbs down on this front because, the returns that the investors have got, are pretty okay. In the last 1 month, 5.7% is what we've seen. YTD as well, it's a 17% downtick on the stock price. And over the last 5 years, it's just 57%. And that's the reason why we've given it a thumbs down in terms of where the street credentials go.
When you compare that to valuations as well, how does that shape up? You'll see a clear benefit in terms of lower valuations for UCRO Capital. And I spoke about how the cost of funds and return of assets are kind of looking at this aspect, because you see other players like Credit Access Grameen as well as Mass Financial are commanding a premium of roughly between 2 to 3 times price to book, while UCRO does offer that comfort. So if the company is able to improve some of the financial metrics, you will start seeing that in valuation. But this is a clear thumbs up based on how peer valuation is panning out, and definitely something that investors can look at, considering the risk as well as, in terms of downside that is largely protected because of it trading less than 1 time at price to book for the company.
Okay, and very lastly, the street, coverage A neutral rating coming in there because you just have 6 analysts who are tracking the counter with a buy call. The reason we have not given it a thumbs down is because it's got almost a 37 to 38% upside from the current market price from the 6 buy calls that we have, and hence a neutral rating coming on this one. So now let's look at the final rating from NDTV Profit on Ugro Capital. You're talking about all the aspects from your income statement, balance sheet, operational matrix, asset quality. 2 are a thumbs up. Income statement and operational matrix is a neutral. Street coverage is a neutral, whereas your valuation is a thumbs up as compared to your peers. Shareholding and street credentials, we already told you why it's a thumbs down. 4.5 on 8, still a decent rating coming in with regards to where Ugro Capital goes. But, you know, viewers, we'll quickly slip into a short break. Up next, after the break, we'll discuss all of these parameters with Sachindra Nath, founder and managing director of Ugro Capital. Please stay tuned.
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है और
Welcome back to New York Company. We're talking to the management of Ugro Capital. Sachindra Nath, founder and managing director, joins in. Sachindra, welcome to the show and a pleasure to speak to you as always. You know, the key factor that we're talking about right now is the fundraise. You've just come out with almost a 900 crore compulsory convertible debenture. If you could help us understand the entire fundraise structure, because you're talking about the recent CCDs, then you have warrants as well, and you have a rights issue. So what is that overall fundraise that you've done so far? What is the deployment going to look like? And secondly, you did have IISS, IIAS, which had actually flagged some bit of criticism as well when it comes to warrant holders who might not convert or benefit even if they do not end up assuming equity. If you have to club all of this together, your initial comments.
Yeah, before that, I just wanted to take up, I was just listening to the commentary of your KYC. I think so among your thumbs down, one of the things which you have thumbs down is promoter ownership. Now in financial services business, while it's very odd that for banks we are not allowed to have promoters, but for NBFC, all of you as analysts and media over rely on a promoter, right? You don't do that for the banks. Ugro technically does not have a promoter. It just so happened that I acquired a listed company in 2018 and entered into a shoe of a promoter, but I'm a professional running a professional setup. But what all of you don't, highlight that 55% of Ugro's capital ownership in hand of four very, very established global strategic private equity fund. Roughly around 15% of our ownership in the hand of Samina, which is a very large private equity fund out of Dubai. Around 12.5% is with the Denmark government. And then we have TPG Newquest and ADB Capital Partners. Then we have 2-3 large family offices. So Ugro gets support from its institutional shareholder base. We keep saying Ugro is an institutionally owned, professionally managed, and independently supervised company. So while I take the point that while you say it's a promoter ownership, it's just so that SEBI regulation does not allow Ugro to declassify promoter, but otherwise Ugro doesn't have a promoter. I operate in a very professional capacity, and my ownership is the amount of the capital which I have put into the company. Second, also on your cost of fund, as some of you, over rely on promoter ownership, also so as the liability provider, rating agencies and liability, the cost of borrowing difference between us and some of the in NBFC space promoter owned entity is very, very significant. So for example, large NBFC owned by a significant Indian shareholder would have a cost of borrowing in the range of 8% versus we are at 0.5%. But I think so, over a period of time that would, with performance, that would keep going down.
Absolutely. And Sachindra, with performance, that will go down and the ratings will keep going up as well. But let's come to the point because then we will, run short of time.
So I'll come to your capital question.
Yes.
First on ISS. I think so ISS made a judgment error. Obviously, whatever comment they get, no investor have taken any heed of that. That's why all of our shareholder approval resolutions got approved. So I don't want to, that I have discussed in length in your previous show. With respect to the total capital raise, Ugro from its inception till date have raised more than 3,000 crore of institutional capital. In the current round, we raised, around 380 crore from right issue. And then we did a preferential allotment of 900 odd crore, of which around 530 odd crore have hit our account yesterday. And we did a tier 2 raise of around 250 odd crore. So in total, we are standing at a 29% capital adequacy. There were twin purpose of raising this capital, obviously for augmenting our growth. Whenever this company reaches in the range of 18% capital adequacy, we raise more capital. But more so this time, we utilize this capital to do an acquisition. This acquisition was announced. We received an RBI approval within first 3 months itself. So we had acquired another NBFC called Profectus Capital, which has a 3,500 crore of AUM. We acquired it for 1,400 odd crore. So the entire equity capital is getting utilized to acquire a 3,500 crore NBFC, which is very similar to our segment of the market. So it is more consolidation. So we'll stand at around 15,500 odd crore. And we think that we'll be able to take out roughly around 130, 140 crore of cost. So incrementally, it will increase our ROA by 0.7%. And also give us 2 more asset classes. So they are very large in the school financing business, which we want to expand. And also it would improve our secured portfolio mix by a certain basis point. One of the other unique thing which I think the street doesn't like, that we are very heavy on the co-lending. Almost 42% of our assets are in form of co-lending or direct assignment. We think that's a very superior model, but with this acquisition, that also would come down to 35%.
Right. Mr. Nath, thanks so much for joining in, and very good afternoon to you. It's Puneet this side. Largely in terms of, you are increasing, as you mentioned, your secured business book. Your current business book will come down, which is the unsecured part. You are running that down a little bit because of the higher GNPA cost. But just wanted to understand, because you are expecting cost to increase there as well. So how will the reduction essentially in taking out some of the expenses from acquisitions as well as from the current book, but you are expecting some increases in this aspect of the business. Talk us through that as well, because you are expecting some pricing pressure because of the competitive landscape in the secured business book side as well. So how should investors look at both these aspects?
There are too many questions at one go, Puneet, but I'll answer each one of them. First, our unsecured business, we normally cap at 30% of the total asset book. We have two kind of business, what we call business loan and what we have acquired last year called embedded financing. We are transitioning our business loan business to our embedded financing business. So it is the product mix which is changing. The reason that we target the GNPA in our unsecured business loan at roughly around 5%, credit cost of around 2.5%. So it is within our targeted range. But what we have realized that between BL and embedded financing, the return metrics on the embedded financing is far superior. So over a period of last 1 year or 10 months or so, we have built a book of around 1300 odd crore on embedded financing. We are one of the largest player on merchant embedded lending through PhonePe, Fino, Airtel, BharatPay, and we are increasing that, and consequently we are reducing our BL business. So that our ROEs improve on that, and we think that is far more superior product than the open business loan lending. That's part one. Number two, in terms of the cost reduction, because the Profectus business operate in the same four asset lines which we operate, so there is a replication of manpower cost, replication of physical infrastructure cost, and replication of technology cost. And once we combine these two businesses, we think that there is an operating leverage of around 130 to 140 crore would come from that. With respect to competition and secured asset, over a period of last 2 years, we have added around 200 plus location, and entered into around 11 states to focus on what we call emerging market small ticket lab business. Today, of our gross disbursement of around monthly disbursement around 600 odd crore, 200 crore come from this segment of the market. And as these branches would mature, this would become 400 odd crore. So our portfolio yield would increase. And this is a segment of the market wherein there is competition, but not enough competition.
So Sachindra, two questions because we are running short of time. One, the recent RBI circular, will that mean that UGRO will have to increase provisioning, because of which your credit cost could increase, and that could put pressure in terms of your earnings and on profitability? I'm talking about the ECL norms that have come in. Does that impact a UGRO, number one? And number two, is there a possibility of a UGRO doing a 50,000 crore AUM by FY27 at the rate that your AUM is growing already?
No, ma'am, there is no possibility. We add only 3,000 crore asset a year. So we cannot get to 50,000 crore by 2027 at any given point.
What year do you think you would be able to target that?
So we add, if you look at our track record, we add around 3,000 crore AUM every year, and that's our guidance. Actually, we are calibrating our growth little lower so that we can improve the profitability. That's point one. Number two, the ECL guidelines is bank. NBFCs are already under ECL provisioning, so that doesn't change anything. In fact, under the current statement, the risk weight on MSME financing is being reduced. And once the final guideline comes, actually UGRO business model will become more efficient, because 100% of our asset is MSME asset, which qualifies as priority sector. We focus on customers which are in trading turnover band of 25 lakh to 15 crore. So once the risk weight for NBFC on MSME financing is reduced, we'll become more capital efficient like housing finance businesses.
Comes absolute positive for a company like UGRO, and a 3,000 crore increase in terms of AUM is what the street should be watching out for. But thank you, Sachindra, so much for joining us on the show, and congratulations once again on the fundraise and the acquisitions that you've been doing. But completely out of time. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of KYC from Puneet, the team that put the show together, and myself. Lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है। रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी सब विदेश जाते हैं। The best app to use is the NDTV app.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert in
the market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Sensex and Nifty gain as optimism over the easing of regional tensions and expectations of renewed foreign investor inflows supporting sentiment. Major relief for Indian pharma exporters as US decision to exempt generic drugs from this ensures continued market access, reduced policy uncertainty and supports long-term growth. Metal snap 3-day losing streak as base metal prices rises. Supply concerns from major mines, including Freeport's Grasberg mine in Indonesia, aid the rally. Tech major TCS is all set to report its second quarter earnings today. Estimates suggest muted growth as weak demand persists. LG India's IPO enters day 3 with a bang. The issue is subscribed over 4 times, with the NII portion witnessing a massive 10.8 times of oversubscription. The company is set to debut next week. PM Narendra Modi receives and welcomes British PM Keir Starmer, who is in Mumbai to discuss a recently sealed trade deal as well as a technology security initiative launched in July last year. Good afternoon, you're watching Markets at 12 with me, Anushi Vakharia. Now, this is the show where you get all your updates on the top buzzers and news updates at noon. But first things first, a quick look at how the markets are faring currently. So in terms of what's happening with the benchmark indices currently holding up, we are looking at gains of over 0.4%, even Nifty Bank. If we are looking at that as well, we are seeing gains of around 0.3% as well. So benchmark indices an uptick of around 0.3% is what we are seeing. Let's check how the point contribution table is doing. In fact, right at the top, we are seeing Reliance Industries, the heavyweight in picture, contributing positively to that gains of over 0.4 that we are looking for Nifty. Larsen & Toubro, another counter in focus, and this is on the back of a 15,000 crore of an order win that we are seeing. Tata Steel, ICICI Bank, a couple of other stocks which are buzzing in the Nifty 50 pack. While what's not doing so well is something like HDFC Bank, Axis Bank. Now these are under pressure. We are seeing a couple of these auto names also emerging on the screen. We have Tata Motors and Maruti Suzuki as well. But in terms of the overall sectors, now here we are seeing pharma in green. Of course, this is on the back of what's taking place in US, the exemption coming from Trump on general pharma exports. We're seeing an uptick of around 1% here for the pharma index. Nifty Metal, though, on the top, seeing gains of over 2%. In fact, what's not doing so well includes the likes of Nifty Auto, cuts of around 0.2%, while Nifty Consumers is also down about 0.3% as well. So this is the space that we are seeing in terms of what's happening. But Jyoti Aditya Scindia, Minister of Communications, has responded to my colleague Danish Anand's question on Vodafone Idea, stating that the government currently holds a 49% equity stake in Vodafone India, and at this point in time we have no plans to increase the stake in the near future. So that's the telecom update that we are seeing in terms of what's happening with Vodafone Idea. Let's in fact see how the stock is doing in trade currently. So if you are looking at Vodafone Idea, if you can pull that up on the screen, gains of around 0.8% that we are looking at, cooled off from some of the day's highs that we have seen. But apart from that, if you are just pointing to the BSE 500 also, let's get perspective in terms of couple of buzzing stocks in focus here. Right at the top, we'll see the Jindal pack, in fact, seeing gains of over 11%. Hindustan Copper, 5%. We'll just go to Vansh in a bit for what's happening in this particular space. While what's not doing so well is Baroda IT as well. But focus on GMDC, Hindustan Copper, as well as Hindustan Zinc after government launches plan to boost production of rare earth magnets. Vansh, talk to us about what this development means and why is this leading to this kind of buzz in terms of these metal names?
Well, thank you for that. So as you rightly mentioned, now the government is planning to launch about 7,300 odd crores planned to boost the production of rare earth magnets. In fact, this is in the final stage of getting launched. Now, if I talk about the objective of the scheme, now the objective is to boost the domestic production of sintered rare earth permanent magnets and to cut the import dependence on rare earth as well. Now, if we talk about the necessity of this scheme, now that China has already imposed restrictions on the exports of rare earth permanent magnets in April. Now, this has led to the squeezing supplies to Indian automobiles and electronic industries for the rare earth as well. Now, also government believes that India lacks technology and infrastructure for the production of rare earth permanent magnets as well. And if I talk about the details of the scheme, Now the government is targeting through this scheme to be self-reliant, and they are in fact targeting an annual production capacity of about 6,000 tons of rare earth permanent magnets as well. Also, the scheme is expected to run for 7 years, and the scheme is expected to support sectors like automobiles, electronics, wind energy and defense. So clearly stocks like GMDC, Hindustan Copper would be in focus, as they are already in the exploration of the rare earth. That is what we are looking at.
That update, Vansh, we've earlier seen concerns related to China's curbs on these rare earth magnets, and with now India steadfasting its production, it's a big positive that we are seeing for these particular companies. But with that, let's shift focus to the pharma pack as well, and now White House has shelved its tariffs on generic drugs. They've spared American patients as well as Indian pharma companies as well. Varsha, talk to us about what this development means and of course the key beneficiaries that we are looking in the pharma space.
Well, thank you so much for that. So it's a big boost for Indian pharma companies, as Trump has announced that he'll not impose tariffs on the generics companies exporting their products to US. Now this is a big relief, and earlier, few days back, we did know that Trump had announced 100% tariff on branded or patented products, but onto the generics tariffs, there was an uncertainty lying there. Now that uncertainty overhang is gone, and no more tariffs on generics pharma. Well, why this is important? Because if you see, India is the largest supplier when it comes to generics to US. In fact, India exports almost 47% of the US generics prescription. Now, what does this do to Indian pharma companies? Well, it ensures continued revenue and market access for pharma exports. Also, tariff-free environment, if you see, supports competitiveness and the US growth when it comes to Indian pharma, and also reduces uncertainty when it comes to US trade policies. Well, which are the stocks that will be in focus? If you see, of majority Indian pharma companies export generics to USA. You have a likes of Dr. Reddy's, Aurobindo, Zydus Life Sciences, wherein the exposure to US stands at around 45 to 50%, while if you see Lupin, Sun Pharma, Cipla, their US exposure stands at around 30 to 35%, while Torrent Pharma is the only one wherein the US exposure stands at only 9%. So overall, if you see, this is a big beneficiary when it comes to Indian pharma companies, as majority of them exports generics to US.
And that is what we are seeing for a couple of these counters that Varsha was talking about. We are seeing about a 2 to 3% of an uptick. Aurobindo Pharma right at the top, we are seeing gains of over 4%. But let's address Lupin also, because that's not the only peg that we are seeing. In fact, it's up around 3%. And now the company is in focus on the back of its investment plans in US. Varsha, what can you tell us about this particular development?
Yeah, so this is again the good news for a company, because they're going to set up a second plant in US with $250 million of investment that they're going to do in next 5 years. Well, this unit will make 25 plus respiratory drugs, including albuterol inhalers, and this strengthens their US medicine security and supply chain resilience. Also, this reinforces company's global respiratory leadership and US growth focus. So overall, if you see, Lupin is actually benefiting from two news today. One is, of course, the no tariffs on imports, and of course the second being company setting up their second plan when it comes to US at $250 million for the next 5 years.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Varsha, for bringing in all those key updates in the pharma space. But let's also talk about a couple of these capital goods names which are buzzing in today. You have L&T right at the top. Now, this is on the back of Citi note that we are seeing L&T about 1% of gains that we are looking at, but it's on the basis of the 15,000 crore of order win also that we are seeing. But Citi came out with an interesting note wherein they've initiated coverage on a couple of these counters that we are seeing. L&T, they're seeing an upside of around 16%. Bharat Electronics and HAL. Now, these two defense players also make it to the list wherein they've initiated a buy call, seeing a 21 to 23% of an upside. While for these MNCs that we are looking at, cap good MNCs, now Cummins India, while they do have a buy rating with a 19% of an upside, for Siemens, they have a neutral rating, while for ABB, they're seeing about a 8% of a downtick. Now, let's understand what the note essentially is saying for all these companies. Now, for Cummins India, if we start off with that, they're saying that while the power gen outlook continues to remain resilient. It's data centers which will be in focus. Currently, the contribution mix also has increased for this particular segment. So that is something interesting to watch out for. In fact, they're baking in a 15% of EBIT growth for the years FY25 to 28. Coming to Bharat Electronics now, we've already seen the kind of uptick in terms of where the order book is. The recently RFP also issued for the QRSAM order of 30,000 crore is what we have seen, and Citi believes that this order will be booked by the end of fourth quarter. For Bharat Electronics, they're seeing a EPS CAGR of around 15% and see the return ratios, that's the return on equity, improving to 26% going forward. Coming to HAL, we are looking at a backlog of more than 7 times if we compare it with the current FY25 sales and picture, which continues to provide visibility for the company, but it's always been the execution which has remained question for the investors. Now here they believe that the delay cycle is troughing out and the Tejas delivery ramp up will be a key catalyst going forward. Just on that, they're seeing a 16% of a revenue CAGR over FY25 to 28. Quickly walking through L&T. Now it is in focus on the back of order win that we just spoke about. Other than that, near-term prospect pipeline also saw about a 63% of an uptake with the order book of 6 lakh crore already in place. Now it would be interesting to see how the company announces its 5-year strategy, and that could keep the overall consumer sentiment on the positive side. On Siemens, however, they believe that the competitor capacity expansions would cap some of these margin gains that we are looking at. So margin is something that we should be continue to see in this business, while export outlook is also something that we should track. However, on ABB, this is the only counter on which they have a sell rating, seeing a 8% of a downside or so, saying that the stock has corrected from its peaks on moderating order inflows along with margin challenges which have also persisted. They continue to remain cautious in terms of where their order book is concerned, which might cap some of these margin upside guidance that we are looking at. Also, for the key segments, they're also seeing more of these competition pressure building on, so that could be another trigger which would lead to the margins to be on the limited side. But that's the overall picture that we are seeing for ABB, down about 0.3% in trade today. But with that, let's slip into a short break. We'll be right back. Keep watching NDTV Profit.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market
भारत और यूके के रिश्तों में उल्लेखनीय प्रगति हुई है। इस साल जुलाई में मेरी यूके यात्रा के दौरान हमने ऐतिहासिक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक एंड ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट सीटा पर सहमति बनाई। इस समझौते से दोनों देशों के इंपोर्ट कॉस्ट में कमी आएगी, युवाओं के लिए रोजगार के नए अवसर बनेंगे, व्यापार बढ़ेगा और इसका लाभ हमारे उद्योग तथा उपभोक्ता दोनों को ही मिलेगा। एग्रीमेंट के कुछ ही महीनों में आपका यह भारत दौरा और आपके साथ आया अब तक का सबसे बड़ा बिजनेस डेलीगेशन भारत यूके साझेदारी में आई नई ऊर्जा और व्यापक दृष्टि का प्रतीक है। फ्रेंड्स, कल भारत यूके के बीच बिजनेस लीडर की सबसे बड़ी समिट हुई। आज हम इंडिया यूके सीईओ फोरम और ग्लोबल फिनटेक फेस्टिवल को भी संबोधित करेंगे। इन सभी से भारत यूके सहयोग को और मजबूत बनाने के अनेक सुझाव और नई संभावनाएं सामने आएगी। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और यूके नेचुरल पार्टनर्स हैं। हमारे संबंधों की नींव में डेमोक्रेसी, फ्रीडम और रूल ऑफ लॉ जैसे मूल्यों में साझा विश्वास है। मौजूदा वैश्विक अस्थिरता के दौर में भारत और यूके के बीच ये बढ़ती हुई साझेदारी ग्लोबल स्टेबिलिटी और आर्थिक प्रगति का एक महत्वपूर्ण आधार बनी रही है। आज की बैठक में हमने इंडो पैसिफिक, वेस्ट एशिया में शांति और स्थिरता और यूक्रेन में चल रहे संघर्ष पर भी विचार साझा किए। यूक्रेन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट और गाजा के मुद्दे पर भारत डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी से शांति की बहाली के सभी प्रयासों का समर्थन करता है। हम इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र में मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी कोऑपरेशन बढ़ाने के लिए पूर्ण रूप से प्रतिबद्ध है। फ्रेंड, भारत और यूके के बीच टेक्नोलॉजी पार्टनरशिप में अपार संभावनाएं हैं। हम यूके की इंडस्ट्रियल एक्सपर्टाइज R&D को भारत के टैलेंट और स्केल के साथ जोड़ने पर काम कर रहे हैं। पिछले वर्ष हमने इंडिया यूके टेक्नोलॉजी सिक्योरिटी इनिशिएटिव लॉन्च किया। इसके तहत हमने क्रिटिकल एंड इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी में ज्वाइंट रिसर्च और इनोवेशन के लिए एक मजबूत मंच तैयार किया। दोनों देशों की युवा पीढ़ी को इनोवेशन इस ब्रिज से जोड़ने के लिए हमने कनेक्टिविटी और इनोवेशन सेंटर, ज्वाइंट AI रिसर्च सेंटर जैसे कई कदम उठाए हैं। हमने क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स पर सहयोग के लिए एक इंडस्ट्री गिल्ड और सप्लाई चेन ऑब्जर्वेटरी की स्थापना का निर्णय लिया है। इसका सैटेलाइट कैंपस ISM धनबाद में होगा। सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स के प्रति हमारी साझी प्रतिबद्धता है। हम इस दिशा में इंडिया यूके ऑफशोर विंड टास्क फोर्स के साथ गठन का स्वागत करते हैं। हमने क्लाइमेट टेक्नोलॉजी स्टार्टअप फंड की स्थापना की है। इससे दोनों देशों के क्लाइमेट टेक्नोलॉजी और एआई में काम कर रहे इनोवेटर्स और एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को समर्थन मिलेगा। फ्रेंड्स, रक्षा और सुरक्षा से लेकर एजुकेशन और इनोवेशन तक भारत और यूके के रिश्तों में नए आयाम गढ़े जा रहे हैं। आज प्रधानमंत्री स्टारमर के साथ शिक्षा क्षेत्र का अब तक का सबसे बड़ा और प्रभावशाली प्रतिनिधिमंडल आया है। यह बहुत खुशी की बात है कि अब यूके की 9 यूनिवर्सिटीज भारत में कैंपस खोलने जा रही हैं। साउथहैम्पटन यूनिवर्सिटी के गुरुग्राम कैंपस का हाल ही में उद्घाटन हुआ है और छात्रों का पहला समूह प्रवेश भी ले चुका है। साथ ही गिफ्ट सिटी में यूके की 3 अन्य यूनिवर्सिटी के कैंपस निर्माण का कार्य प्रगति पर है। हमारे बीच रक्षा सहयोग भी बढ़ा है। हम डिफेंस को प्रोडक्शन की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं। दोनों देशों की डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रीज को जोड़ रहे हैं। रक्षा सहयोग को एक कदम आगे बढ़ाते हुए हमने मिलिट्री ट्रेनिंग में सहयोग पर समझौता किया है। इसके तहत भारतीय वायुसेना के फ्लाइंग इंस्ट्रक्टर्स यूके की रॉयल एयरफोर्स में ट्रेनर्स के रूप में कार्य करेंगे। ये विशेष संयोग है कि जहां एक और देश की आर्थिक राजधानी मुंबई में ये बैठक हो रही है, वहीं दूसरी ओर हमारे नौसैनिक जहाज कॉकन 2025 ज्वाइंट एक्सरसाइज कर रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, यूके में बसे 1.8 मिलियन भारतीय हमारी साझेदारी की जीवंत कड़ी है। ब्रिटिश समाज और अर्थव्यवस्था में अपने मूल्यवान योगदान से उन्होंने दोनों देशों के बीच मित्रता, सहयोग और विकास के पुल को मजबूत किया है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत का डायनेमिज्म और यूके की एक्सपर्टाइज मिलकर एक यूनिक सिनर्जी बनाती है। हमारी साझेदारी ट्रस्टवर्दी है, टैलेंट और टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन है। और आज जब मैं और प्रधानमंत्री स्टारमर मंच पर एक साथ खड़े हैं, तो यह हमारा स्पष्ट कमिटमेंट है कि हम एक साथ मिलकर दोनों देशों के लोगों के लिए एक उज्जवल भविष्य का निर्माण करेंगे। मैं एक बार फिर इस भारत यात्रा के लिए प्रधानमंत्री स्टारमर का, उनके डेलीगेशन का हार्दिक धन्यवाद देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. May I now request Right Honourable Sir Keir Starmer, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, to give his remarks to the media.
Namaskar, Dosto. Prime Minister Modi, it was an honour for me to host you in the United Kingdom in July at Chequers, and I am so delighted to be making this return visit just a few short months later. And can I just extend my thanks to the very warm welcome that you and the whole country have extended to me as Prime Minister, to the whole delegation, and through us to the whole of the United Kingdom. It is very much appreciated, very much noticed. And it is an important statement as we stand here about our shared commitment to this special relationship, because we are building something here. We're creating a new, modern partnership focused on the future and on winning the opportunities that it offers, and we're doing it together. And that's why we struck the UK-India Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement in July, a breakthrough moment, years in the making. Slashing tariffs, increasing access to each other's markets to drive growth and create jobs for our people and making life better in both of our nations. And beyond the words on the page of the agreement is the spirit and the confidence that that has given to our two great countries to work even more closely together, something which we've seen evidence during the course of this visit here over the last 2 days. It is significant that we're meeting here in Mumbai as India's economic and financial capital because India's growth story is remarkable. I want to congratulate the Prime Minister on his leadership, aiming to be the world's third largest economy by 2028. And your vision of Viksit Bharat is to completely developed country by 2047. And everything I've seen since I've been here is absolute proof to me that you're on track to succeed in that. So we want to be partners on that journey. And my visit this week is about doubling down on the potential of our trade deal for the benefit of all of us. And that's why I brought a record 126 British businesses with me to India this week. We had to get a bigger plane to travel over here than the one we planned. But that delegation is some of our biggest, most iconic businesses and smaller and medium-sized businesses, but also leaders from education, some of whom are with us here, and sport and the arts. As I say, our largest trade delegation for a decade, and so my first as Prime Minister, so of course the destination for that had to be here, had to be India. Later today, the Prime Minister and I will convene a renewed CEO forum, and that was much discussed yesterday as a direct channel for business. There was a real buzz in the room yesterday that this forum is going to have real life breathed into it to embody the agreement that we've already reached, to ensure that the deal does deliver the opportunities that we want to see. And we are committed to that. And when we leave India later on tonight, I expect that we will have secured major new investments, creating thousands of high-skilled jobs in the sectors of the future for both of our nations. The UK and India stand side by side as global leaders in tech and innovation, and so we've also taken the opportunity to deepen our cooperation through our technology security initiative, with new commitments on AI, advanced communication, defence technologies, and much, much more. We are announcing a deal to make Bollywood films in the United Kingdom after a fantastic visit to the studio yesterday, and we're deepening our cooperation in education, as we've evidenced here on the film and with the people that we have in the room. It is the younger generation in India who will lead the charge to deliver on that 2047 target. The demand for the best quality higher education is very high. So I'm really pleased that we're announcing today that more British universities will be setting up campuses right here in India, making Britain India's leading international provider of higher education and delivering on our vision 2035 that we set out in July. These incredible economic bonds are the jewel in the crown of this relationship. But of course, our cooperation goes much wider too. And so we've had the opportunity to discuss issues of vital importance to global stability and security, including the situation in the Middle East. I strongly welcome the news that a deal has been reached on the first stage of the peace plan in Gaza. This is a moment of profound relief that we felt around the world, but particularly for the hostages, their families, and for the civilian population of Gaza, who have all endured unimaginable suffering over the last 2 years. I'm grateful for the tireless diplomatic efforts
of Egypt, Qatar, Turkey, the United States and many others in securing this crucial first step. This agreement must now be implemented in full, without delay, and be accompanied by the immediate lifting of all restrictions on life-saving humanitarian aid to Gaza. The UK will support these crucial immediate steps and the next stages of the talks to ensure the full implementation of the peace plan. The Prime Minister and I also discussed the need for a just and lasting peace in Ukraine, the need for stability and security in the Indo-Pacific, and the need to cooperate in areas like climate and energy, including breaking away from dependence on fossil fuels. India is a global player. We sit together in the Commonwealth, the G20, and we want to see India taking its rightful place on the UN Security Council too. So we are committed to strengthening our strategic partnership. And in fact, as already been mentioned, our carrier strike group is here in India right now, exercising with the Indian Navy, showing the strength of that relationship on defence and security, which we've discussed this morning. We want to take even further. And look, the whole thing, this particular partnership, goes much deeper. Because in the end, it is about people. The human connections between India and the UK are unique, forming what Prime Minister Modi has called the living bridge between our two countries. A bridge between people, a bridge between hearts, and in that spirit, Prime Minister, I want to express my deepest sympathies to all the victims of the Air India crash earlier this year. A terrible day and a tragedy for both of our nations. And it showed, frankly, that we are family. And I am proud this week that we're taking this incredible partnership between our two nations and making it stronger than ever for working people on both sides of that bridge. Finally, I'd like to take this opportunity as we enter the festive period to wish the people of India joy and happiness and a very happy Diwali. Diwali ki shubh kam inai. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That concludes the press statements. Thank you for your presence, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated.
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है। ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी सब विदेश जाते हैं। The best app to use is the NDTV app.
Hello, I'm very good afternoon. You're watching Profit Bazaars right here on NDTV Profit. My name is Puneet Zaveri. With me is Hiral Dadia. And over the next hour or so, we'll get you everything that you need to know. Key stocks, key stories that are buzzing in trade today. But first, let's see how the markets are doing. We've seen another day where it has been slightly choppy, to say the least. We're seeing currently a revival from the day's low. So for the last couple of hours have been decent. We're at 0.4% up on the Nifty 50, back above the 25,100 levels as well. Let's quickly look at the heat map first and look at which are the key gainers for the Nifty 50 today. It's largely the tech pack continuing a strong performance. So HCL Tech is the top gainer today. Tata Steel as well as JSW Steel. Tata Steel actually came out with its update an hour or so ago, and since then has continued its positive momentum. JSW Steel is also one of the key beneficiaries because of that as well. While in terms of losers, we've seen some banking names slightly under pressure today. Tata Motors as well continuing its downward momentum post its announcement of a quarterly update in terms of production. It was down 25% because of 1 month's production lost due to the cyber attack as well. But in terms of the broader markets, mid cap and small caps as well have been actually underperforming the benchmarks over the last few days. Today, in sync to say the least, 0.5% on the mid cap 150. The small cap 250 as well is actually just having a very flat performance right now. Slight tinge of a negative outlook on the same. The BSE 500 is the other one where we've seen individual pockets outperforming the markets. Jindal is one of the key ones, up almost 11%. Hindustan Copper is one of the key beneficiaries as well. Sona BLW is actually seeing the first signs of any kind of buying. Sustained pressure that the stock has experienced over the last few days. In terms of the losers, Godfrey Phillips, Equitas Small Finance Bank are the other ones as well. But before we go across to our fundamental guests, as well as we put focus on some key stocks. Let's look at one key story first while answering my colleague Danish Anand's question on the reports floating around Indian government's planning to give relief to Vodafone Idea. The Communication Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia actually said that the government is holding 49% equity in the company and has no plans to increase the equity stake. Listen to what he had to say.
Vodafone Idea, as I've mentioned multiple times, we are 49% equity holder. We do not, at this point of time in the near future, believe in increasing our equity stake. So that's where it will lie.
And Hiral, definitely that's one stock that's actually been in focus multiple times because of litigation, actually, amongst other factors. While it has continued to lose subscribers as well, but investors largely reacting on every news flow that's coming on Vodafone Idea.
It's a trader's favorite, Puneet, and the range has always been 8 rupees to 12 rupees if you see in terms of Vodafone Idea, and that is exactly what you will see on the screens as well. If you pull up a one-year chart, the gyrations that do come in right now as well, the stock did hit a day's high, cooled off from there, trading around levels of around 9. In the last 12 months, it has absolutely remained flat, but the gyrations that you can see in terms of the stock price from a 12-month perspective is spectacular. Let's get in a question with the the analyst as well. We have Tapan Doshi from Catapan joining in. Tapan, welcome to the show. Your view on a Vodafone? I know, it's become a trader's favorite, but fundamentally, even from a trading perspective, would you advise investors to play this bet?
This favorite. No, fundamentally also the stock is quite weak. Because if you see that ARPU is around 170 around. When the Reliance or Jio is around 1208 and Bharti is around 270. So lot of catch up to be done, but they are not able to catch up because the service is lagging. Even the 5G spectrum, they are going to various cities also, but still they are far behind compared to Reliance, Jio and Bharti. And they are losing a customer every month. So that is the problem. So if you see the balance sheet, it is almost 250,000 crore liabilities already sitting there. EBITDA is already consumed by the company. The interest is so big that whole EBITDA goes in that only. So now from all angles, I don't see a bright future from here. And as you told, that it is between 8 to 12 rupees. But fundamentally, from the long-term perspective, I want to tell that there is nothing left in Vodafone as such unless there is a big capital coming into, which I don't think so. And Reliance and Bharti are putting lot of capex, which Vodafone will not able to do it. So I think from long-term perspective, I don't think it's the right place to go. I think Bharti is much better option, which you give. Every year, if you see their growth is almost 30% CAGR. I'm talking about the stock price. Better to switch there rather than being in Vodafone Idea for the long term.
Got the view, Tapan, but and it's a key stock that we do keep going back to our guests for to get a view, given the retail favorite as well, but largely on the fundamental factors doesn't make the cut. But let's kickstart the show actually by looking at a key buzzer that actually hit an upper circuit today. A recent listing, Satwik Green Energy, is a buzz after the company came out with stellar Q1 numbers. Varsha is now joining us to give us perspective as well as the key takeaways from all of this. Varsha, over to you.
Well, thank you so much for that. So yes, very strong set of numbers that the company has posted. As of Q1, if you see the revenue growth that you're seeing is because of the higher capacity utilization that the company has seen, and the a quite sharp uptick in EBITDA margin, if I were to talk about, is due to the cost efficiencies that the company has taken. While the order book, if you see, as of June 2025, stand at around 4 gigawatt, and they are on track when it comes to phase 1 of 4 gigawatt Odisha capacity or facility, which is expected to come online on Q4 FY26. Now, onto the numbers, if you see, revenue were at 916 crore versus 246 crore. Over here, if you see EBITDA margins were at 19.3% versus 13%. That is a sharp uptick that you're seeing. And if you see the net profit is up almost 5x. So overall, a good set of numbers, considering this company is into solar PV modules, is also, going to set up a solar cell manufacturing facility also, which is a kind of backward integration that the company is going into. So overall, yes, a strong set of numbers that the company has seen.
Okay. Before we go to Tapan on this one, Varsha, you also have a couple of other stocks which are buzzing in trade today. If you could take us through for the likes of a Lupin, a two tailwind kind of a story right now for that one, and you have a Ashoka Buildcon.
Yeah, talking about Lupin, the stock is buzzing, one of course, because Trump has said that he's not gonna impose tariff on, generics companies. One is that, and other is Lupin is gonna set up a manufacturing facility, its second manufacturing facility in US, and Lupin is gonna invest almost $250 million for the next 5 years. If you see, this unit will make 25 plus critical respiratory drugs, and this will strengthen US medicine security and also supply chain resilience, and this will reinforce Lupin's global respiratory leadership and US growth focus. Well, the other stock which is in focus is Ashoka Buildcon, wherein they're gonna buy Macquarie's stake in one of their all of their subsidiaries. In fact, they recently bought CCD of one of the subsidiary company, that is ACL, for 882 crore, and which is a partial exit being given to the Macquarie investors, and the balance acquisition, if you see, is under process, and the deadline is to be has been extended to October 31st. Well, the next stock in focus is PVR INOX, wherein they're going to open first luxury dine-in cinema in Bangalore, and this multiplex adds almost 1,757 screens with across 353 properties. Lastly, Escota Kubod, wherein they're going to plan to invest almost 2,000 crores of rupees when it comes to their Haryana's manufacturing and R&D facility.
Interesting stocks. Thank you so much for that, Tapan. Anything that you like from this list? Because good moves coming in from the likes of Satvik Energy, which is locked in upper circuit. Lupin also seeing some strong moves. Fundamentally, would you bet on these?
Yeah, I do agree with this, that I think Satvik, is had a very good numbers. If you see there, even ROC also increased to almost 24%. And they are going to plan around, say, 4 gigawatt of expansion overall. And they're working on their backward integration, and actually they are going to reduce their import. So utilization, that is what they are working on it, and I think they are going to work almost 81% utilization, which will help to increase the profitability as such. And order book is also more than 4 gigawatts. So I think all the things are placed for Satvik. I think that is a good stock. One can go and buy it, but at a dip, at every dip now, because already it has gone up a lot. So I think one can wait for a dip, then they can buy. But it's a good stock for a long term. Even I agree with Lupin also. Lupin, I think, even though of course Trump threats are there, but I think the overall the results, last few results were comparatively good. And and if you see there, India formulation almost more than 2,000 crore rupees. They are working on the US inhalation and biosimilars, so that the margin may increase from here. So they have a net cash position. They don't have to worry about it, and the few approvals are pending. If the approval comes regarding ANDA approvals, I think that will boost their margin also. So I think Lupin is also another stock which I look forward. That also you can buy at dips level.
Got the view, Tapan, but viewers, stay with us. So we'll just slip into a very short break. Come back with a lot more on these. Stay tuned.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है। ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
Welcome back to Profit Buzzers. Now, White House has shelved the tariffs on generics. This is a sentimental positive because what has happened is on the back of the to and fro on the tariffs on either branded formulations or generics, analysts have gone ahead and have priced in and baked in a lot of these assumptions as well. But Varsha is standing by to take us through what is the update on this front. Varsha, there is a sentimental up move that you're seeing in terms of pharma counters on the back of zero tariffs in terms of generics, where India stands to benefit the most. What is the update that you have, the exposure that you're looking at, and any conversations with analysts that tell you that, probably even if this move will not really see any upgrade from a valuation perspective or from an earnings perspective?
Yeah, well, thank you so much for that. This is a big relief when it comes to Indian pharma companies, as US will not impose tariffs on Indian generics products. Now, few days back, US had come out with a policy wherein they're going to impose 100% tariff on branded or patented drugs. Well, there was uncertainty lying around generics tariffs, but now that uncertainty overhang is gone, and US will no more impose any tariffs on generics companies. Now, why this is important? Because India is the largest supplier when it comes to generics to US. Almost 47% of supplies from India is sent to Europe, sent to US when it comes to generics. Although this is positive for Indian pharma companies because this ensures continuous revenue and market access for pharma exporters, and also tariff-free environment, if you see, supports overall US growth policy and of course the competitiveness. And also this reduces uncertainty when it comes to US trade policies. Now on to the companies, which has a higher exposure of generics to US. Let's start with, Dr. Reddy's, Aurobindo, Zydus Life, wherein the US contribution stands from 45% to 50%, wherein if you see Lupin, Sun Pharma and Cipla, where is the US contribution, if you see stands at around 30 to 35%. Torrent Pharma is the only one wherein the US contribution is very low at 9%. So overall, this is a very big relief when it comes to Indian pharma companies, considering a lot of generics are being exported to US.
Well, thanks so much for that, Varsha. But Tapan, you spoke about Lupin and the positivity coming out from their investment in the plant. Anything in this particular space, what are your top picks in the pharma space right now?
See, talking about the picks, I think the two main picks are, Aurobindo Pharma and the Cipla. Aurobindo Pharma, of course, it will be benefited because of this news. And if you see the last few quarter results were also good. Again, they have a ramp up, facility on the biosimilar and specialty. And there, their margin is going to increase. Of course, with the Torrent Power, that merger is going to happen. But overall, I think it will help them, not Torrent Pharma, but overall, if you see, I think Aurobindo Pharma is in a much better position. They have a net cash balance and almost 14 ANDA approvals are pending. So I think here the Aurobindo Pharma will be the one pick. Another pick is Cipla. Cipla, if you see, their US sales has gone up a lot. Now it is one of the highest, and they have worked on their margins. Now margins has almost improved by 1%. And of course, big patents are pending. They are going to be materialized in next few quarters. So I think another Cipla is another company which I am very much bullish. So I think Aurobindo and Cipla are the two companies which one can think about buying at this level also.
Okay, so we're talking about Aurobindo Pharma and Cipla. Two counters you should be watching out for. Let's also get in, we will be getting in Osho Krishnan, but before that, we'll quickly slip into a short break. Lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay tuned.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems.
Welcome back to Profit Buzzers. You know, we are putting the spotlight now on Larsen & Toubro after the company has bagged a massive 15,000 crore order. Now that's coming in for its hydrocarbon business, which is also its onshore business as well. But let's go across to my colleague Anushi now very quickly to tell us what's the significance of this particular order.
You know, as you're seeing, it's a 15,000 crore plus of an order that L&T has received. And this is in the Middle East division again that we are seeing more of this order coming in place. Of course, most of these ultra mega orders that we are seeing are from this particular area that we are looking at. Now, this is for setting up a natural gas liquid plant and facilities in Middle East is what we are looking at. They have received this order in consortium with Greece-based Consolidated Contraction Group. So, L&T here would be responsible for the engineering and procurement activities, while the other company would be handling the construction activities as we are seeing. Now, what's interesting is the order book positioning. Of course, you know, as you mentioned, there's no concerns on order book. It's a 6.2 lakh crore of an order book that we are seeing for L&T as of the first quarter. And in fact, if we look at the order inflows also, they were up around 33% in the first half, in the first quarter itself. So, order book pipeline continues to be on the healthier side. It's the execution which we'll continue to monitor. Interestingly, Citi also came out with a note today on the company wherein they've initiated a buy call seeing a 4,350 target price, which implies a 17% of an upside. They see that the near-term prospect pipeline may lead to an order inflow beat. The company has guided for a 10% plus of an order intake guidance, which could easily be beat is what Citi is saying. So we'll continue to keep a commentary on this, and more of these 15,000 crore plus orders coming in is a positive for the business is what we are looking at.
Well, thanks so much for that, Anushi. But Tapan, let me come back to you. Any view that you have on L&T? We also had the recent, that they've, given their stake in the Hyderabad Metro back to the government. So that cash impact will now not be visible from quarter 2 and quarter 3 onwards. Do you think that this could be a good time to buy into the stock right now?
Yes, Puneet, L&T, I'm quite positive. If you see their mostly order book are coming from the international front. Middle East, they have a big market. They already had a order inflow of almost 94,000 crore, which is one of the highest. And the order book is growing by 33%. Now they are going to work on, of course, 20% growth is there in the construction and infra. And globally, they are getting lot of orders where the margin is on a higher side. So basically, they are also working on their operational leverage, which will help them to increase the margin. So margin resilience is helping their core business at the end of the day, and that is what I can see for the future also. And of course we know that capex at the domestic level is also going to go up, and government spending and all that. So L&T will be directly beneficiary of that. So of course I'm quite positive for L&T, and it's a safe stock and a decent return. Year by year it is giving. So I think one can hold this stock in their core portfolio also.
Got the view, Tapan, but viewers, time for another quick break. We'll be back discussing a lot more stocks. We have a couple of breaks lined up, but a lot more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, and wishing everyone a very, very prosperous Diwali. We are all very hopeful that this Diwali, Goddess Lakshmi will bless us with prosperity, but also we get the wisdom from Goddess Saraswati and the emotional resilience from Goddess Durga. Do watch me on the 10th of October at the NDTV Conclave.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं। उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
Well, welcome back to Profit Buzzers. Now, a key consumer story now. We go hands-on with the Meta Ray-Ban display glasses, and now that's largely because the next evolution of Meta's smart glasses now featuring a full colors heads-up display embedded in the right lens as well. My colleague Rishabh, reporting from the Global FinTech Festival, brings you this exciting update.
Right, I'm at the Meta stall here at the Global FinTech Fest. I'm sporting the Ray-Bans by Meta. These, of course, come with cameras, about a 12 megapixel camera, 32 GB storage in these babies. And what we're seeing is that I can play music, this completely voice-led. And I can just say, hey, Meta, I can hear some music right now in my ears. What I can also do is very interesting. I can ask Meta to take a photo of me. So I'll just say, hey, Meta, take a photo. Right, I have the photo that is coming in. It's asking me to import the photo right here on my phone, and here we go. We have the photo that has been captured by the Ray-Bans by Meta. So all of this is now available in India. We have a bunch of these designs. I'm wearing one that is white in color, and a bunch of these designs are now available in India. Game-changing technology.
Well, thanks so much for that, Rishabh, and definitely one that you want to get your hands on and those experiences as well. But back to the markets now. The capital goods space is in focus after brokerage firm Citi has actually initiated coverage on the space. Anushi is back with us with more on the report as well as what are the key stocks that they've initiated coverage on. Anushi, over to you.
Well, it's a clutch of names that we are looking at, wherein Citi has initiated coverage on these capital goods stocks. Now, the first one being L&T. They're seeing a 17% of an upside here. They've initiated a buy call on L&T, BL, HL, Cummins India as well, with the highest price target being for Bharat Electronics, wherein they're anticipating a 24% of an upside, followed by HAL, wherein they're seeing a 21% of an upside. However, if you look at Siemens, they've initiated a neutral call, wherein they're seeing about a 6% or also upside. But for ABB, they initiated a sell call, seeing a downside of around 8%. But let's analyze as to what they're saying for these individual companies. Now, when it comes to Cummins India, they continue to remain positive in terms of their power gen business outlook. In fact, they are seeing that data centers opportunity along with battery energy storage system foray could be growth drivers going forward as well. They in fact are projecting about a 15% of an EBIT CAGR growth over FY25 to 28 period. Coming to Bharat Electronics and HAL, the defense players, now they are seeing that both of these companies are deeply entrenched plays on India defense manufacturing theme. In fact, with Bharat Electronics RFP issued for their big 30,000 crore of a QR SIM order, this they expect to be booked by the fourth quarter of this fiscal. In fact, for Bharat Electronics, they're seeing about a 15% of EPS CAGR growth, with average return on equities being in the range of 26%. While coming to HAL, they're projecting that while the 7 times of book-to-bill revenue continues to provide order visibility, it's the execution concerns now that are troughing out. In fact, they're seeing that Tejas delivery ramp up from FY27 onwards would be a key catalyst for the next 6 months for the stock price as well. Now, coming to L&T, near-term prospect pipeline may lead to an order inflow beat. We just saw today that they've reported a 15,000 crore plus of an order. They've guided for a 10% of an order intake, which most of the analysts believe remains on the conservative side. But they are saying that apart from that, announcement of this next 5-year strategy should keep the overall sentiment positive for the stock. Lastly, we have Siemens Limited, wherein they believe that the competitor capacity expansion plans would cap some of these margin gains. Hence, we are looking at the neutral rating. While for ABB also, they are seeing more competitive intensity in terms of their major 2 segments. In fact, they are saying that the stock is corrected from the peaks on these moderating inflow guidance, growth and margin challenges as well. They'll continue to remain cautious on these elongating backlogs that they're seeing, which present some of that margin and execution timing risk as well, and hence the sell rating on this particular counter. So this is the overall perspective that we have for these whole list of capital goods stocks for you.
Well, thanks so much for that, Anushi. But, we still have Tapan Doshi with us, also welcoming Osho Krishnan, the Chief Manager, Technical and Derivative Research at Angel One. Osho, let me come to you first. We got the fundamental view on L&T from Tapan. Anything on the charts that suggests that we could start seeing a positive momentum? Because the stock has been hovering around this 35 to 3,700 rupee per share level. And also give us your view on BL as well as HAL. HAL got the fundamental boost with getting engines 404. As well as the new order as well. So any view on these 3 stocks?
Very good afternoon, Puneet. Firstly, thank you for having me at the show. Well, coming first to the technical perspective of L&T, then this counter has been hovering around the breakout levels of 3,700 odd zone. So I expect that in the short-term perspective, there is high possibility for a fresh breakout on the technical charts for L&T, and on the higher end, the intermediate resistance or intermediate potential target on the higher end can be seen around the zone of 3900 to 3950, looking at the momentum that the counter has been gaining from the past 4 weeks. So I'm expecting 3950 to be seen as the first target in the short term period. And even if it surpasses the zone of 3950, then from there onwards, another 150 points of rally can be seen from a medium term point of view. So currently it is at a very lucrative zone, and one can definitely try to accumulate the counter before it gives a breakout. Now coming to HAL, then this counter has seen a very strong momentum in the recent period, and after that there has been a strong consolidation also around the zone of 4800. So I expect the overall momentum on this counter to be on the bullish front, but not very much aggressive on the targets, because it is having a very strong nearby resistance levels of 4950, followed by 5050, 5100 kind of a zone. So these two will be the intermediate resistance for HAL. Breaking these two resistance, then only some kind of positive triggers can be seen. Overall, the outlook remains sideways to positive, and dip should be augur well for buyers in HAL. Now the third counter was BEL. Then BEL again on the technical front is into a very strong consolidation zone and awaits a breakout. So I'm expecting that, looking at the overall technical setup in this the chart structure, it depicts that from here onwards there is high possibility for a breakout, but one should wait for the zone of 415 to get crossover. Once it breaches the zone of 415 on a sustainable manner, then we can see a decisive breakout on the technical chart patterns, and from there onwards approximately 25 to 30 points of upside movement can be seen. So 450 to 55 will be the target that one can expect from medium term point of view.
Got the view, Osho. But Tapan, your quick view I want actually on the other capital good plays, because you've seen a larger underperformance from Cummins as well as from ABB India. Any view that you have on these two stocks? Do you recommend getting into them right now?
See, out of these two stocks, now I'll prefer Cummins India. Now, Cummins India, if you see, they now scaling a lot, and of course their export sales, almost going up by almost 30% and above. And last time the result was okay only. Of course, they had a high leverage last time, from last few quarters, but now they are slowly gradually reducing, and they are going to increase their export shares and increase their geographies also. And again, they are working on their hybrid and hydrogen engines, which will help them to increase the margin. Of course, if you see the Q1 growth was broad-based across the segment, but I think the export part, I think they are looking towards it, and operating leverage is going to improve hopefully. So I think the margin will get an expansion. So debt also slowly gradually they are working on, because that was the earlier a bigger issue. But I think if you compare ABB and Cummins, I think Cummins is stock to go. I think there the recovery will be coming fast. So my bet will be coming from here onwards.
Got the Tapan, but viewers, time for another quick break. Back in a jiffy on the other side.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
Welcome back to Profit Buzzers, but let's now put the focus on the insurance space now, because sources are telling NDTV Profit that the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has been considering a revision of third-party motor insurance premiums, and the proposed revisions could see some delays. However, discussions between stakeholders have so far seen limited clarity on this particular topic. Let's get in my colleague Pallavi to join us and give us more details. Pallavi, over to you.
Right, proposed revisions in third-party motor insurance premiums can see some delay. That's according to sources to NDTV Profit. We do already know that the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has been considering a revision of third-party motor insurance premiums, but the discussions so far have seen limited clarity as well as direction. That's according to the sources that we have been speaking to on this matter. One of the reasons that the discussions seem to have hit a roadblock of sorts is resistance from transport organizations who are not particularly in favor of upward revision of some of these premiums. Now, third-party insurance is basically a statutory requirement for all vehicle owners as per the Motor Vehicle Act, and insurance companies have on one side been asking for a revision to these third-party motor insurance premiums. On the other side, there's clearly a little bit of tussle with transport organizations being a tad resistant to any upward revisions. The Ministry of Road Transport and Highways was expected to make an announcement regarding these revisions sometime soon, but looking at what the scenario currently looks like, we might see some delay before these revisions kick in.
Well, thanks so much for that, Pallavi. But Tapan, anything you like in the general insurance space? ICICI, Lombard, Niva Bupa, amongst others, anything that you currently like?
Yeah, I like ICICI Lombard, no, because they had a good track record also. And if you see their retail and health insurance mix is quite good now, and they are having a growth on both. If you see motor premium also, it's growing by almost 13 to 14%, and health premium is going by almost 44% year on year. So there is a good demand there, especially for health insurance. No, after that tax exemption, GST cut, now you can see now the demand going up slowly and gradually also. And here also, if you see their ROE almost around 20%. So all these thing is actually favoring ICICI Lombard. Again, they have a very, very strict underwriting, tight underwriting, and the cost discipline is there, which is helping them to maintain the margins. Of course, new product lines and channels, they are increasing. So from here also, I think ICICI Lombard is in a much more better space. Even I like ICICI Lombard compared to life insurance company, because I feel that general insurance where the growth will be much more higher than even life insurance.
Osho, anything on the charts that suggest any movement in these stocks? Give us your view on something like a Niva Bupa as well. It's been in the news as well a lot.
See, overall, the insurance space has been into a very strong consolidation. There has been no positive traction in the recent period. Majority of the counters has been staggering in a very range-bound movement, specifically ICICI, Lombard, SBI, Life Science, SBI Life Insurance, all these counters are into a very strong consolidation zone. So until we see a decisive movement beyond and given a consolidation breakout, till that time, better to stay on the sidelines. We are not very much optimistic in the insurance space for the timing, but obviously once the breakout happens, then we need to check that whether there will be positive traction coming in the short-term period or not.
Got the view, Osho, but the IPO space has been one that's been a buzz each and every week, to say the least. 78 companies have actually raised collectively about 1.15 lakh crore rupees, and that's just in the main board market in 2025. Now, we have seen some mixed listings outcomes. Somit is joining us to give us a report card of IPOs in this year. Somit, over to you.
If you look at 2025, it has been a very strong year so far for IPOs. Obviously, we have not surpassed the number that we had seen last year. But again, with 2.5 months left, we could still easily surpass the 1.6 lakh crore that was the IPO amount raised in 2024. In 2025, 78 companies have raised close to 1.15 lakh crore. As I was mentioning, it is lower than what we had seen last year, where 91 companies raised close to 1.6 lakh crore rupees. But with 2.5 months, we could still surpass that number. Now, of the 78 companies, 75 have already listed on the exchanges, and of the 75 companies, 34 of them are still trading below the issue price that was announced. 11 of them are trading at a gain of just 1 to 10% compared to what the issue price was. 14 of them are trading between 11 to 30, 8 of them 31 to 50, and 5 of them are trading with a handsome gain of close to 51 to 100%, and just 3 of them are trading above 100% gains compared to what the issue price was. So not all the gains have been not that quite strong post the listing that we have seen. Now here's a list of companies that are trading at the steepest discount compared to their issue price. Omfret 36% discount compared to issue price, Glotus 35%, BMW Ventures 34%, and RS Infra Solution at a discount of nearly 29%. Then there is Gem Aromatics, Lakshmi Dental, VMS TMT, Jaro Institute, which are trading at a discount of anywhere between 21 to 25% compared to the issue price, and Mangal Electronics and Dev Accelerator are trading at a discount of 15 to 19% compared to the issue price. But as I was mentioning, not everything is bad. There are some companies that are trading at a good gains. Stallion India, gains of around 231% compared to issue price. Quality Power 144% of gains. Aditya Info 111%, and Aether Energy with gain of nearly 96% compared to issue price. Apart from that, there is Prostam, Bellrise, Urban Company, and Denta Water, which are trading with gains of around 58 to 88% compared to the issue price. And then there is NSDL and SmartWorks, which are trading with gains of around 44 to 50%. But if you look at the companies that had seen high amount of subscription number, in that the picture is not that great. Highway Infra, which was an InvIT, which was subscribed nearly 256 times, the gains are just 17%. Indofarm 159 times was the subscription data that had come in. The stock is trading at a premium of just 14%. Denta Water 58% of gains. IPO was subscribed 154 times. Stallion India, as we mentioned earlier, at 131 times of subscription, the gains are 231%, and in Standard Glass with 130 times of subscription, gains are just 27%. In this list, if you look at Regal Resources and VMS TMT, both these stocks saw a subscription of around 80 to 93 times, but both of them are sitting with loss of around 14 to 22%. Borana Weaves had seen a subscription of 80 times, but the gains are just 7%. While on the other hand, Quadrant Future and G&G Electronics were subscribed more than 100 times. Gains are around 35 to 43% so far.
Well, thanks so much for that, Somit. But we'll get a view from a guest, after a very quick short break as well. Stay tuned.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
रहमान सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems.
Welcome back to NDTV Profit. Before we thank our guest, Tapan, last, very quick view if you have on, some of the ones which have actually underperformed. Do you think that we could buy into some of the names like Lakshmi Dental or something, like Eris Infra, because they've been listed for a while, they've given one quarterly result. Anything, either of the names that you like?
No, I think Lakshmi Dental, you can look at it, but still I want to see another quarter result also, because, that stock has fallen a lot. Actually, though, it was a good prospective, but somehow, the results are not coming in line. And of course, you can say the valuation was on a higher side. But I think if you wait for one quarter, I think this is where, I think I'll watch. And if there is a movement here in next quarter, I think this is the stock which I wanted to buy.
Got that. So Tapan as well as Osho, thanks so much for joining in, giving us perspective across a bunch of stocks. But viewers, before we wrap up the show, another key update coming in from the Tata Trust Rift. Board is expected to meet on October 10th, and my colleague Shrimi is joining us with all the details. Shrimi, over to you.
Yeah, so the upcoming Tata Trust board meeting tomorrow is expected to focus on routine trust-related matter with no discussion likely on board appointment or renewal of trustees' terms. Sources tells NDTV Profit that decision to keep the agenda of tomorrow's meeting comes even as the term of some of the trustees, including Mehli Mistry, ends this month. His 3-year terms conclude on October 31st. However, the source is indicating that a decision on renewal of some of these trustees is unlikely at the upcoming meeting, and in fact, sources underline the fact that efforts are underway to calm tension and balance the internal power play that has emerged within the trust in recent months. In fact, the rift within Tata Trust, which collectively holds a controlling stake in Tata Sons, has reportedly drawn attention in New Delhi. We have been reporting about it, about the 4 top leaders meeting 2 cabinet ministers in New Delhi, with some hoping for an amicable resolution among trustees before, things escalate further. So, as we know the background as well, that 2 camps within Tata Trust is there, after that rift emerges. They have been witnessing some growing unease between 2 camps, and one camp is, of course, aligned with Noel Tata, emphasizing continuity and traditional governance values. But what sources at this point hinting that this meeting for now is expected to be a routine one, focusing primarily on the trust administration, funding updates and compliance review, while bigger governance calls are kind of not discussed until there is a greater consensus among the trustees.
Well, thanks so much for that, Shrimi. But viewers, with that, that's all the time we have on this edition of Profit Buzzers. Thanks so much for watching. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
the market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है और रहमान
Good afternoon. You're watching Small Cap Buzzers on NDTV Profit with me, Somit Sarkar, and my co-anchor Anushi. In the next half an hour, we'll take you through all the important small caps that have been buzzing in trade today. But before that, if you look at the markets, the Nifty is up around 100 points odd in trade, and this is largely led by the Nifty IT index. If you look at the Nifty IT index, nearly all the constituents are trading in green for the second consecutive day. In fact, the Nifty IT index that is up around 0.8%, around 300 points up in trade today, Anushi.
Yeah, so that's in terms of the benchmark indices is what we are seeing as even the sectoral indices. Of course, we will continue to watch TCS as well, which will be reporting its results. But in the broader markets also, we are seeing some bit of that recovery coming back. In fact, if you look at mid-cap and the small-cap indices, we are seeing gains of around 0.6% for mid-cap 150, while for small-cap 250 also, we are seeing about 0.2% of an uptick. Of course, a couple of buzzers that we are looking in trade today. If you are looking at the gainers, Usha Martin, PG Electroplast makes the cut. Along with that, Granules is also seeing strong gains of around 4% as well. In terms of the losers, however, NetWeb Technologies continues to trade in red for the second consecutive session that we are seeing cuts of around 5% is what we are seeing. ITI, BLS International also under pressure. Just want to quickly address some of these volume buzzers. We have GR Infra Projects buzzing on the back of an order win that we are looking at. Along with that, Latent View and Rainbow Children Care is also in focus on the back of these higher volumes that we are seeing. Also want to talk about GM Breweries now. Now this stock is buzzing on the back of its first quarter results. We've seen more than a 20% of an uptick in terms of where the revenue growth numbers are, or even margins have expanded subsequently. 16% is the kind of up move that we are seeing. Themis Medicare, along with that, Sattvic Green Energy also in focus on the back of its first quarter results. A couple of other stocks in focus today. So Samit, that's the overall picture that we are seeing for what's happening with the broader markets.
Well, let's welcome in Vimal Shah, MD and co-founder of Hubtown, our first management on the show today. Firstly, to start off with, sir, could you give us recent updates related to your projects? I believe in the morning you did come out with an announcement where you said that you have received OC for 2 Ghatkopar projects. Also, how are the pre-sales number looking like for the second quarter? Some updates on that front as well.
Good afternoon and thank you very much. We are on the track from whatever we had already said for the current year, that we will cross around 4,000 crores of sales during the current year. We are on track considering first 2 quarters numbers.
Okay. Seems to be some audio issue with the guest. Mr. Shah, I hope you can hear us. Okay. Just on that, I'll just speak about what's happening with Hubtown. Now, it's a real estate-based company that we are looking at with majority of their operations in Mumbai. They have about 7 completed projects, which total about 14 million square feet, while they have about 9 million square feet in rehabilitation area that we are looking at. Now, the company, as just Samit was speaking about, has received township, their Red Township has got occupancy certificate. This pertains to about 75% of the total area. That's what they've achieved the sales for this particular project. Along with that, in a couple of recent updates also that we are seeing, they've approved allotment of around 21 lakh shares. Along with that, they're also in focus on the back of the business restructuring, wherein they've completed asset consolidation as well. But Mr. Shah, you were just speaking about the Ghatkopar project, I believe. Can you give us an update in terms of what's happening there? What's the kind of pre-sales guidance that we are looking forward to?
Ghatkopar, we have already sold more than 9 lakh square feet, and we are on track for completing remaining 3 buildings which are there to be completed by January. And the 6th building will be completed by March. So we will have a 9 lakh square feet, which is already being developed there, which will be in the current year will come into the flow of the company.
So with that, if you can share us your overall guidance also in terms of FY26, what's the kind of guidance that you see for pre-sales as well as collections?
Pre-sales, we have already given guidance on the stock exchange that we will have around pre-sales. We are targeting a pre-sales of upward of 5,000 crores during this, including the 3 companies which we are merging into the main company. Of course, this is subject to statutory approval for the merging being received from appropriate authorities. But considering that those 3 large projects which are going to get amalgamated or which are proposed to be amalgamated into Uptown Limited, including the Ghatkopar Project 1, which is already a subsidiary, but we are enhancing our stakeholding to 90% and above. So considering that, we will have guidance of around 5,000 to 5,500 crores during the current year of the top line.
Okay, so that's on the guidance front that we are looking at. Just, you were speaking about the restructuring. 4 of these entities that we are looking at, want to understand the overall outlook in terms of how the launches are shaping for this. What's the kind of, even in terms of the other areas also, cash flow generation, debt reduction. This is where, it's important to track as well. Talk to us about what is exactly this business restructuring that you're doing and how do you expect to unlock opportunities from this?
The business restructuring which we are taking is, of course, we have already paid back all the nationalized banks' debt has been paid back. We are now no longer having any loans from any banks. We are also in a process of repaying all other loans, which are construction-linked loans, which are from NBFCs, and we should be repaying all those back in next 2 years from the internal accrual itself, which the company is having. Now, looking at the 3 large projects which we have proposed to amalgamate into the company through company acquisition, they will have overall sale value of about upward of 40,000 crores, which will be generated from these 3 companies which will get amalgamated along with the 3 projects which they have. So they are large projects, they are luxury markets, and and already in each of the project, we have achieved a substantial amount of sales already there. So considering all this, it was beneficial for Uptown to acquire those projects, and accordingly we have gone ahead. Of course, we have already got the enabling resolutions from the shareholders, and now the applications are pending with appropriate authorities to sanction the amalgamation.
Right, sir. Could you also tell us how is the debt situation looking like on the company's book right now? Is the debt already repaid, or there's still something pending even after the fundraise that you have done recently?
The debt which was earlier above 3,000 crore is now below 500 crores already, and these are all majorly linked with the construction which has to be done. So there is not much debt. Of course, when this is on the Uptown level.
So this will be, and the company will be 0 debt in the next, say, 6, 7 months, 8 months?
As far as Uptown is concerned, yes. But when we amalgamate those 3 projects, which are already coming with a huge sales turnover, so those debts will be then taken over by the company, which I was saying will get paid in next 2 years.
And what will be the amount of that debt?
That would be in the range of around overall around 2,000 crores.
Okay, so that's on the debt picture. Mr. Shah, also want to understand the overall business development potential that you're seeing in the next 2 years, which are a couple of launches that we should be watching out for in the second half of this fiscal as well.
We should be looking out for a launch which we will do, a luxury project in Thane, which is on the lake and on the Sanjay Gandhi National Park. It's one of the most beautiful location possible. We will be also launching Tower 5 of the company which is going to be amalgamated. That also will be launching. We will be launching 25 estates at Khalapur, which will for more than 350 acres of development on a plotted development basis with the bungalows, which will have a top line of around 2,500 crores or above. So all these projects which will be launching in next 3 months to 6 months.
Okay, and what's the overall gross development value of these projects that we are looking at?
I say the top line of those projects which we are either amalgamating or coming up should be in the excess of, over a period lifespan of those projects should be in the range of 50,000 crores plus.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Including Haptown's own project.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us and giving us the growth path ahead for Haptown. Let's welcome in Prashant Tapse, Senior VP Research Analyst with Mehta Equities. Prashant, you heard the management's strong growth outlook. They plan to become debt-free over the next 2 years, even after the merger that the company has planned. How are you looking at Haptown at the current value?
I think it's a wonderful opportunity with a small cap company like Haptown. The way they are going to expand into real estate as a sector, I think the management said the gross development value would be of 50,000 crores and the market cap is almost like 4,000 crores. I think they will be very much in action every quarter by quarter. The balance sheet is getting very stronger quarter by quarter, and then as the management said with respect to clearing all the debt, I think the fundamental story is getting created very strong for long-term investors. I am very much concerned only on one thing with respect to the execution. That would be the major part as an investor one should look at in this company on quarter by quarter. So overall, at this point of time, 300 a good value for long term.
Right. Thank you, Prashant, for that. With that, let's slip into a short break. We'll be back with more news on the other side.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
welcome back. You're watching Small Cap Buzzers. I'm Anushi Vakharia and with me is Samit Sarkar. Samit, interesting moves that we are seeing for SpiceJet now, and this is the back of block deal and other recent announcements as well. Talk to us about what's happening with this counter.
Anushi, if you look at SpiceJet, today we had a big block deal, close to 1.5 crore shares changed hands in multiple block deals in trade today, and post this we have seen this up move in the share price around 15% up. So there have been multiple recent announcements as well when it comes to SpiceJet. Firstly, they have launched new flights to key Indian destinations like Ayodhya, and these are originating from Delhi, Bangalore, Ahmedabad and Hyderabad. Along with that, they have also started new flights to routes like Port Blair and Udaipur, and these flights are starting from Delhi, Mumbai and Kolkata. So multiple new flights that they have added ahead of the main season for any airline company, that is the second half of any financial year. That's when the air traffic is quite strong. So before that, they have started these new flights, which is expected to add to the profitability or the revenue going forward. So that is one of the key triggers why we are seeing this kind of a move. Apart from that, if you look at the second quarter numbers, not much good is expected in the second quarter, given the fact that Q2 is seasonally weak quarter, and even in that the overall air traffic, if you look at in the second quarter, was down on a YY basis, and this is for the first time in many quarters that we have seen a YY decline in air traffic. If you look at the total air traffic, it was down around 1.2% on a YY basis in the second quarter, and because of the adverse currency movement, INR depreciated by nearly 3.5% in the second quarter. So this adverse movement that we have seen in the currency will also weigh on the profitability, given the fact that mostly 40 to 45% of a total cost for an airline company is dollar denominated, and if rupee depreciates, then their cost increases, because of which there could be a big forex loss that is expected in the second quarter. So SpiceJet might not report profit in the second quarter, but overall the outlook continues to remain strong, given the fact that the company is looking to add more capacity. They are planning to add nearly 5 new Boeing aircraft, and this will clearly aid the second half of the financial year for SpiceJet. Apart from that, overall the air traffic is expected to be quite strong in the second half, so that is also another key positive coming in. But do remember, these positives will play out in the second half of financial year. In the second quarter number, in fact, that is expected to be on the weaker side, given the fact that there could be a big forex loss for SpiceJet. Now, if you look at how analysts are viewing this counter, only 1 buy rating, 2 hold, 1 sell. The consensus target price stands at around 34 rupees, which suggests an upside of just 4 to 5% from the current levels. Prashant, SpiceJet, have you tracked this counter? Do you see there could be more upside from the current levels?
Yes, I continue to have a very positive outlook on the company SpiceJet as well as on the aviation industry. If you rightly pointed out, first half of this financial year was not so good for the airline as a sector. But again, I think SpiceJet has done a lot of new activities with respect to launching new routes, as well as reforming their balance sheet to get to better software and better stronger. So I think despite having many operational or regulatory issues, the company is trying to maintain the new plan going forward for H2. So that is giving a lot of confidence for an investors to have some kind of faith in that. But again, the concerns will remain with respect to their operationals as well as the regulatory issues. But again, I think the second half can deliver some kind of minimizing their losses, which can have some kind of full year effect. So overall, with 30 rupees as the price, the valuation looks very attractive for a new risky investors to look at, for at least for medium term to long term.
Okay, so that's the view on SpiceJet. Let's talk about Indosolar now. Now, the stock is again locked in an upper circuit is what we are looking at. But do keep in mind that this stock has been in focus on the back of multiple OFS by its parent company, Waaree Energies. In fact, the last OFS happened at a price of around 600. So if you're just looking at gains on the overall last 1 to 2 months perspective, we'll see strong returns. But do keep in mind that it's a 600 OFS price that we are looking at. Just to decode all these details, Varsha joins us.
Thank you so much for that. The stock is trading at a volume of 4x of its 30-day average. Now, it's hit continuous upper circuit from June 19, 2025, where it was relisted or the trading had been started after, suspended earlier. Now, acquisition, if you see, by Waaree Energy and strong financial turnaround has drove investor confidence when it comes to Indosolar. Now, let's talk about this stake sale by Waaree Energy. So, Waaree Energy sold 1.15% stake at 10 rupees per share via OFS on June 5th and 6th, and the part of the process was to meet the minimum shareholding requirement. So as of today, if you see, the stake of Waaree Energy in Indo Solar stands at around 75%. Well, this sale, by Waaree Energies increased the market participation and stock liquidity also. Stock gained sharply post OFS, if I were to talk about, and consistent buying and limited supply led to daily upper circuit. So this is the reason why you're seeing upper circuit since June 19. Now the major OFS was done at a premium valuation. First OFS, if you see, was priced at 265 per share. Then after that, a second larger OFS was priced at around 500 per share, wherein the retail investors bought at a cutoff price of around 612 on September 19. So overall, because of the multiple OFS done by Waaree Energy, and had led to the increased liquidity and market participants when it comes to Indo Solar.
Well, thank you for that, Varsha. Prashant, your quick take on this particular counter?
Again, the demand is very high and the supply is very less. Obviously, the promoter is selling very small stakes in these kind of OFSs. So any company which is into solar PV cells, I think this demand will continue to hold. But again, despite having some kind of limited resources in terms of financials, difficult to comment for long term. But again, looking at these OFSs, I think the long term looks very better.
Okay, thanks for that, Prashant. But it's time that we quickly slip into a short break. We'll be right there, so keep watching NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Welcome back. You're watching Small Cap Bazaars on NDTV Profit. Now, the lesser known Jindal Group names have gone wild in trade. Some of them have hit a 20% upper circuit. Stocks like Jindal Poly, Jindal Polyfilms, Jindal Photo and Jindal Worldwide all are buzzing in trade. What could be the potential reason behind this, or what's the connection between these companies? Let's get in Jasmeet with all those details.
Well, right, yes, thank you for that. We will get into the integrities and understanding each of Jindal companies. Let's quickly understand the trading volume of those companies. Starting off with Jindal Poly Investment, which is trading at 110 times on a 20-day average. When it comes to Jindal Poly Films, it's trading at 120 times, and Jindal Photo at 20, and Jindal Worldwide at 40 times on a 20-day average. Now, talking about what the company does, while the Jindal Poly Investment is an investment company of the entire group that handles the investment, whatever they have parked in each of the companies. The market cap of this company stands at 111 odd crores, 1,100 odd crores. While stock performance over the last 6 months, the stock is up nearly 43%, and over a year, stock is still trading up at 40 odd percentage. The next company is Jindal Poly Films. While this company deals in flexible packaging and specialty for film sector, they produce various film reels. That's example BOPET, BOBP, NCBP, and thermal and other coated films. Now, in terms of the market capitalization of this particular company, it stands at 2,700 odd crores. And in terms of stock performance for this company, the stock is nearly down at 2 odd % over 6 months, and over a year the stock is down 20%. When it comes to Jindal Photo, the company's core business involves having strategic investments made in other companies. While the company was originally a photographic business and now they have shifted to an investment business, that's the business of Jindal Photo. And in terms of market capital, the capital for this particular company stands at 1,400 odd crores. Now, in terms of the performance of this particular stock, it's nearly up 96%, almost double in 6 months, while in terms of the full year basis, it's up nearly 80 odd percentage. Now, lastly, Jindal Worldwide. While this company is engaged in textile sector altogether, while textile has been in buzz recently given the tariff and the other rate cuts. While if you look at the company manufactures denim fabric and other shirting materials into premium businesses. In terms of market capital for this company, it stands at 2,000 odd crores. While in terms of stock performance, the stock is nearly down 43% over last 6 months, and over a year, it's down 40 odd percentage. So this is all about Jindal stocks in trade.
Prashant, quickly your view on these counters, Jindal Poly, Jindal Polyfilms, Jindal Photo and Jindal Worldwide. Any view on them?
I think overall one day every stock is up. It is a surprise to see for an investor to see like this high volumes and all. I think Jindal Poly can be a one stock one should focus more on, as now the company is turned out to be an investment company. So there will be a lot of value unlocking for a shareholders to like the way how Tata investments are done in the recent times. So I think focus should be more on the Jindal Poly investments. But I think there was a news saying about the ED news in the market, and maybe there is some news in the market that may have some kind of positive implications about all the allegations being false in the nature. So I think that would be the reason why all these stocks are up today in the nature.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Prashant. But that's all the time that we had on this edition of Small Cap Buzzers. Stay tuned for India Market Close, which is coming up next.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूँ, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, द बेस्ट ऐप टू यूज इज द एनडीटीवी ऐप।
Welcome, you're watching India Market Close here at NDTV Profit. I am Mahima Vajrajani and with me is Hiral Dadia. Well, tides have turned for the markets for sure today. After seeing the kind of pain we saw in the past couple of days, the Nifty 50 now trading around 0.5% higher, well above the 25,100 levels, 170 points above the 25,000 levels as well. The Bank Nifty also seeing gains of about 0.3%, hovering in that 56,200 odd range. Let's try to pull up the Nifty heat map and see as to how and what counters are buzzing in trade today. Well, a lot of green on the chart for sure. There's a IT name like HCL Tech, which is doing very well in trade today, up 2.4%. There's JSW Steel, there's Tata Steel, some metal counters doing fairly well. There's SBI Life, Interglobe Aviation seeing gains about 1.6%. Kotak Mahindra Bank, Sun Pharma, Max Health all seeing gains about 1.4 to 2%. But something that's under pressure, your Tata Motors continues to be under pressure, down by about 1.1%. There's Axis Bank, which is also down by about 1%. Maruti Suzuki also down by about 0.7%, and Titan today seeing some profit booking. Let's try to pull up the sectoral heat map because that will give us a picture as to how the entire sectors are doing right now. The entire sector segment, the metals is leading the pack, up 1.8%. Healthcare, pharma, fairly doing well after the Trump news that's come in on generics. There's Nifty Defense today in the green, up almost 1%. Nifty IT also ahead of earnings. You'll see TCS earnings coming today, up around 0.8 odd percent. But something that's under pressure is the Nifty Consumer Durable Space, which is down by about 0.07 odd percent. Let's try to pull up the advanced decline ratio and go to Hiral because this is giving a picture as to how the broader markets are doing. Largely even Stevens is what we're seeing, Hiral.
Absolutely, even Stevens is what your advanced decline ratio is indicating. And auto, consumption, these are absolutely directionless in today's session. So that's a space that is very interesting. Broader markets, let's just pull up mid-cap 150 and then you'll have the small-cap 250 as well and see what the trend is looking like at the day's highest level. So it's not only your benchmarks, but your broader markets are also firing across engines. SpiceJet, 14 to 15% up move coming in on this one. The stock is trading at the day's highs. You have Strides Pharma as well, which is seeing some good moves. Usha Martin, Motilal Oswal, Vari Renewables, all of these counters, good moves there. What's losing out? NetWeb. NetWeb actually had a very good run up in the last 1 month and now it's started to see some bit of profit booking in today's session as well. 7% downtick coming in on a NetWeb. Mostchip is another one which is down in trade. You have ITI trading under pressure today as well as a Paradip Phosphates which is down and about. But let's also get in Kush Bora. Kush, welcome to the show. Yesterday we were discussing about what direction one should be taking in terms of markets and you were pretty much firm that yes, you would be someone who would be looking at markets from an entry perspective. And I think if someone heard your advice yesterday would be making money today as well. You are at the day's highest levels. What would your strategy be then today?
Hi, Hiral. First of all, very good afternoon to you and to all the viewers and thank you for making my day already. Yes, you're right. We did discuss the buy on dips strategy for the last couple of sessions has been working out. We spoke about how 25,000 is a good entry point for the Nifty. If you see the low yesterday was about 25,008. The low today was 25,24. 20-day moving average support kicking in. However, now what's starting to happen is 25,200, 25,250, which technically is a resistance, is also starting to show up in the options data, where 25,200 has built up massive, call option positions. So until this level is taken out, 25,250 in particular, I think, you should still apply this buy on dips kind of a strategy. So any further position that you need to take should either be taken close to 25,000 or if the momentum kicks in and Nifty is able to surpass 25,250 with a gusto and preferably even close above that, that's when you go long for targets of 25,500 and 25,600. So that's the view on Nifty. I think Bank Nifty, Hiral, I think what you and I were discussing yesterday, about FII buying in the IT sector, they seem to have, heard it, where banks still continue to consolidate. But you know what, I'll take that as a positive, a healthy sign, because they've also had a good run, in the last 7-8 odd sessions. So this is a good time to accumulate Bank Nifty as well. 56,000, 58,500 is a good zone. Keep a tight stop loss at 55,500. The next leg of up move could take Bank Nifty to 56,600 and 57,000 levels.
Okay. Kush, what about the trades that you're looking at right now? Are they buying trades?
Sure. Hi, Mahima. With all that enthusiasm, they have to be buy trades, right? I mean, it would be contrary if I said anything else. Yes,
sure.
they are indeed buy trades. THCL is one of them. The stock's done well in the last month and a half, continues to gain ground. Today, it's broken above the 200-day moving average, which was proving to be a resistance for the past 3 to 4 sessions. And the volumes have also, seen an uptick. So GHCL for targets of 636 and 654 and a stop loss around the 600 mark, is a buy. The other one is KEI Industries. Here too, we've seen a good run up. The stock's taken support at the 50-day moving average and moved higher. The 20-day moving average also being taken out. So this momentum could well take the stock to 43.25 and 43.90, and the stop loss is around the 41.80 mark.
Okay, so KEI Industries, interesting pick coming in on that front. But on to our stock of the day, we have Sathvik Green Energy. Now, what's interesting over here is on the back of the earnings, the stock is actually locked in upper circuit. So not an opportunity for any investors to look at in today's session. But let me head across to Varsha to understand what's really working for this company. It's a recent listing as well. Varsha, over to you.
Thank you so much for that. The stock, as of Q1 FY25, if you see, the stock has given very strong set of numbers. Let's see what are the key highlights. If you see, the revenue growth that you're seeing is led by higher capacity utilization, and the EBITDA impact that you're seeing, there's been sharp increase when it comes to EBITDA margin. This is due to improvement due to cost efficiencies. Now, also, if I want to talk about the order book as of today stands at around 4 gigawatt, and they are on track when it comes to phase 1 of 4 gigawatt Odisha facility. So they are on track for commission as of Q4 FY26. Now, talking about just a set of numbers, revenue is up 3.7%, while if you see EBITDA is up almost 5.4x. Margins, if you see, is around 19% versus 13% last year. So sharp uptick, when it comes to margin, and net profit is up almost 5.5x at 119 crore. Now, what this company does, they are into solar PV modules. They are also going into cell manufacturing also. They are also into EPC, and the operational capacity, if you see, stand at around 3.8 gigawatt when it comes to their module capacity. Talking about their expansion plans, let's see what company is doing, because over here in 2017, if you see, they started off with 125 megawatt of capacity. Fast forward to 25, if you see, they have extended to almost 3.8 gigawatt capacity in June 2025. Now on to FY26, if I want to talk about, they are setting up almost 1 gigawatt of capacity in Ambala, and they're planning 4.8 gigawatt of capacity when it comes to their Odisha plant also. Now, lastly, what is way forward when it comes to Sathvik Green? They are actually backward integrating into cell manufacturing. Even every module company, they are backward integrating into cell, wafers, ingots, which will eventually lead to margin expansions for this module and cell making company. They're also focusing on export growth and EPC services also. They're going to build a strong brand, for solar panels. And lastly, the one thing that they are focusing on is entering into new segments. So overall, if you see a good set of numbers that the company has given, the sharp uptick in margin, will this margin be sustainable is what we need to be watch out for.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Sustenance of margins is something you should be watching out for. Kush, I know there is no opportunity to enter the stock in today's session. We're looking at levels of 551. Let's just pull up a longer term chart, from the time it listed to now. You'll see the number of days and the kind of moves that have come in. Anything that you would want to add, because I know you don't have enough data on this one?
Yeah, Hiral, I'm afraid, Satvik Energy is something I'm going to have to give a miss. But what I can do is I can give an update on MCX. The reason I mentioned that is because this stock is what we've been discussing for the last two sessions. That, it's a buy, consolidation is on. You might as well buy now so that, you get a breakout. Today, the second target of 8,600 has been achieved and the stock is flying high. So that's one thing that you can keep on radar. And I think we expect a similar move in Larsen and Toubro L&T as well, which was also discussed on the channel about a couple of sessions ago. So have to give Satvik a miss, but MCX and L&T good updates.
Yeah, I mean, MCX at the day's highest levels, L&T as well on the back of order wins. In fact, the recent order wins that have come in as well, Anushi was clearly indicating with the existing order book, the additional ones which are not accommodated only, it's just firing on all engines. So that's something we should be watching out for as well. But let's quickly slip into a short break. We'll be right back with lots more updates. Please stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and back with India Market Close. Now on the day of day 3 of Global FinTech Festival, Route Mobile EVP Tushar Agnihotri shared the post-acquisition insights highlighting successful cross-selling after integration with Proximus. Meanwhile, Zaggle upgraded its FY26 guidance to 35 to 40% with the CEO discussing strong organic growth and acquisition-led expansion in a conversation with NDTV Profit's Rishabh Bhatnagar. Listen in.
After the acquisition, which happened in, almost a year back now, we've got learnings which are coming away from 3 entities. Now, the holding company of Route Mobile is Proximus Global.
with them, there are two other entities, BIX and Telesign. They have a presence in large markets, so we're getting good learnings from those markets. BIX come in with their own stack, Network API Conera, which we launched today, is another, news product available for us to sell in the Indian market, South Asian market, which I represent. So a lot of good things coming away, a lot of good learnings coming our way, and the experience which they have in different markets, we're taking it to the markets where we are present, Route Mobile is present,
Mr. Agnihotri, there's also a new launch of Conera, like you mentioned, geared towards cybersecurity. What is the sort of, what do you intend to do with Conera? What was the thought behind it?
See, we basically working along with telecom operators who have access to data of the end users. Of course, with their permission, we will be able to monetize this. When I say permission of the end users, we'll be able to make best of it. We'll be able to fetch information to the brands, to BFSI or non-BFSI e-com customers, some insights which are not readily available to them. I can give you some examples like KYC verification. And of course, with the permission of the end user who's applying for a certain product of a bank, we can fetch this information from a telecom operator and give these inputs, which otherwise will come to the banks at a cost. So those are a few things which we intend to bring to the BFSI and other sectors here.
So Avinash, there's a fundraise that Zaggle has gone through, about 60 crores. What's the plan with that, A? And also talk about the couple of partnerships that have come in terms of Forex card, and what else have you been doing by partnering with the other various fintechs?
Sure. So the fundraise is basically warrants that Bennett and Coleman are investing about 40 crores. And 20 crores is the promoter group at a price of 567 rupees. So it's a significant premium, and it's basically the belief that we have in our stock and company. I think reflects in that warrant price of 567 compared to what the current price is.
So that's the management of Route Mobile and Zaggle. Kush, Route Mobile, Zaggle, both these counters, if you see Route Mobile trading under pressure, where are the days those? Zaggle as well, there has been somewhat of interest in between. What would you advise investors to do with both these counters?
Yeah, it's just stay away from both of these names. You're right. Route Mobile hasn't done anything. In fact, for a while now, it's below the listing price of whatever it was in 2015. So massive sell-off, and hasn't recovered in the last many years. So definitely an avoid. Zaggle again had a rally, but that's giving way. Nothing much to support that. The bottom formation is in place. So I would for now suggest a strong avoid on Route Mobile. Zaggle also very similar, but yeah, you could look for support levels here, but no entry recommended at the current levels.
Okay, no entry recommended at current levels in both these counters. But we'll quickly slip into a short break. Stay tuned. We'll bring you all the chatter behind the dealing room in our next segment. Heard on Street with Samit Sarkar.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
Welcome back. You're watching India Market Close on NDTV Profit. Let's quickly look at what the markets are doing at this hour. It's an interesting day because if you see the intraday charts of Nifty 50 as well, we've hit the day's highest levels and again started to see some minor profit booking that is coming in there. Let's pull up Bank Nifty and then we'll see what sectors are actually pulling markets lower. Similar trend coming in terms of Bank Nifty as well. Let's just quickly look at the individual contributors on Nifty 50 because that will give you an idea of which are the stocks which are contributing on the downtick. Axis Bank, HDFC Bank, so it's the banking majors which are pulling your Nifty 50 lower. Along with that, some bit of pressure coming in from a Bharti Airtel as well as a Maruti as well. What's holding up is Reliance Industries, L&T on the back of that ultra mega order win that they've got. Kotak Mahindra Bank and ICICI Bank are also on the other side of the axis. So strong moves on that front. So that's a market where you're seeing an absolute 50-50 divide. You know, even Stevens is what the market breadth is also looking like so far. But with that little bit of profit booking that is coming in, are your declines actually increasing versus your advances is the question from here on. But moving on, few of the newsmakers in trade today, from an Ashoka Buildcon to a Garuda Construction and L&T. Jasmeet joins us with all the details. Jasmeet, 3 buzzers. What are you picking up?
Well, right, yes, thank you for that. The first one on my list would be Ashok Buildcon. Well, the company buys Macquarie's stake in the subsidiary. Well, this gives a partial exit for the Macquarie investors. The stake bought for CCD worth rupees 880 odd crores, while deal is to be executed by October end. Now, if you look at the other stock is Garuda Construction, well, the company gets a construction order worth rupees 144 crores, and this order is by Orbit Venture Developers. This would develop a particular property in Mumbai, and this is to be executed in the next 36 months. While the last one on my list is L&T, given that the L&T gets an order worth 15,000 crore rupees. The order is in the field of hydrocarbon and onshore business. Well, this is to set up the industry in Middle East. If you look at the brokerages that have come up and given their point of view for this particular order of L&T, is that the city initiates a buy with a target price of rupees 4,350, which is a nearly upside of 14%. Well, what they see is the 70% EBIT compounded growth is something positive over FY 24 to 28. So these are the 3 stocks in my radar for today.
Thank you for that, Kush. Any view with regards to where L&T goes? Because that's an interesting one that we are watching out for. Ashoka Buildcon, Garuda Construction. Slightly smaller names on that front, but L&T is something which is seeing strength.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, as I mentioned just a while ago, L&T was a call that we discussed just 2 sessions ago, 4 targets of 38.25, 39.20, 36.60 being the stop loss. I think there was a minor resistance around 3,700 mark, which gets taken out today with this order win push, and the stock could chart new territories. Also, L&T is a stock that you want to keep in your portfolio in volatile times like these, for margin of safety. So yes, I do recommend, L&T for, momentum trade as well as a positional bet. Among the other 2, Garuda and Ashoka Buildcon, I think Garuda is showing signs of breakout. So yes, while it did come off the high point of the day of about 209, I think there is momentum that is starting to build up in this. Keep a stop loss around the 190 mark. Ashoka Buildcon still has a falling trendline resistance and perhaps could consolidate sideways.
Kush, the Nifty defense is seeing decent gains today. Anything in that space that is looking attractive on the charts right now?
So, for me, defense right now is more of a positional bet. You've had a good bit of correction and then a good bit of recovery, and then you're seeing some consolidation for the last 15 sessions or so. But I think what this confirms is that there is a good bottom formation that's happened. These stocks have had their time-wise correction as well. Now they're looking looking up. So if I were to pick just 2 names from this, the leaders, BEL and HAL. These are the two that stand out. But mind you, I would still suggest more of a positional bet with a 5 to 7% kind of an upside and a 3 to 4% kind of a stop loss on these, rather than just play for pure near-term momentum. That just seems to be missing right now. So more of a positional bet in HAL and BEL.
And what about something like a NetWeb technology? We've seen the kind of run up for this counter for the past couple of days. Today it is seeing profit booking down by about 6.5 odd percent. Do you think today is just a one-off profit booking and the momentum is here to stay, or it's time to book your profits?
No, see, there was definitely time to book profits yesterday, day before, today. Also, the stock starting to see, that selling pressure. You're right. This is more of profit booking, but because of the run up that the stocks already had, even if we take this last 2 months data, the stocks run up more than 100%, right? So I think some more sell off cannot be ruled out. I would actually be more keen on accumulating this stock around the 3750, 3800 level. So wait for some more dip, some more correction to come in. It's had a strong run up. The volumes are strong. The charts and the medium term structure is still intact. It's just that after a massive run up, some more cooling off cannot be ruled out. So I wouldn't read too much into the move that's come about. In fact, I would suggest that it's a healthy one. Wait for a decline towards 3800 odd levels and look for a fresh entry opportunities in NetWeb.
Okay, almost at its day's low point as we speak, down by about 6.3 odd percent for NetWeb Technologies. But shifting focus to an exclusive story. Sources tells NDTV Profit that the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has been considering a revision of third-party motor insurance premiums, and proposed revisions could see some delay. However, discussions between stakeholders have so far seen limited clarity, and Pallavi joins us with more details on this one. Pallavi?
Right, proposed revisions in third-party motor insurance premiums can see some delay. That's according to sources to NDTV Profit. We do already know that the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has been considering a revision of third-party motor insurance premiums, but the discussions so far have seen limited clarity as well as direction. That's according to the sources that we have been speaking to on this matter. One of the reasons that the discussions seem to have hit a roadblock of sorts is resistance from transport organizations who are not particularly in favor of upward revision of some of these premiums. Now, third-party insurance is basically a statutory requirement for all vehicle owners as per the Motor Vehicle Act, and insurance companies have on one side been asking for a revision to these third-party motor insurance premiums. On the other side, there's clearly a little bit of tussle with transport organizations being a tad resistant to any upward revisions. The Ministry of Road Transport and Highways was expected to make an announcement regarding these revisions sometime soon, but looking at what the scenario currently looks like, we might see some delay before these revisions kick in.
Thank you so much for that. This is an interesting aspect that one should be looking at as well, because you're talking about a revision when it comes to third-party motor insurance premiums as well. And the proposed revisions could see some bit of a delay. So that's what we're talking about with regards to where the insurance aspect goes. Let's just quickly look at a Confidence Petroleum. There has been a search by the IT department. So there are search and seizure operations that are being conducted at the residential premises of promoters and the directors. The stock is at the day's lowest levels, cuts of 5% coming in there. IT department is conducting search and seizure operations at 7 locations is what we're picking up with regards to Confidence Petroleum, and this is at the company's office and the plant as well. Can we just have a 1 month chart of this company and see what Confidence Petroleum has actually done in the last 1 month? Because the stock is under pressure today, but yeah, there you go, 13-14% downtick already in terms of this counter. I know, Kush, there is a news flow to it with regards to IT department conducting search and seizure operations. Are you seeing further weakness on the charts as well? Because this was not something which was anticipated from a fundamental perspective, but what are charts indicating?
In fact, if you dial back the clock about a year and a half, early 2024, the stock touched a high of 120, and ever since has been under this relentless selling. So, while the near-term move that you're seeing today is, of course, because of this, news flow, the stock's not done anything. In fact, it's just lost a lot of ground and destroyed a lot of value. I would suggest an avoid. Anyway, from a technical standpoint, the long-term support zones for this stock came, at about 50, 45, between those zones. Even that's broken today. So nothing to write home about. I would suggest an avoid on Confidence Petroleum.
Okay, all right. So that's with regards to where Confidence Petroleum is concerned. Clearly, the stock nearing its day's low point, down by about almost 5% as we speak, post the announcement as well. Kush, the other counter that's doing well is Jindal Polyfilms. It's up 9% as we speak. There's also counters like Sandur Manganese that's been doing well. PG Electroplast, which is seeing gains of what, 7.5%. Out of these three names, anything that is looking attractive on the charts and probably the momentum is here to stay?
Yeah, I'd suggest amongst the three, PG Electroplast, after whatever happened, with the company about 2 months ago, lost a lot of ground. You're seeing a steady recovery. Today also the stock is up on fairly decent volumes, 20-day moving average being taken out. If a close does come above these levels, of 550, you would see the continuation of this momentum to 575, 595 kind of levels also, positionally even higher. So PG Electroplast, I beg your pardon, has been on my radar for some time. Because of whatever's happened, the risk-reward ratio is fairly attractive. You could keep a positional stop at 500, and as I said, wait for much longer positions levels. But for now, 575, 595 definitely, is where the momentum could take it. Sandur Manganese also big move, but the risk-reward ratio doesn't seem as favorable, and Jindal Poly, the moves not being as sustainable. So I would keep it on my radar, but I wouldn't buy into this.
Electroplast, Jindal Films, Jindal Poly, few of the names that have been buzzing in trade as we speak. Let me just pull up few of the other names which are actually on our radar. If you just have the contributors on your screens on Nifty 50, because it's an interesting move. You have two banks which are on the losing end. Kotak and ICICI are the ones which are gaining. HDFC, Axis Bank are on the other side of the axis. Kush, if you have to see this divergence in the private banking space right now between HDFC, Axis and the other two, what would you advise investors to do and where would your bets be? Kush, you're on mute.
My bad. I'm very clear in terms of what kind of trades. HDFC and ICICI are more of positional bets right now. ICICI is very close to the 200-day moving average support zone. So yes, you could consider this from a medium-term perspective. Keep a stop loss around the 1340 mark and, hold for 1425, 1475 kind of levels. Similar view for HDFC Bank, more of a positional bet. I think one stock which could surprise on the upside is Axis Bank. And, we did see that spark in it, some sessions ago, crossed the 1200 mark. Now seeing some profit booking for the last couple of sessions. I think once it comes close to the 1150, 1145 zone, the 20-day moving average, some support will kick in and you can look at, a fresh buy, a fresh long initiation from around those levels. So HDFC and ICICI, a must have from a medium-term perspective. For a trade and a catch-up rally, Axis Bank is something that you should keep on your radar.
So Axis Bank on your radar. The stock, though, at the day's lowest levels, so probably time to accumulate soon. Let's quickly slip into a short break. We'll be right back with more strategies from Kush Bora. Stay tuned.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
समझो जरा भी प्यास जिसके हम ना हो। जान रहे दिल ये तो जान दी है तू मेरे तू।
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Welcome back. You're watching India Market Close on NDTV Profit. But let's quickly look at a Tata Steel on the screens. An interesting move that you're seeing on this counter because the stock is trading at the day's highest levels as we speak. 2.5% up move coming in there. If you see in terms of what's happening, now the EU has actually proposed doubling tariff on steel imports to 50%. This is something that we have been talking about since quite a few days. Vansh has been getting us all the details. Now, what they've said is that the proposal will actually go ahead and boost your will actually boost the import tariff to 50%. Now, this is up from the existing temporary rate of 25% on the quotas. What will this actually mean? It will apply to imports which are once certain, volume is actually reached. So there is no quantum right now that they're talking about. Now, why this is positive for Tata Steel? Because the European duty should actually lead to a price hike in steel in the European market. Higher steel prices will actually be favorable for a Tata Steel's European operations as well. And that's the reason why you're seeing this kind of a move. In fact, if you talk about ArcelorMittal as well, that stock in the markets, it hit a high of around 5 to 6% in yesterday's session. The differential between global steel companies versus the Indian steel companies is quite a lot. So whether the Indian steel companies will do the catch-up rally as well with global steel makers is the key question we have from here on. Let's also get in Aditya Shah of Hercules Advisors. Aditya, what is your view on our Tata Steel and the European Union proposing tariffs, that's doubling of tariffs on steel products as well, when they're talking of imports, its impact on a Tata Steel?
So I don't track the stock, so will not be able to comment on it.
Okay. Kush, anything that the charts would tell you in terms of Tata Steel?
Yeah, good move today. The stock was trending higher for the last few sessions, and 175 was a mark which it had some trouble crossing. For the last 2 weeks or so. Today it's above that. A closing, I suspect, would push the stock towards 180, 184 kind of levels. Volatility cannot be ruled out in metal names, as we're all aware. But if I were to pick, a couple of stocks from this space, Tata Steel would definitely be one of them, and the other one would be JSW Steel. A close above 175 would take it to higher levels of 1200 and higher. So yes, Tata Steel has broken above the 175 resistance, which bodes well from a near-term perspective.
Okay, all right. So that's the view with regards to where Tata Steel is concerned, and of course the technical aspect of Tata Steel. But the other counter that has been in focus today is Senco Gold, and this is on the back of its Q2 business update, which have not met the expectation of the street, and that is why we're seeing the kind of pressure on the stock that we've seen throughout the day. And it's the right time to do a bull versus bear case for this particular counter. As I mentioned, the growth has come at 6.5% versus a full year guidance of 18 to 20% that the management has earlier also said. But having said that, the management is confident of achieving that 18 to 20% growth of top line in FY26 despite of Q2 being on a lower foot, and they have said that overall Q3 will be the strongest quarter for them. Moving on in terms of what's happening with regards to where the trends are concerned. Customers, management has said that customers for them have been delaying in terms of buying jewelry because of rising gold prices, but that's not something something like a Titan has come out and said, because peers like Titan have in fact outperformed the kind of expectations that the street had. So that's something that's not worked for Senco Gold, and that's something that one needs to look at as well. In terms of where the investor interest is concerned, FIs have been selling the stake in the counter 14% in March 24 versus that of a 6.7% in June 25. But on the other side, DIs have been showing some interest in the counter and have been buying stakes. So it stood at around 7.5% in March 24, which has increased to 12.5%, 12.7% in FY25. Now, with regards to where the overall analyst recommendations are concerned, there is 4 buy calls, 3 hold calls, and 0 sell calls right now, with a return potential of 43%. But Kush, you know what, I'll come to you on this one specifically. If we look at a 1-year chart, the stock is nearly down by about 54%. But in terms of, the valuations right now, where it is sitting at, it is better than peers. Your view with regards to where the charts are concerned, and do you think it's found its bottom?
No, Mahima, not nearly so. Because if you see, the last time around the stock dipped this, this fast, it found support near the 300 mark. I wouldn't be surprised to see the stock test those levels once again, because be it on the back of the update that's come about, the stock seeing a downtick from the current levels, also on the back of good volumes. Every rise towards the 20-day moving average, 50-day moving average has been taken as an opportunity to exit out of this stock. So maybe around the 300 level, the stock could find support, but an immediate uptick on this one from a very near-term perspective seems very unlikely, especially if you compare, as you rightly did, with someone like a Titan, which has given a good update and thus, a good rebound. I would also be keen on looking at something like a PN Guardgill, because very good moves on this one for the last 5 sessions, volume backed, momentum very strong. So from a near-term perspective, I think a PN Guardgill makes more sense. From a medium-term perspective, a Titan makes more sense. So hence, Senco Gold, with whatever it's done so far, is very much an avoid or a wait and watch at best.
So PN Guardgill from a near-term perspective, and from a medium-term perspective, Titan is where the charts are looking attractive. But Aditya, PN Guardgill, Kalyan, as well as your Senco Gold and Titan have come out with their business updates. Anything in the jewelry space that you're liking?
Good stocks here are really very expensive. Companies like Titan continue to trade at obnoxious valuations. If you look at Senco, they had their whole fiasco around hedging and how they were using hedging techniques, and analysts had advised them to look at Titan for their hedging techniques per se. All of this perspective, all of this space is buzzing with high revenue growth because the gold prices are.
Okay, I think. All right. Okay, we seem to have some technical issues with Aditya's feed, so we bring you the view of Aditya on these jewelry stocks right back. But Kush, till then, the overall consumer durable space also we've been talking about, with LG Electronics IPO having its last day today. We've seen some good gains in terms of the EMS space as well. Keynes, Sirma, some names have been buzzing around. Anything in the EMS space or consumer durable space where charts are looking attractive enough to make an entry?
So Dixon seems to be making a rebound after the sharp crashes that it had some time ago. So definitely on my radar. The only reason I'm not initiating a buy is because 17,000 and 17,250 range has acted as a bit of a resistance in the past as well, continues to do so. But once past the 17,250 mark, I think there could be an upside that could come about in Dixon. The other players are seeing some sort of a pressure. Voltas and Blue Star, on the other hand, from that space, are consolidating sideways. You'll have a day or two here or there of some shine, some spark, but it doesn't seem to be a lasting one. So this space is an avoid for now for some time. As I said, Dixon is something that I have on my radar, 17,250 level. If that's taken out, it could perhaps see some sort of an uptick going forward.
Okay, Kush, there's some serious moves coming in on Motilal Oswal as well, up 5.7%, and has seen a good gain from its day's low point as well. Any momentum on the charts that's being observed here?
A very interesting move, and well caught, I must say, because doesn't really pop up on the radar every now and then. This one has had a resistance around the 960 mark that's been taken out, and it's coming out of a 4.5 month long consolidation phase. So I think once you've got a stock which has run up quite a bit, has had a longish consolidation phase and then moving higher, I think the momentum could stick for some time. So I would be keen on something like a Motilal Oswal from the current level as well. You could keep a stop loss just under that resistance zone, which will now act as support. So keep your stop losses around the 955 mark and gun for targets of 1000 and about 1025. Interesting moves. In a very similar space, Angel One also seems to be making some rounds. But even between the two, if I see right now, Motilal Oswal stands out. Though I would still keep the investment, the capital market stocks on my radar. MCX, as we already discussed a while ago, has already given a good breakout. So that too could be a candidate if someone's interested in this space.
Okay, all right. So MCX and Motilal Oswal both looking strong where charts are concerned. But it's time for the most awaited segment of India Market Close, where my colleague Somit Sarkar joins us with all the chatter from the dealing room. Somit, what did you find today?
If you look at the markets, it's yet another day of gains that we are looking at, and it's largely led by Nifty IT. In fact, this was the second consecutive day where we are seeing all the Nifty IT constituents are trading in green. So solid gains coming in when it comes to the Nifty IT index just before the TCS numbers that are expected today. Well, stock-specific action, if you look at, firstly, it's PG Electroplast, where dealers are indicating that smart investors are accumulating this counter in trade today, and hence the stock has perked up nearly 6% in trade. In fact, it was down in trade yesterday, and that's when the buying started, is what dealers are indicating for PG Electroplast. For Pidilite, there are buy flows on institutional desk. Dealers are expecting that the second quarter numbers could be a blockbuster number coming in from Pidilite, so keep an eye out for that counter as well. For V2 Retail, there's a buzz among dealers, and they're saying that the company's QIP of around 400 odd crore rupees might be announced anytime soon. Nalco, the metal pack has been in favor in trade today. In fact, Nalco, if you look at it in the last 3 months, has gained close to around 24 odd %. And post this move, now there are some sell flows because analysts believe that the risk reward is now unfavorable for Nalco. Even at the higher aluminum and alumina prices, the stock is quite expensive, is what analysts believe when it comes to Nalco. For SpiceJet, we did see a big block deal happen in trade today. Around 1.5 crore shares changed hands in multiple in multiple trades today, and dealers are indicating that one of the QIP investors has exited, while on the buying side, what dealers have indicated that a smart HNI who also owns a PMS and is already holding stake in the company is one of the buyers. Now, when it comes to Inox Wind, there's a buzz of a potential order win announcement that could come in very soon. For CMS Infosystem, FI has been aggressively selling this counter, but this selling is likely to get over, is what dealers have indicated when it comes to CMS Infosystem. So keep an eye out for that as well. For Godrej Properties, dealers are expecting that the Q2 pre-sales number, which the company might announce soon, is expected to be quite strong, something similar to what we had seen with Prestige Estates. And lastly, when it comes to Federal Bank, there are buy flows on FI desk, is what dealers are indicating in trade today. So keep an eye out for Federal Bank as well.
All right, Somit, thank you so much for that. I'm just wondering who these smart investors are in terms of where buying is taking place for PG Electro.
Get an idea of.
You're talking about
smart investors.
SpiceJet, yeah. We should be watching out for them in terms of who these investors are. But you know what gets me to a Federal Bank over here right now is, because we have Aditya, you've been tracking the banking space pretty closely. The new ECL norms that the RBI has come up with, basis that, what would you actually see in terms of impact near term and longer term, because they do come into effect much later. So how are you seeing that entire scenario play out from here for the banks?
So I am positive on the banks per se. Within the larger private sector banks, as the quarterly updates have also come in, HDFC Bank, although the loan growth was lower, deposit growth continues to be really very strong. Even a quarter reported a good set of numbers. Within the smaller private sector banks, the gold lenders continue to do extremely well. A company like CSB, Catholic Syrian Bank, continues to do extremely well. Or something like a federal bank will also continue to do extremely well. And now that they have got a new leadership per se. So from my perspective, banks will be a good place to go in. Also, NBFCs will continue to do well as the rate transmission continues to move forward, and the RBI eases on liquidity per se. So I'm positive on the entire banking sector first.
So that's with regards to the BFSI space goes. Let's just revisit another stock where you saw negative news with regards to Confidence Petroleum on the back of the search and seizure operations that are being carried out. Somit is here to tell us. Somit, anything that you're picking up on this front? Because the stock has been under pressure. In fact, Kush was also indicating since last year after it hit a high, it's just a downward trend.
Well, the downward trend was also largely because of the weakness that we are seeing when it comes to LPG prices. But in the last a couple of days, the reason why the stock is down, it's down around 10% today, it's down 5%. In fact, the stock is trading at its 4-year low. That is Confidence Petroleum, and the reason behind this fall is largely because of the search and seizure operations at the company's office, plants, residential premises of the promoters and the directors that has started on October 7th and is still ongoing as per the disclosure that has come in on the exchanges. And usually whenever there has been any IT search and seizure operations in any of the companies, we have seen the weakness continuing in the share prices until and unless there's an outcome or end of that search and seizure operation that happens. And similar is the case that we're seeing with Confidence Petroleum, nothing new on that front. So what does Confidence Petroleum do? It is engaged in manufacturing of LPG cylinders and also is a supplier of auto LPG in India. It has multiple auto LPG dispensing stations across India that we have seen. Not much of an information at this moment that we have related to the IT search and seizure operations that have been done. But usually we have seen weakness coming in the stock price whenever such announcements come in.
Absolutely. Stock at the day's low. Thank you so much for that. We'll quickly slip into a short break. Lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
Welcome back. You're watching India Market Close on NDTV Profit, but it's all time when it comes to NDTV Ignite. The Diwali edition is what everyone is waiting out for. It's less than 24 hours. We have Ashish Kumar Chauhan who will be joining in, Ramesh Damani who will be talking to the viewers as well. Manish Chokani, Nimesh Shah of ICICI Prudential will be joining on one of the panels. You have Sandeep Sikka, Nilesh Shah of Kotak Mahindra Bank will also be present. In fact, an interesting conversation with the two brothers of screener, Ayush Mittal and Pratyush Mittal, that will be happening on Ignite. Vijay Kedia will be in conversation with Vivek Oberoi with what's lying ahead when it comes to finding out wealth creators from here on. So just 24 hours yet to go. Embrace yourself and you will get everything live on NDTV Profit. In fact, a bunch of stocks, moving on, a bunch of other buzzers that are on your radar as well that you should be watching out for is the pharma pack. Now, White House has also shelved the tariffs on generics, Varsha is joining us with all the updates. Over to you, Varsha.
Well, thank you so much for that. We all know that now US will not impose tariff on generics pharma products. Now, this is a big relief, when it comes to Indian pharma companies. Now, earlier, a few days ago, Trump had, levied tariff on branded and patented products, but there was uncertainty when it comes to generics products. But now that uncertainty overhang is gone, and now generics won't be impacted due to tariffs. Now, why this is important? Because India is a global supplier when it comes to generics, supplies 47% of US generic prescription. Now, why this is positive for Indian pharma? One is this ensures continued revenue and market access for pharma exporters. Tariff-free environment supports competitiveness, and this is a long-term and also long-term US business growth. This also reduces uncertainty from US trade policies as well. Now, talking about which are the pharma stocks which has highest exposure when it comes to US, you start with Aurobindo Pharma, Dr. Reddy and Zydus Life, wherein the contribution from US ranges from 45 to 50%, while Lupin, Cipla and Sun Pharma, if you see, the contribution stand at around 30 to 38%, while Torrent Pharma is the only one wherein the US contribution is very low at 9%. So, and let's see what brokerages are also saying for that. For example, Citi says that though the move isn't final, but this is largely in line with their stance. And among the US generics heavy names, they prefer Lupin on the back of valuations. Well, Jefferies is also positive on that. Dr. Reddy's, Zydus, Lupin, Cipla and Sun are some of the preferred picks when it comes to Jefferies, because that amongst generics, if you see, the preferred pick for Jefferies is also Lupin, and companies like Dr. Reddy, Zydus and Cipla may have near-term headwinds according to Jefferies. So overall, even brokerages are bullish when it comes to generics, and this is altogether, if you see, a big relief for Indian pharma companies, because most of the companies provide generics drugs to US.
Right, Varsha, thank you so much for that. For sure, a big relief is what we are seeing, Aditya, for the entire pharma space, and especially the ones operating in the generic space. What's your view with regards to this development and your pick in the space?
So this is a positive news for the entire generic pack per se. Imposition of tariff was a big negative for all of these companies. But within the generic space, I'm not too much positive. You can look at something like a Sun Pharma, or for that matter, Natco Pharma as well, which makes some complex generics. From my perspective, all of these stocks are really very expensive, and I would tend to avoid this space and rather move into the CRAMS, CDMO or the API space, where the growth is really very strong, and future capex will then mean that companies continue to gain good market share. So from my perspective, you can look at Sun Pharma or even a Lupin as well. But however, that's not a preferred choice.
With regards to these pharma companies, but viewers, it's time to step into a very, very short break. On the other side, we'll give you top buy today and sell tomorrow picks, and vice versa as well. Stay tuned.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
समझो जरा भी प्यास जिसके हम ना हो जान रहे दिल ये तो जान दी है तू
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Welcome back to India Market Close. In fact, let's get in Varsha to get us all the stocks that are buzzing in trade today. Maybe they have some news, maybe not. Could be on the back of volumes as well. Varsha, let us know what do you have for us.
Well, thank you so much for that. Let me start with the PG Electroplast, wherein if you see volumes are more than 11 times of its 30-day average. Well, the stock is up almost 7.5%. In the last 5 days, stock is up almost 6.2%. While on the outlook, they have revised their guidance to a lower level. The consolidated revenue now is expected at around 5,800 crore versus 6,345 crore, the guidance which they have given. Also, they have also lowered their net profit guidance as well, and they're not going to revise guidance to upwards on the back of GST rate cuts. Well, next on the list is Waaree Renewables. So the stock is up almost 4.2% past 5 days and is up 5% in the past 30 days, and the stock is buzzing on the back of volumes as of now. So the stock is up almost 6.2%. Well, last on the list is Prestige Estates. Well, the stock is buzzing on the back of Q2 update that the company has given. The stock is up almost 4%. If you see, they've reported highest H1 sales and they've exceeded full year FY25 sales in H1 FY26 only. And onto the Q2 business update, if I were to talk about, their sales volume is up 47%, collections are up 54%, and overall sales, if you see, is up 50% as of Q2 FY26.
Okay, Varsha, thank you so much for bringing us those details. Kush, your quick view on Waaree Renewables or maybe a Prestige Estates?
Yeah, Mahima, but just to answer your curiosity about who are those smart investors buying PG Electroplast, right? I think it's let me tell you, it's the NDTV Profit viewers, because just a while ago, Hiral asked me which stock do you like among the pack, and I said PG Electroplast, and it's doing well. So there you have your answer.
All right.
No, but I like. But I like Waaree. The reason being, the stock's at a good support zone. It's already seeing some sort of a rebound. I won't be surprised to see some uptick come about, and a continuation of uptick, which could take the stock to 1145, 1195 kind of levels. So it's had its time of consolidation, and now it's starting an up move. Keep a stop loss at the 1070 mark.
Okay, so Waaree Renewables, one stock that you should be watching out for. Thank you, Kush, so much for joining us on the show and sharing your views as well. But let's also now get in Rajesh Palvi of Axis Securities. Rajesh, welcome to the show and a pleasure to speak to you as always. Taking the moves in the markets right now, you're seeing some positivity that's emerging. Buying coming in IT over the last 2 trading sessions. The anticipation is that probably FIs are back yet again. If that is going to be the scenario, what should that strategy look like for you on Nifty as well as Bank Nifty and your topics?
Good afternoon, Hiral. So looking at the momentum in broader market, we believe that now Nifty is almost near to its major supply zone, which is placed at around 25,200, which is a important call base concentration area. So I think any breakout about 25,200 may take Nifty further higher, and we may see some short covering action to trigger, and then possible rally can extend to 25,350, even 25,400 level in the continuation of this up move. Buy on dips is the strategy till we are trading about 25,000 level for Nifty. Again, in the Bank Nifty also, we have seen again, Bank Nifty after a brief correction, again Bank Nifty's move back and above 56,000 level. So I think here also there is a possibility that Bank Nifty may also extend its gain as overall structure for Bank Nifty as well as the large cap banking stocks are still in the bullish trajectory for near term perspective. So we believe that, once Bank Nifty crosses above 56,350, 400 zone, I think here also we could witness some short covering action and possible rally 56,800 to 5700 we may see in the near term perspective. So here also we are holding bullish view with stop loss of 54,900, and for Nifty one can keep a stop loss now at 25,050 level, upside target 25,350. Moving back to your other question on the IT stocks, yes, there is some buying action is coming back in IT stocks. Most of the stocks were consolidating at the lower end of their correction. Though this recovery is not that sufficient to take out from their major supply zone. Yes, there is a recovery in large cap as well as in the mid cap IT stocks, but I think earnings would be the key trigger for IT stocks to continue furthermore upside from here onwards. So I think this bellwether TCS and other IT companies are lined up with their earnings. So I think that will give us more confidence how they are announcing their quarterly earning and what kind of guidance they are going to announce. So I think those who have already bought at lower level in the decline can hold with trailing stop loss. If I analyze the TCS, I think 3030 is the important level. So these stop loss needs to keep for TCS. Again, from mid-cap IT, Coforge is looking attractive. So here also 1700 is important level. If it continues to trade above 1700 level, I think some more pullback towards 1750, 1760 we may see for Coforge also.
Rajesh, any other names that you would go ahead and buy today in trade?
Yeah, so two stock idea on the long side. First one is from the metal space. Whole metal space is doing good, be it ferrous, non-ferrous, as well as precious metals are at a skyrocket, pace. We have seen the kind of rally. So I think JSW still one can focus on. The way stock is moving in upsloping channel on daily chart, series of higher top, higher bottom formation is taking place. Long built up is there in derivative data. So we are projecting target of 1200 to 1210 for JSW. Still keep stop loss towards 1150. Another stock is Bombay Stock Exchange BSE. After a corrective move of last 2-3 months, now stock is showing a sign of recovery, and now in this recovery stock is comfortably holding about to 20-day 50-day moving average. On the lower side, accumulation activity is already witnessed, and the stock has already given a trend reversal sign on daily chart. So we are bullish on BSE, and we believe that this momentum can extend further. Possible target towards 2365, but positionally we expect that this stock may do well. Maybe possible target towards 2500 to 2550 we can see for BSE on a positional perspective. So BSE is buy with stop loss of 2300.
BSE and JSW, in fact the steel pack or the metal pack is absolutely interesting. Aditya, would you be a buyer in terms of any of the metal counters in trade? I know Tata Steel we spoke about, but anything from the metal pack that looks interesting to you?
Right now, I'm not tracking the metal pack per se. I'm more interested in the domestic facing economy stocks. So that's where the real juice is, and that's where I am really focused on at this stage.
So what would your top pick be at this hour if you're looking at the domestic markets, Aditya, and one stock at this hour that you would want to recommend investors? Which one would that be?
One of my top picks continues to remain ICICI Bank. ICICI Bank has been replicated over the past 1 or 2 years. Their loan growth continues to be strong, and as HDFC Bank has reported some good set of numbers, I expect ICICI Bank also to report good set of numbers. Another pick that I would give from a value perspective is Deepak Nitrite. Deepak Nitrite has not done well for the period of last 1.5 years, and as the cycle turns and the record low margins continue to reverse, the company could do really well over the period of next 2 to 3 years. So Deepak Nitrite continues to be my top pick within the chemical space.
Nitrite, top pick from the chemical space. In fact, Incred had a very interesting note yesterday on a Deepak Nitrite, and I think that was something that was a standout. But moving on, let's look at a few of the small cap buzzers on the radar. Anushi is standing by. She's discussed all of them at the 1:30 small cap show as well. Anushi, what are the key highlights?
Hiral, it's a bunch of stocks that we are looking at. Firstly, the whole Jindal pack, and these are the lesser known names that we are looking at from this particular space. This includes the likes of Jindal Poly Investment and Finance, along with that Jindal Poly Films, Jindal Photo and Jindal World. We're looking at volumes crossing 100 times compared to its 20-day average. This is Jindal Poly Investment, right at the top there. In fact, some of these counters are also locked in a 20% upper circuit as we speak. So this is one pack in focus. Apart from that, you have your Garuda Construction is in focus as well, and this is on the back of 144 crore of an order win that they've received. This order that they've received is from Orbit Venture Developers, and it pertains to civil related works for redevelopment projects in Mumbai. Do note that the current volumes that we are looking at are more than 20 times in comparison with the overall 20-day average that we are seeing. Now coming to another company which is in focus now is also SpiceJet, and now SpiceJet also we are seeing strong up moves. This is also on the back of a block deal which took place. Around 1.5 crore shares exchanged hands in this particular deal is what seeing. But other than that, the company also announced that they have now launched new flights to key Indian destinations. This includes daily non-stop flights to Ayodhya from Delhi, Bengaluru, Ahmedabad and Hyderabad as well. Flights from Mumbai are also expected to start soon. This is with connection with Port Blair, Udaipur to Delhi, Mumbai and Kolkata is what we are looking at. Now the other stock which has continued to remain in an upper circuit is something like a Indo Solar. Again, the stock is locked in a 5% of upper circuit as we speak. This is not the first trading session wherein we've seen this happen. In fact, what's been happening is that the volumes of this particular counter are up over 4 times compared to its 30-day average. Do note that this is a Waaree Energies companies that we are seeing. It relisted on June 19th of this year after being suspended earlier. Now here, Waaree wanted to meet its minimum shareholding requirements, through which this listing took place. Since there have been a couple of OFS is in focus. First OFS happened at a price of around 10 rupees. The second OFS that we are seeing was launched at 500 per share, and the retail investors also saw a 612 of an OFS. Do note from those 612 levels that we are looking at, wherein the retail investors had participated from this, we are not seeing such a significant up move because the trading price did not reflect so, but overall higher volumes in particular counter as well. So these are a couple of stocks that you should be watching out for.
Anushi, thank you so much for bringing us those details. Rajesh, I'll come to you on these small cap buzzers. There's SpiceJet, there's Indo Solar, there's also counters like Jindal Poly, Films, Jindal Worldwide that are buzzing in trade today. Any of these looking attractive on the charts?
So I think yes, a lot of buying action is happening in mid-cap space. So I think stock like as you mentioned, Jindal Poly is now negotiating with its falling trend line on a weekly chart. So any breakout above 595, 598 would trigger further buying action in this counter, and then possible really towards 620, 630 we may see. Again, Jindal Photo has managed to give a strong breakout on daily, weekly time frame, and the kind of structure which we are witnessing for Jindal Photo, almost trading at all-time high trajectory now. So looking at the buying action in Jindal Photo, we believe that if its stocks continues to trade above 1340, I think the upward trajectory can extend, and then 1450 to 1500 would be the next target for this stock. So very strong buying action has been seen in this Jindal Photo. So I think here we may see further upward momentum to continue in a couple of days.
Okay, that's a couple of stocks from the small cap space, but let's just quickly address the flashes at the bottom of your screens when it comes to India, UK, who've signed a defense deal. Reports are indicating that the UK government contract is set to deliver. The UK government has announced a £350 million defense deal with India. To add to this, the UK government contract is set to deliver UK manufactured lightweight multi-role missiles to the Indian Army. So it's UK who will be delivering all of this to India. In fact, the defense sector is at the day's highest levels. 1.5% up move coming in there. It's a £350 million deal that you're talking about. UK manufactured lightweight multi-role missiles is what they will be delivering to the Indian Army. These are the only two details that we have so far. Apart from that, what they've said is that both leaders have announced the agreement to proceed via government-to-government route on an initial supply of LMM systems. This will actually further support India's defense capabilities and, in the spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat, meet the current and future requirements of the Indian Ministry of Defense and support a long-term collaboration on complex weapons between the two countries. In fact, what they've also said is that both the Prime Ministers are pleased to the intent to finalize an India-UK intergovernment agreement on cooperation in developing maritime electric propulsion systems for the Indian naval platforms as well. So both of these are what we're looking at from a defense perspective. And they welcomed progress on an arrangement that will see Indian Air Force qualified flying instructors integrated into UK Royal Air Force training, alongside an agreement that will facilitate their strong training and education leadership. So everything and anything that we're talking about is right now with defense, and the sector is at the day's highest levels. Rajesh, anything that comes to your radar? Because this is a sector, any news that comes in, does see good moves. Would you be a momentum buyer of defense?
So I think most of the stocks have attracted buying action in today's, especially in today's session, be it BDL, Mazgaon Dock, HL. I think these all stocks are now showing sign of strength. And looking at the structure for HL, we believe that this stock has potential to surpass its immediate supply zone of 48.65, and once that happen, I think next target towards 49.50, even 5,000 we may see for HL. So here one can look for long side position with stop loss of 47.50. Again, Bharat Dynamics is also showing sign of recovery from the its multiple support area. So if it continues to trade above 1490, I think some pullback action towards 1560, 1580 we may see in the near term perspective. Breakout above 1580 can take this stock further higher to 1640, but till this breakout not happens, I think one can look for 1580 as a near term target. On the downside, 1490 needs to keep as a stop loss.
The IT pack has remained in focus today, and this is, of course, because the earnings season is kicking in, with TCS expecting its earnings today. The stock has done fairly well, in the past couple of days. 5 days, it's up around 5%. But the expectations are that the earnings in terms of Q2 might be flat, indicating a muted growth this quarter. Jasmeet joins us now with a quick preview of what to watch out for and what can you expect from TCS Q2 numbers. Over to you, Jasmeet.
Well, Douglas, thank you for that. As we see, the street expects a positive set of numbers going forward, given the stock is already up 5% in the trade. If you look at the revenue, it's nearly up 3% what's the street expecting as per the Bloomberg estimates. On the other hand, even the EBIT altogether is going to see an uptick of 3%. When it comes to margin, that's something to watch out for because it remains flattish and sees a slight uptick of 9%. On the other hand, we see a slight pressure on profits, given that it's down 1% as per the estimates. Now, if you look at the other aspect, as a deal win category, brokerages are penciling a deal in anywhere between $7 to $10 billion for this particular quarter. If we look at the Q1 deal win, it stands at 9.4 billion. Now, in terms of margin, we see the margins have moved in the trend between 23 to 24%. Now, this is something to watch out how this quarter turns out and what kind of pressure we see on the margin going forward. While there are a few things to watch out for in the results, starting off with the hiring and the restructuring program of the management. Given the 2% cut recently, further commentary on that would be something to watch out for, while also the commentary on the AI deal altogether is something to look forward for. Apart from that, the BSNL deal ramp down is done in the previous quarter, but the ramp up of the second phase is something which we will be watching. And lastly, to talk about the other aspects of the manufacturing segment, given that the auto slowdown on the back of tariff, that's something to watch out for. This is all in all preview for the TCS.
Thank you so much, Jasmeet, for that. Aditya, a quick one. Your expectation ahead of the numbers, and what's the kind of reaction you're expecting?
So I expect very muted set of numbers. The margins is something, as the analyst was also saying, is something to watch out for. The future guidance is also something that I will watch for, and how the company is moving forward with respect to AI. So I don't expect anything from this quarter per se. And if anything, if something is positive, then the stock price could really take it in a positive way. So no expectations, muted set of numbers. Look forward to the commentary from the manager.
Okay, that's with regards to TCS. Rajesh, very quickly in terms of TCS as well, ahead of the earnings, any strategy that you have for this one?
So I think almost it's trading and negotiating with its 20-day, 50-day moving average. So looking at the near-term structure, if it continues to trade above 3030, I think some pullback towards 3090, 3130 would be there. Major call concentration area is placed at 3100 level. So that level needs to cross post earnings. So I think that would be crucial for the stock. But on the downside, 3000 is having immediate put-based concentration. So any breakdown below 3000 would attract more supply pressure or profit taking. I think looking at the behavior, I believe it would be a range bound kind of activity. Or in the broader terms, like 3000 would be the immediate support area, or on the higher side, 3100 would be the supply zone. So 3000 to 3100 would be the range post earning for the stock.
Technical view with regards to where TCS is concerned, but on today's segment of profit intelligence, we're taking a look at how jewelry companies that have come out with their Q2 business updates so far have kind of shown strength or weaknesses. But what are the trends that you can pick up from the kind of Q2 business update that's come in? So we've taken, 4 companies, that is Titan, Kalyan, as well as Senco Gold and PN Gadgil. But overall, if we take a look at the average gold prices that have been up 40% on a YOY basis, it stood at around $2,475 in Q2 FY25, which has now gone up to an average of $3,456. So the gold prices itself have moved over 40%. Now that compared to the growth for all of these companies in the jewelry segment YOY basis, if we see, Titan has seen 19%, Kalyan Jewellers at 31%, Senco Gold hardly at 6.5%, and PN Gadgil at around 8.6%. Now, this actually indicates that the kind of volume growth that was expected to come in has not come in. The entire growth that is there is around the value, and that is because of gold prices going up. Q2 has also witnessed a growth in studded mix. That's the other trend that we've picked up, and that could possibly a good indicator of margins going ahead also. So for margins, it could be possible that margins could expand on the back of rising studded mix. But on the other hand, managements are spending a lot in terms of marketing spends. And that could overall put pressure on margins as well. Now, moving back to the earlier side in terms of store expansion as well. Store expansion has been on a strong footing. Titan added 55 stores, Kalyan 32 stores, Senco 5 stores, and PN Gadgil at around 8 stores. So store expansion has been a strong footing in terms of margins as well. We did take a look as to how the kind of way the marketing spends have been made could offset the kind of studded mix that's been going up. But moving on in terms of the other aspect, which is in terms of, we'd already talked about this as to higher marketing cost could be if affecting the margins. But in terms of where stronger Q2 updates have come in, Titan, the strongest one, the expectation was around 12 to 15%, which is coming at 19%, so strong one there. PN Gadgil, another strong one, because revenue excluding refinery was up 31%, and this is on a stronger footing. But something that's not done well is Senco Gold, 6.5% versus overall full year guidance of 18 to 20%, and the other one is Kalyan, because weakest since the past 4 quarters is what we've seen in terms of this quarter growth, and that's reflected in the same store sales growth as well. Lastly, in terms of valuations for all of these counters, well, none of them are cheap, as we can see on the screen. Titan trading at around 85 times trading 12 months. There's Kalyan trading at around 62 times. Senco slightly cheaper than Titan and Kalyan, but Titan and Kalyan are much bigger as compared to where Senco stands. And PN Gadgil, the cheapest one, which is trading at around 14 times. So this is with regards to where jewelry companies are concerned and how trends have so far fared, where Q2 business updates are concerned. Rajesh, I'll quickly come to you on this one. Any of these counters that are looking attractive on the charts right now?
So I think if I analyze all these companies, I think Kalyan Jeweler is showing sign of some recovery after this corrective move. Looking at the near-term, short-term structure, stock is having immediate resistance area at around 495. So any breakout above 495 can take this stock further higher, and then possible target towards 510 to 520 we may see for Kalyan Jeweler on the higher side. So at this juncture, those who are already bought or willing to buy at current level should keep stop loss towards 472 to hold the position. breakout over 495 can attract more buying action in this counter.
And dwellers, one should be watching out for. Rajesh, it's that time where you have to give your BTST, STBT calls. Which one would you go for?
So Nika is looking promising. The way stock is moving in upsloping channel on weekly chart, and stock managed to be breakout of its supply zone on the monthly as well as on the weekly chart. So we believe that Nika may extend its gain. The kind of buying action we have witnessed throughout this week. We believe that this stock has potential to extend its gain. 270 to 274 2 we are projecting target. On the downside, 257 needs to keep as a stop loss.
Couple of counters which are buzzing in trade. Ixigo, strong moves over the last couple of days. You have Zinka Logistics as well as the solar industries as well, which is seeing some smart moves in trade today. Aditya, anything that you have on any of these three names where you would be a buyer, or would you advise completely staying away?
So, renewable energy is something that is really very interesting within the renewable energy space, not solar industries per se, Vare Energies is something we've been invested in, and the stock continues to make new highs. So that is something that is really interesting.
Okay, Aditya, we've been talking about the real estate space as well. It's seeing some good moves today with the kind of business updates also coming in. There's some strength that is being seen on the entire Nifty Realty as well. Any picks there in that space?
So as I've been saying, Godrej Properties continues to be my topic there. I expect strong numbers this quarter as well, and their expansion into Bangalore and Delhi should bear fruit for the company. The company has raised some money to pay off its debt. That bodes well for the company. So from my perspective, Godrej Properties continues to be the top.
Godrej Properties, in fact, the expectation is that a good Q2 update is what is anticipated, and that was a part of Khabar as well that Somit got us. But Aditya, very quickly, last day with regards to when LG IPO goes, I think over 30 times is the subscription that has already come in right now. What would you advise everyone to do? Do you think it's still the time to just try your luck by applying? What you get is your luck, and after that, listing day is when you should be eyeing?
So there are two things here. One is listing gain and one is long-term investor. For listing gain, of course, I think that given the IPO subscription, investor could end up making 20-30% on the listing day. From a long-term perspective, it's a strong brand. It's a market leader in consumer durable space, and the valuations have not been priced so aggressive as in the consumer durable space. It is valued at about 35 to 40 times multiple, whereas a Voltas or a Blue Star would be trading at about 45 to 50 times multiple. So from my perspective, even though the profit growth has been in single digits for the company can do well over a longer period of time. So from my perspective, investors can invest in the IPO both for listing gains as well as for the longer term perspective.
Listing day gains and long-term perspective stays intact when it comes to LG. Rajesh, we're just 3-4 minutes away from closing. Anything that pops up on your radar which we've not spoken about but just looks interesting from a investor's perspective?
So I think pharma is a space. I think here there is a sign of buying action throughout the day, and looking at the near-term, short-term structure. I think some of the large-cap pharma stocks are looking promising. Sun Pharma is now negotiating with its multiple supply zone. So I think 1665 is the immediate hurdle. If it crosses, this stock has potential to again move back to 1700. So one can focus on Sun Pharma, Arvindo Pharma. These two stocks are looking promising. And again, I think metal space is something looking promising. So as we discussed, JSW is still in the beginning of show. I think Vedanta is also showing sign of strength. And here also we have seen that stock managed to give breakout of its rounding bottom sort of formation on daily chart. So strong buying action throughout the day. So if it continues to trade above 479, I think the next target for the stock on the higher side would be around 495 to 500.
Okay, all right. So those are some of the counters that Rajesh is eyeing right now. But with that, Rajesh and Aditya, thank you so much for taking out the time and giving us all those insights. Let's take a quick look as to how the markets are closing today. Well, on a good footing for sure. The Nifty 50 closing around 0.5% higher, well above the 25,100 levels. The Bank Nifty has cooled down a tad bit, but still around 0.2% higher in that 56,150 odd levels. Let's try to pull up the Nifty 50 heat map and see as to how the counters have fared today. Tata Steel, JSW Steel, so a lot of those metal counters stealing the pack. There's HCLT Tech in the IT pack, which has done well. There's SBI Life up 2%. Sun Pharma, some pharma names have definitely done well in trade today. Ultratech, Interglobe, Cipla, and Eternal. Eternal has continued to see those gains and slightly day by day seeing that gains of around 1% each day. But something that's not done well. Your Axis Bank down 1%. Titan seeing profit booking. Some names like HDFC Bank, Maruti, Bajaj Finserv in the red slightly. Let's try to pull up the sectoral heat map and see as to what sectors have done overall. Nifty Metal topping that chart up 2%, followed by Nifty Defense, and Nifty Defense has picked up in the last couple of minutes because of the announcement coming in with the deal with UK, and up 1.7%. Nifty IT up 1%. Nifty Mid Cap. Of course, we'll see the broader end of the spectrum as well, but Nifty Pharma, of course, one of the sectors that have done very well on the back of the US announcement with regards to generics of no tariffs. No sector in the red, and that's the takeaway, and that's something that we've not seen in the past couple of days, and I believe the bulls will be happy to see that today as well. Let's pull up the advanced decline ratio and see as to how the broader end of spectrum is looking like. Well, it's a narrow chart. So the gap between the advance and decline throughout the day has not been much, almost even Stevens, where both of the bulls and bears are concerned. Lastly, let's pull up the BSE 500 and see as to what counters have buzzed during the day. There is Hindustan Copper, Jindal Polyfilms, MCX, Sona BLW, Motilal Oswal. Strong gains coming in these counters, but counters that have remained under pressure includes ITI, your restaurant brands, Century Plyboards, GMM Pfaudler, Uno Minda, as well as Godfrey Phillips down anywhere between 2 to 5 odd percent. So that's with regards to where the markets are concerned. Now let's take a quick look as to what are the things that you need to watch out for post market hours today. Fed Chair Jerome Powell speech is something that's expected post market hours today. There's US initial jobless claim data which will come out post market hours today. In terms of corporate actions, well, these companies will be trading ex-dividend, your Hexavatech and RCF for these amounts of dividends, and bonus issue for Ujas Energy. The bonus will be in the form of 2:1 in terms of ratio. With regards to where some other corporate actions are concerned, of course, you'll be watching out for TCS earnings, but board meetings, well, Aadhar Housing Finance, Brightcom Group, Business Matters, Computer Age Management around that scan stock split. Ixigo fundraising board meet is something that we need to keep an eye out on, and of course earnings, Tata Elxsi and Tata Consultancy, big names coming in post market hours today. Some other names, Elecon Engineering, Waaree Renewable Technologies are some of the earnings that will come in tomorrow. So these are the earnings that you'll be watching out for, and of course IPOs. It's been a busy week for the primary markets. Canada HSBC Life Insurance IPO, the size is around 2,517 crore, entirely offer for sale, price band between 100 to 106. Listing, we'll see WeWork India management listing tomorrow. We'd have to see as to how this particular counter gets listed after the kind of subsequent numbers we have seen. So this is with regards to everything that you need to watch out for post market hours today and tomorrow. But over and above that, something interesting that NDTV Profit is doing today marks the first death anniversary of Ratan Tata, that's something the esteemed former chairman of the Tata Sons Group is celebrated for his visionary leadership, unwavering ethics and deep commitment to philanthropy. Tata was a key architect in shaping India's industrial growth and social progress. Now on this day, we tend to give you tribute in a pouring form across the nation from citizens, leaders and industry stalwarts, and all the honoring that we'll be doing, enduring legacy he left behind. Here's a glimpse into the remarkable life of a man who truly transformed a nation.
Ratan Tata, a doyen of corporate India, is no more. Born in 1937 to Naval and Sonu Tata, he was brought up by his formidable grandmother Nawajbai Tata in a manor called Tata Palace in Mumbai. Ratan Tata was born into a family of great prestige. The lineage of Jamshedji Tata, the founder of the Tata Group and an integral part of India's history. Ratan Tata was schooled at Campion Cathedral and John Connon. He was driven to school in a Rolls-Royce. Ratan Tata went to Cornell University and fell in love with America. He wanted to settle down in Los Angeles, but destiny had other plans for him. With his grandmother falling ill, he was compelled to return to India. A turbulent relationship with his father, Naval Tata, pushed Ratan Tata to apply for a job at IBM.
इकोनॉमिक एंड ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट यानी सीटा पर हस्ताक्षर किए थे। इस ऐतिहासिक उपलब्धि के लिए मैं अपने मित्र प्राइम मिनिस्टर शर्मा की प्रतिबद्धता को और उनके विजन को मैं हृदय से सराहना करता हूं, उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं। ये केवल एक ट्रेड समझौता नहीं, बल्कि विश्व की दो बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्थाओं के बीच शेयर्ड प्रोग्रेस, शेयर्ड प्रॉस्पेरिटी एंड शेयर्ड पीपल्स का रोड मैप है। मार्केट एक्सेस के साथ साथ ये समझौता दोनों देशों में एमएसएमईज को बल देगा। इससे लाखों युवाओं के लिए रोजगार के नए द्वार भी खुलेंगे। साथियों, ये सीटा अपने पूरे पोटेंशियल को प्राप्त कर सके, इसके लिए मैं 4 नए आयाम इस सीटों को आपके बीच रखना चाहता हूं। ये मेरे सीटा के जो नए आयाम हैं, शायद इसको काफी ब्रॉडबेज देंगे। सी यानी कॉमर्स एंड इकोनॉमी, ई यानी एजुकेशन एंड पीपल टू पीपल टाइज, टी यानी टेक्नोलॉजी एंड इनोवेशन, ए यानी एस्पिरेशंस। आज हमारा द्विपक्षीय व्यापार लगभग $56 बिलियन है। हमने 2030 तक इसे 2 गुना करने का लक्ष्य रखा है। मुझे विश्वास है कि ये लक्ष्य हम समय से पहले ही हासिल कर सकते हैं। साथियों, आज भारत में पॉलिसी स्टेबिलिटी, प्रिडिक्टेबल रेगुलेशंस और लार्ज स्केल डिमांड है। ऐसे में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, फार्मा, एनर्जी, फाइनेंस सहित हर क्षेत्र में अभूतपूर्व अवसर मौजूद है। यह भी खुशी का विषय है कि यूके की 9 यूनिवर्सिटीज भारत में अपना कैंपस खोलने जा रही है। आने वाले समय में एकेडेमिया और इंडस्ट्री की साझेदारी हमारी इनोवेशन इकोनॉमी का सबसे बड़ा ड्राइविंग फोर्स बनेगी। साथियों, आज टेलीकॉम, एआई, बायोटेक, क्वांटम, सेमीकंडक्टर, साइबर और स्पेस जैसे क्षेत्रों में हमारे बीच सहयोग की अनगिनत नई संभावनाएं बन रही हैं। डिफेंस के क्षेत्र में भी हम को डिजाइन और को प्रोडक्शन की ओर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। अब समय है कि हम इन सभी संभावनाओं को कॉन्क्रीट सहयोग में बदलने पर तेज गति से काम करें। क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स, रेयर अर्थ, एपीआई जैसे स्ट्रेटेजिक सेक्टर्स में हमें स्ट्रक्चर्ड तरीके से आगे बढ़ना चाहिए। इससे हमारे संबंधों को एक फ्यूचरिस्टिक दिशा भी मिलेगी। साथियों, फिनटेक सेक्टर में आप सभी ने भारत के सामर्थ्य को देखा है। आज विश्व के लगभग 50% रियल टाइम डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन भारत में हो रहे हैं। फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज में यूके का अनुभव और भारत का डीपीआई मिलकर पूरी मानवता का हित कर सकते हैं। साथियों, हमारे संबंधों को नई ऊंचाई देने के लिए प्राइम मिनिस्टर स्टारमर और मैंने विजन 2035 की घोषणा की थी। ये हमारी साझा महत्वाकांक्षाओं का ब्लूप्रिंट है। भारत और यूके जैसी ओपन डेमोक्रेटिक सोसाइटी के बीच कोई भी क्षेत्र ऐसा नहीं है जिसमें हम सहयोग बढ़ा न सके। भारत का टैलेंट और स्केल और यूके की R&D और एक्सपर्टीज, ये कॉम्बिनेशन बड़े परिणाम लाने की क्षमता रखता है। इन एस्पिरेशंस और एम्बिशन को टारगेटेड और टाइम बाउंड तरीके से पूरा करने में आपका सहयोग और समर्थन अति महत्वपूर्ण है। फ्रेंड्स, आप में से अधिकतर कंपनियां भारत में पहले से ही मौजूद है। आज भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था में व्यापक रूप से रिफॉर्म किए जा रहे हैं। कंप्लायंसेस को कम करते हुए ईज ऑफ डूइंग, उस पर बहुत फोकस किया जा रहा है। हाल ही में हमने जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स की घोषणा की है। इससे हमारे मिडिल क्लास एमएसएमईज की ग्रोथ स्टोरी को नई ताकत मिलेगी और आप सभी के लिए भी संभावनाएं बढ़ेगी। साथियों, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर विकास हमारे लिए प्राथमिकता का विषय है। हम नेक्स्ट जनरेशन फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं। 2030 तक 500 गीगावाट की रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी के लक्ष्य की और हम तेजी से अग्रसर है। मुझे बताते हुए खुशी हो रही है कि हम न्यूक्लियर पावर सेक्टर को प्राइवेट सेक्टर के लिए खोल रहे हैं और इन सभी से भारत यूके सहयोग को नई ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाने के अवसर बने हैं। मैं आपको भारत की इस विकास यात्रा में शामिल होने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। मेरा विचार है कि क्या भारत और यूके के बिजनेस लीडर्स मिलकर कुछ ऐसे सेक्टर चुन सकते हैं जहां हम संयुक्त रूप से दुनिया में नंबर 1 बन सके। चाहे वो फिनटेक हो, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन हो, सेमीकंडक्टर हो या स्टार्टअप्स हो, और भी कई क्षेत्र हो सकते हैं। लेट इंडिया एंड द यूके सेट ग्लोबल बेंचमार्क्स टुगेदर। एक बार फिर अपना कम कीमती समय निकालकर यहां आने के लिए आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान।
Hello and welcome. You're watching Market Express and I'm your host Himakshi Bahugna. Now let's get straight into the show. First up, let's see how the markets have fared today. So it was a decent day of trade on the Dalal Street. Nifty has managed to shut shop above the 25,100 levels. Sensex has jumped over 400 points today. Talking about the sectors, so all the sectors have closed higher today. The metal index was the standout performer, surging 2%. Strong gains were also seen in IT and pharma, which both rose by nearly 1%. PSU banks and healthcare have contributed to the rally, each finishing the day up 0.95%. So let's shift focus on Satwik Green Energy, which has reported its blockbuster results for the first quarter of fiscal year 2026. Now, the company has seen a multi-fold jump in both the top and bottom lines. Now, the revenue for the quarter has skyrocketed to 916 crore rupees, which is a huge jump from 246 crore rupees in the same quarter last year. So more impressively, margins have seen a significant expansion there. EBITDA is up sharply to 177 crore rupees, with the margin improving to 19.3% from 13.2% last year. And this is also driven by strong cost efficiencies. Net profit consequently surged to 119 crore rupees compared to 21.3 crores in quarter one of last year. Now, Senco Gold has reported its quarter two performance. So while the company continued its expansion spree, revenue growth has notably softer than expected. Senco Gold has reported revenue growth of 6.5% for the quarter. Now, this is a miss against the company's own robust guidance of 18 to 20%. Now, despite the slowdown in the overall revenue, the company has seen an encouraging growth in the key segments. Diamond value sales were up a healthy, 12% there, and also the silver sales have registered a stellar jump of 54%. So the company's focus on retail expansion remains sharp. Senco Gold also added 5 new showrooms during this quarter, and 4 domestically and 1 internationally. So bringing its total network to 184 outlets there. We now turn to a major development for the global pharmaceutical trade, where the Trump administration has delivered a significant boost to Indian drug exporters by deciding not to impose tariffs on the generic drugs. So the US has confirmed that its new tariffs will target only branded drugs, with generics receiving a full exemption following a comprehensive review. So this is a critical win for India, which is the largest supplier of the generics to the United States. Now, India is responsible for supplying an astonishing 47% of all the US generic prescriptions. So the tariff-free environment is a massive relief for the Indian pharma companies, also ensuring continued revenue market access and maintaining their competitive edge. Let's also look at how the brokerages are viewing this US decision to exempt the generic drugs from the tariffs. So the move is being seen as a net positive. largely aligning with the expectations of the firms like Citi. Citi also believes that the exemption may help lift the tariff-related overhang that has been pressuring the sector. However, the outlook on US generics remains one of the caution due to multiple ongoing sector headwinds. So Citi and Jefferies currently prefer Lupin, citing better positioning, and conversely, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, Zydus, and also Cipla may face some near-term headwinds despite the positive tariff news. So according to the brokerages, while tariff fear is gone, broader structural concerns in the US generics market mean analysts that are still selective in their top picks. And staying with the global drug maker Lupin, which has announced a significant investment in its US manufacturing presence. So the company plans a cumulative investment of $250 million over the next 5 years to build a new state-of-the-art facility in Coral Springs, Florida. Now, this plant will be a key anchor for Lupin's US operations, specifically targeting the respiratory care market. Now, the new unit is designed to actually produce over 25 critical respiratory medicines, including life-saving albuterol inhalers. Garuda Constructions and Engineering has secured a significant new contract for a Mumbai redevelopment project. So the company has received an order worth of 143.96 crore rupees from Orbit Ventures developers. Now, this is an engineering procurement and also construction contract, that is the EPC contract, for the civil works of the Shikhar B redevelopment project located in Oshiwara, Mumbai. So the project has an execution timeline of 36 months. Now, this new win boost Garuda Construction's total order book to approximately 3,229.7 crore rupees. So the news has triggered a strong reaction in the markets, with the company's shares rising sharply. And separately, it is also known that market veteran Utpal Seth holds a 2.27% stake in the company. GR Infra Projects has also secured a major EPC contract from the State Highways Authority of Jharkhand. Now, the order is valued at 290 crore rupees. And now, this is for the construction of the Girdi bypass road. Now, spanning over 26 kilometers, this vital road infrastructure project is slated for completion in 24 months. Next up, we have HFCL, which is the tech and fiber optics giant. So it has bagged a significant international order. The company has secured export contracts valued at 303 crore rupees, or approximately $34 million there. So for the supply of optical fiber cables, the major order was placed with HFCL's wholly owned overseas subsidiary by renowned international customer. Mahindra & Mahindra is reportedly considering a significant business overhaul. Now, sources indicate that group is mulling a radical split of its diverse operations into 3 distinct, separately listed entities. Now, this unbundling would actually see the company's core business streams like tractors, the SUVs, and also the passenger vehicle segment, and the truck and commercial vehicle division each operate independently. So the move, if it goes ahead, is being driven by a strategy to actually unlock a greater value for shareholders. So the company clarified, by separating the businesses, each distinct segment could actually attract focused investments and also tailor its capital expenditure there. Next up, we have Air India, which has announced a new partnership aimed at improving international travel. So the airline has signed an interline agreement with Taiwan's premier luxury carrier, Starlux Airlines. This is the pact to actually give passengers a convenient travel experience across both the airlines. So crucially, the agreement means that passengers can now book a single ticket that covers travel on both Air India and also Starlux flights. Now, this simplifies the often, complex process of international connecting travel, making transfers between the two airlines easier. Now, sources are confirming that Tata trustees are set to meet on October 10th to discuss what have been termed, routine trust-related matters. However, this meeting takes place against the backdrop of a widening internal rift among the trustees. So the growing discord has now drawn the attention of the central government. Now, insiders have revealed that the trustees are likely to discuss board appointments in various Tata Group companies. Notably, the renewal of trustee terms is not expected to be on the agenda. Efforts are reportedly underway to calm the tensions and also re-establish a power balance within the powerful philanthropic institution. And just days ago, top Tata leaders have briefed senior cabinet ministers on the widening internal issues with the government, advising the trust to resolve the differences internally and also maintain the institutional stability. Now on to an NDTV Profit exclusive. The UK and India have taken a big step forward, in the defence ties. So a 350 million sterling pound deal will see the UK supply air defence missiles and also launchers to the Indian Army, supporting hundreds of jobs in the Northern Ireland. The missiles, called lightweight multi-role missiles, will actually be built in Belfast. Now, in another major move, the two countries have also reached a new milestone in defence collaboration, working on electric-powered engines for naval ships in a deal worth an initial 250 million sterling pound. Now, speaking in Mumbai, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer called these deals a strong example of the growing strategic partnership between the UK and India. Now, viewers, we are getting to know that the IT major TCS is now out with its quarterly results. Now, this, is kickstarting the earnings season, and just look at how the numbers have actually fared out, So we are getting that the net profit is at 12,075 crore. Versus estimates of 12,570 crore rupees, and revenue stands at 65,799 crore versus the estimate of 65,209, which is nearly in line, and EBIT is at 16,565 crores versus profit estimate of 16,007, and EBIT margin stands at 25.2% versus NDTV profit estimate of 24.6%. So these are, the earnings that have come out of the TCS, and so I will be joined by my colleague Jasmeet very shortly, who actually tracks the sector. But let me just take you through the numbers once again. So net profit, if I can get the net profit number on the screen, please. Net profit is at 12,075 crore. And revenue stands at 65,799. So, the margins probably were actually, they were anticipating that there could be a dip in the margins, but, it's surprising that it stands at 25.2, which is above the expectations there. And EBIT is at 16,565 crore rupees. So, which is probably, the numbers are probably, seem to be in line, but that clarity will be getting with our colleague who will be joining us very shortly. But now let's we are also being joined by Rahul Jain, who is the Director Research of Daulat Capital, joining us for more insights on the numbers there. Hi, Rahul. So yes, so Rahul, what are you really picking up with the numbers that have come out of the TCS? And it is, setting the tone for the IT pack itself.
Yeah, the first look at the numbers, the broader detail in terms of growth and all, and the driver and driver for that is something which we are yet to see. But outside of that, it looks like a small miss to our estimate.
A small miss to your estimates there. So what actually were you anticipating, and how have these results, panned out? Considering the global uncertainty and all the, the tariff action and also the H-1B visa issue. So how are you viewing it?
So I think the constant currency growth is something that we would like to look into to make a very clear stance in terms of demand scenario, because as you might have noticed that this quarter there was a significant INR depreciation on a sequential basis, which could have led up the reported revenue number in INR terms. And so the clarity in terms of on a like-for-like basis on a constant currency could be something which could be more, decisive in our view, rather than looking at the INR info at this point. But as we were knowing that this is going to be a muted year, I think the focus will be more about what they say from a going forward perspective rather than just looking at these numbers.
Okay, Rahul, just stay with us because I'm also being joined by my colleague Jasmeet now, who is tracking the sector very closely. So Jasmeet, please take us through the key highlights of the results there.
Well, yeah, good set of numbers for TCS. Now, if you look at the overall segmental wise, we see that the growth is like the BFSI, that's almost up 4% QOQ basis. Now, on the other hand, if you see the lowest growing sector would be, that's the consumer base, which is nearly up 2%. Now, what I would like to know from Rahul is, given the global slowdown in manufacturing and given the slowdown in the previous quarter as well, what do we make up of it? Given the manufacturing is up 3.59%, do you see the BSNL ramp up adding up in the communication as well? Well, right, so we see that the communication media technology segment is nearly up 3.8%, given it was down 8% in the previous quarter. While that comes in line, given that the BSNL deal ramped down. While the company was expecting in Q1 the BSNL to come up with the second deal, while we see that has been added, that's something to watch out for. And given the net profit, you see it's down 5% when we expect a 1% downtick. The restructuring cost in is adding and weighing down the net profit. On the other hand, if you look at the overall EBIT margin, a 9 basis point was expected, but it's up by 71 basis point. Now the company has come back to its 25 range from previously 24 odd range. So well, that's something to watch out for. Well, I would like to know from Rahul that what does the makeup of the communication and media technology sector? Given that BSNL ramp up, is it adding up from here on? Should we see that gaining back in the previous numbers and previous margin digits?
Yeah, for the communication vertical, on the BSNL side of the business, there has been a constant talk of a expansion in the new order that they want to pursue. Whether that is ramping up, that has started, or there's a more timeline to that, I think that could be an interesting factor to watch out for. So there was some, add up revenue opportunity coming from that customer. So that way, this number, at least on the vertical side, looks good on the communication side. And whether it is led by a follow-up order or whether it is led by some other customer is something that needs more clarity.
Rightly said. One more thing I would like to add on here, given that the overall aspect of AI margin, AI impacting the deflation of the margin. So what do you think now as they have come up in the range of 25 from here on? So do you see any margin impact going forward given the AI ramp up would have a deflating impact on the overall margin?
So what we have seen that in general, the TCS marginal resilience has been much better versus the other, and this we have seen despite a big BSNL pass-through element in the previous fiscal, and even in this year despite not so exciting growth. So that part is something which they have done pretty well. Specific to your question related to AI, ultimately it is function of how much productivity is passed on to the customer. Our general sense on the market, talking to various participants, what we are seeing is there is a mixed trend in terms of, in case if you are able to gather more work, some of this pass through back from AI productivity savings are recouped by higher revenue or volumes. So that is how the vendors are mitigating it. Precise impact of AI on margin is too early to conclude on.
Okay. Rahul, stay with us. We have Sandeep Agarwal also joining in. Sandeep, your first take in terms of the numbers, because it seems it's a beat. Secondly, if you talk about the TCV, the expectation was in that range of $9 to $10 billion. It's come in at $10 billion right now. So that number is also in line, and that's giving you some bit of visibility from here on. What would you have to say on the numbers?
No, I think, it is slightly better than what was expected, and in this environment, it is quite good, no doubt about it. On the PAT side, I think there is a small miss, but we have to, do the dissection in more detail, and then only it can be said. But overall, given the current environment, these numbers are quite decent. That is what my view is.
The other aspect I want to ask you about is, once Accenture reported numbers, the expectation was that the commentary will somewhere be slightly weak. But the key monitorable from here on is what do the consumer discretionary trends look like? Which are the segments that could deliver growth? Because BFSI was something that was expected to pick up. Taking the first cut into consideration, do you think TCS is setting the precedence in terms of what could be expected from the other companies as well?
No, it is very hard to say because, we are in a very, very volatile environment, and every company, one or two clients going in and out, all those things will be challenging. In my view, most of the companies will be little, cautious when they comment. I don't think any company will give a very optimistic commentary in the current environment because no one wants to take any chance in the such fast-moving environment.
Okay. And to add to this, if you have to look at, the way the stock has performed, the stock is actually at a 52-week low. That's the only stock on the IT index which is at a 52-week low. Taking the performance into consideration, and if you have to see tomorrow's opening for a TCS, what would you see?
Well, it is very hard to comment on any specific stock, but I think the sector is little out of flavor right now, and particularly if you see the large caps, they are reporting very low growth for quite some time. Last 3-4 years, large caps have not given any return. So in my view, people will take a very long-term call. Yes, they are good defensive, and also there is a support from rupee depreciation side. But otherwise, I think the growth is very low in the sector.
Right, yeah, but adding on to that, we see the restructuring cost, adding up to the profit. Now, if you see that it's standing at 1100 odd crores. So what timeline do you see this cost being troubling TCS going forward? Is it like one-time costs we are facing here, or do you think this is going to keep on coming for another few quarters, but something to watch out for?
No, we need to keep a watch on that. It's very hard to comment. We have to listen to the management call. Then only, you can give more concrete opinion on it.
Given that Accenture, you see that they saw a deflation in healthcare segment, but on the other hand, TCS saw a great uptick in healthcare, given it's the most leading segment in the overall segment. So what do you think on this? How is the healthcare turning up for the entire IT sector going forward?
No, there is good demand in healthcare as of now, but again, the challenge which the healthcare segment is also facing is there is one, there is uncertainty. Second, there is a lot of disruption and contract values are going down because of AI adoption. So that sooner or later everyone will face. That is what our sense is.
Okay, Sandeep, stay with us. Rahul, I want to talk to you about the strategic investments that TCS has announced. They're talking about a new business entity to build world-class AI infrastructure, that is 1 gigawatt capacity AI data center in India. They've approved the acquisition of List Engage with deep capabilities in Salesforce. And thirdly, they're talking about sustained investments in nurturing AI-first culture talent. They're talking of an AI hackathon as well. What would this actually mean when you're talking about a strategic investment like this for a company like TCS?
Yeah, again, the details need to be known, but basis what you are right now saying, this could mean a meaningful allocation of capex. And if that is the case, and we know that some of these investment on a ROC basis could be lower than what the company is currently operating at, it would be seen from the lens.
Rahul, thanks so much for that. This is Sanjana. I'd like to just pose my question to Sandeep Agarwal. Sandeep, let's look at the valuation angle now, because we're looking at margins holding and revenue actually improving. Does this result, do you think, make TCS look more attractive versus peers like an Infosys or an HCL Tech in the near term?
No, see, we are not very positive on the large cap IT names, primarily because the growths are mid-single digit to low single digit, and multiples, while the stocks may not have moved up much in recent past, but still if you see on the PEG ratio basis, they are between 3 to 4 X, and we are not comfortable giving 3-4 times PEG ratio for some industry which is growing at mid-single digit or lower than that.
Okay, so Sandeep, are you saying you would advise investors to buy your mid-cap and small-cap IT names versus your large-cap IT majors?
We are not even positive on mid-caps because they are also trading at very high PEG ratio. So we are preferring more platform companies rather than IT services companies.
So platform companies is what Sandeep is going with. Rahul, your view, between the mid caps and the large caps basis what TCS has announced, where would you put your bets?
Yeah, I think within the tier 1 pack, we have LTM as a preferred bet at this point. Mid-cap, we are not comfortable with the valuation. And as a good alternative, we could see some of the software play and internet play as an expanded canvas to their technology allocation in general.
Now, if you look at the overall revenue coming from the geographies, we see Indian geographies performed really well. It's nearly up 4% on QOQ basis. So what do you see going forward from here? Is like India a new hub where it's growing? On the other hand, we see the revenue from the US and UK, it's nearly muted, nearly flat. And TCS has maintained its stance in US. When it comes to UK, it's nearly down 1.4%. But on the other hand, Indian revenue is nearly up 4%. So do you see this growing given that it's currently at 8.9% of the overall revenue? Sandeep? Right, Rahul, what do you like to say on this? So, right, yes.
Okay, so I think, what Jasmeet is talking about as well is, in terms of international, if you have to look at the geographical breakup for a TCS as well right now, in terms of America on a sequential basis, 0.8% higher in North America. Latin America has remained flat. Your UK has actually seen a degrowth over here. Your Indian market is the only one which has seen strength with gains of 4% on a sequential basis, whereas MEA, which has grown around 5.9%. Now, these are segments or geographies which are still a lower contributor. The concentration is the Americas, and that's where you're seeing that flattening out. That's the region where you're seeing layoffs happening as well. And that's not only with regards to where your, Indian, employees go, but even it's about employees who are the locals in the US market have, witnessed layoffs. So I think that is going to be a strategic shift that you're looking at. And the strategic investment that Tata TCS has made as well with regards to building the 1 gigawatt capacity AI data center in India. That is categorically telling you as well that these strategic announcements towards building new businesses, the focus comes back to India. And that is what the government indicated as well during the H-1B visa crisis, that India may become the hub. Probably this is the time when your IT companies will start focusing on the Indian markets. And probably the strategic announcements that they've announced is telling you that, yes, India is going to be in focus now.
Well, I think that is reassuring, a slightly positive sentiment that we can potentially hope for. But I have a contrarian, not a view, but a question that I can pose, because we're also looking at a 3.7 sequential revenue growth. Could this also be a sign that enterprise tech spending is picking up again, especially in the US market?
Well, right, if you look at the overall restructuring program is meant to that. It's meant to save up the more money and invest more in the AI. Well, given now we have seen buybacks coming in the picture, right? So that's something to again watch out key. Further, if there's any comment by the management, and what does the management think if they want to spend the money buying back or they further want to invest in the AI going forward? Well, all in all, a 6.7% EBIT jump is something, a positive news for the TCS investors. Well, that's something to watch out for going forward.
Absolutely, Jasmeet. And I think that this is also something that will kind of set the tone as well, Hiral, because, TCS has managed to protect margins despite wage hikes, despite, I think, fresher onboarding. So I wonder whether that signals the worst of the cost pressures that are potentially behind us. One can hope.
If you have to see overall, in terms of the numbers, the profit number is slightly below what the street was estimating. But you can't say it's a major differential over here. Top line, beat estimates. Your margins have beat estimates to an extent.
Yeah.
Apart from that, if you talk about the large TCV deals as well, when you talk about TCV deals, the expectation was in that range of $9 to $10 billion. It's come in at $10 billion, which is a positive as well. And fourthly, if you talk about the strategic investment, when you're talking about data centers, the size And the strategy with what they are going to make that investment is another positive with exposure to the Indian market. So that's telling you something. And you're not seeing any weakness in terms of commentary. So I think the markets have read this ahead of, and that's the reason why you've seen the IT companies which actually rallied over the last two sessions. Yesterday's session, IT, good amount of momentum. Today as well, good amount of momentum on a TCS, because if you see a two-day chart of TCS, it will tell you what the story, you know, and where the story lies.
And how it picked up today.
Absolutely. So there's and the next thing that we need to watch out for is now how the ADRs of Infosys and Wipro react to a TCS earnings, because that will give you an idea of what the opening could look like in tomorrow's session.
Right, so we have even the con call lined up at 7 p.m. So post that we'll get more understanding of what exactly is hindering the margins and what the management expects going forward. And also one more thing to watch out will be the Q4 guidance, if we get any guidance for FY26.
Absolutely. Jasmeet and Hiral, sorry to interrupt. Let's quickly cut across to the Prime Minister, who is giving an address at GFF 2025. Let's take you there.
ये भारत की इकोनॉमी के प्रति, भारत के ग्रोथ के प्रति ग्लोबल ट्रस्ट का प्रतीक है। मैं क्रिस गोपालाकृष्णन जी को, आरबीआई गवर्नर को, श्री संजय मल्होत्रा जी, सभी आयोजकों और पार्टिसिपेंट्स को इस शावत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, भारत मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी है। जब हम डेमोक्रेसी की चर्चा करते हैं तो ये सिर्फ इलेक्शन या पॉलिसी मेकिंग तक ही सीमित नहीं है। भारत ने इस डेमोक्रेटिक स्पिरिट को गवर्नेंस का एक मजबूत पिलर भी बनाया है, और इसका बेहतरीन उदाहरण है टेक्नोलॉजी। दुनिया में लंबे समय तक ये चर्चा बहुत काफी रही है, और हम आज उस चर्चा को नकार नहीं सकते हैं। उसमें काफी सच्चाई थी, और वो चर्चा थी टेक्नोलॉजिकल डिवाइड की। भारत भी उस समय इससे अछूता नहीं था, लेकिन बीते एक दशक में भारत ने टेक्नोलॉजी का भी डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन किया है। आज का भारत सबसे अधिक टेक्नोलॉजिकली इंक्लूसिव सोसाइटी में से एक है। साथियों, डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी का भी हमने डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन किया है। इसको देश के हर सिटीजन, हर रीजन के लिए एक्सेसिबल बनाया है। आज ये भारत का गुड गवर्नेंस मॉडल बन चुका है। ये एक ऐसा मॉडल है जिसमें सरकार जनहित में डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप करती है, और फिर उस प्लेटफॉर्म पर प्राइवेट सेक्टर अपने इनोवेशन से नए नए प्रोडक्ट तैयार करता है। भारत ने दिखाया है कि टेक्नोलॉजी केवल सुविधा नहीं, समानता का साधन भी बन सकती है। साथियों, इस इंक्लूसिव अप्रोच ने हमारे बैंकिंग सिस्टम को भी ट्रांसफॉर्म किया है। पहले बैंकिंग एक प्रिविलेज थी, लेकिन डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी ने इसको एम्पावरमेंट का माध्यम बना दिया। आज भारत में डिजिटल पेमेंट्स एक रूटीन बन चुका है, और इसका सबसे बड़ा क्रेडिट जेम ट्रिनिटी यानी जनधन, आधार और मोबाइल को जाता है। आप यूपीए के ट्रांजैक्शन ही देखिए। आज हर महीने 20 बिलियन ट्रांजैक्शंस हो रहे हैं। इनकी वैल्यू 25 ट्रिलियन रुपीस यानी 25 लाख करोड़ रुपए से अधिक है। आज दुनिया के हर 100 रियल टाइम डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन में से 50 अकेले भारत में होते हैं। फ्रेंड्स, इस बार ग्लोबल फिनटेक फेस्ट की जो थीम है वो भी भारत के इसी डेमोक्रेटिक स्पिरिट को आगे बढ़ाती है, मजबूत करती है। साथियों, आज भारत के डिजिटल स्टैक की चर्चा पूरी दुनिया में है। भारत का यूनिफाइड पेमेंट इंटरफेस यूपीआई, आधार एनेबल पेमेंट सिस्टम, भारत बिल पेमेंट सिस्टम, भारत क्यूआर, डिजी लॉकर, डिजी यात्रा, गवर्नमेंट ई मार्केट प्लेस यानी जेम, ये सब भारत की डिजिटल इकोनॉमी की रीढ़ है। और मुझे खुशी है कि इंडिया स्टैक अब नए ओपन इकोसिस्टम्स को जन्म दे रहा है। आप में से बहुत लोग परिचित नहीं होंगे शायद ONDC यानी ओपन नेटवर्क फॉर डिजिटल कॉमर्स छोटे दुकानदारों और MSMEs के लिए वरदान बन रहा है। अब वे पूरे देश के मार्केट तक पहुंच रहा है। OCEN, OCEN, ओपन क्रेडिट एनेबलमेंट नेटवर्क छोटे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के लिए एक्सेस टू क्रेडिट को आसान बना रहा है। ये सिस्टम MSMEs के लिए क्रेडिट शॉर्टेज की समस्या का समाधान कर रही है। मुझे विश्वास है कि RBI जिस करेंसी की तरह आगे बढ़ रही है डिजिटल करेंसी के लिए, उससे भी चीजें बहुत बेहतर होगी। ये सारे प्रयास भारत के अनटैप पोटेंशियल को हमारी ग्रोथ स्टोरी की पावर बनाएंगे। साथियों, इंडिया स्टैक केवल भारत की सफलता की कहानी नहीं है, ये दुनिया के लिए। और मैं ये बात जब लास्ट टाइम आया था ना, कहा था ना कि अगली बार आऊंगा, ये भी उतना ही पक्का है। भारत जो कर रहा है वो विशेष रूप से ग्लोबल साउथ के देशों के लिए आशा की किरण है। भारत अपने डिजिटल इनोवेशन से दुनिया में डिजिटल कोऑपरेशन और डिजिटल पार्टनरशिप बढ़ाना चाहता है। और इसलिए हम अपने एक्सपीरियंस और ओपन सोर्स प्लेटफॉर्म दोनों को ग्लोबल पब्लिक गुड के लिए शेयर कर रहे हैं। भारत में विकसित हुआ MOSIP मॉड्यूलर ओपन सोर्स आइडेंटिटी प्लेटफॉर्म, इसका बहुत बड़ा उदाहरण है। आज 25 से ज्यादा कंट्रीज इसे अपने सोवरिन डिजिटल आइडेंटिटी सिस्टम बनाने के लिए अपना रहे हैं। हम दूसरे देशों को टेक्नोलॉजी शेयर करने के साथ ही टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप करने में भी मदद दे रहे हैं। और ये डिजिटल एड नहीं है, वरना दुनिया में कई लोगों को शौक है, हम एड दे रहे हैं। समझदार को इशारा काफी है। ये ऐड नहीं है, बल्कि डिजिटल एम्पावरमेंट है। साथियों, भारत की फिनटेक कम्युनिटी के प्रयासों से हमारे स्वदेशी सॉल्यूशंस को ग्लोबल रेलेवेंस मिल रही है। इंटर ऑपरेबल QR नेटवर्क्स हो, ओपन कॉमर्स हो या ओपन फाइनेंस फ्रेमवर्क हो, इनमें हमारे स्टार्टअप की ग्रोथ दुनिया नोटिस कर रही है। इस साल के पहले 6 महीनों में ही भारत टॉप 3 मोस्ट फंडेड फिनटेक इकोसिस्टम में शामिल हुआ है। ये मैं आपकी बात बता रहा हूं। साथियों, भारत की विशेषता सिर्फ स्केल नहीं है, हम स्केल को इंक्लूजन, रिजिलियंस और सस्टेनेबिलिटी के साथ जोड़ रहे हैं। और यहीं पर AI का रोल शुरू होता है। अंडर राइटिंग वायरस को कम सकता है, फ्रॉड को रियल टाइम डिटेक्ट कर सकता है। इसके अलावा अन्य सर्विसेज को बेहतर बनाने में भी AI की बड़ी भूमिका हो सकती है। इस पोटेंशियल को अनलॉक करने के लिए हमें एक साथ मिलकर डेटा, स्किल्स और गवर्नेंस में इन्वेस्ट करना ही होगा। साथियों, AI के क्षेत्र में भारत की अप्रोच 3 प्रमुख प्रिंसिपल्स पर आधारित है। इक्विटेबल एक्सेस, पॉपुलेशन स्केल स्किलिंग और रिस्पॉन्सिबल डिप्लॉयमेंट। इंडिया AI मिशन के तहत हम हाई परफॉर्मेंस कंप्यूटिंग कैपेसिटी बना रहे हैं, ताकि हर इनोवेटर और स्टार्टअप को सस्ती और आसान सुविधा मिले। हमारा प्रयास है कि AI के बेनिफिट हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक, हर लैंग्वेज तक पहुंचना चाहिए। हमारे सेंटर्स ऑफ एक्सीलेंस, स्किलिंग हब्स और इंडिजीनियस AI मॉडल्स ये सुनिश्चित कर रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, भारत हमेशा से ग्लोबल फ्रेमवर्क फॉर एथिकल AI के पक्ष में रहा है।
That was the Prime Minister addressing the Global FinTech Fest 2025 and talking about India's prowess in the realm of democratization of digitalization. That's a wrap on Profit 360. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit for more news and updates.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
A story of change. A path to renewal. A leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और
रहमान सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold ICICI CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
welcome to NDTV Profit. You're watching KYC. I'm Hiral Datia, and with me is Puneet Javeri. The company, let's quickly understand what are the key questions we want to ask the management. We're talking about the recent fundraise, How are the funds going to be deployed? Because multiple fundraisers is what we've seen from a Ugro Capital. Secondly, when you talk about the scalability of the current business model, and here we're talking about, GRO Chain, GRO Plus, and GRO Extreme. And lastly, on my radar is going to be the acquisition strategy of the company, because two acquisitions that we're already talking about from here on, is it going to be a business model which will be led through strategic acquisitions, or is it going to be organic growth?
Well, a couple of other questions in this particular point of time. One will be on net interest margins for the company. What will be the strategy? What will be the stability rate that investors can expect at this particular point of time? And of course, the return of assets. Will it likely improve? Will it likely sustain at these levels? That will be question number 4. And the final question on AUM growth. Now, it's a tall ask that the company has put in itself in FY27, and that will be led by its verticals in the emerging market, in the secured business, but it's a tall ask to say the least. What will be the company's strategy? Which product basket and customers are they targeting? Those will be the 5 key questions that we'll be asking the management of Ugro Capital today.
Okay, so let's quickly take the viewers through all the parameters that we're going to talk about in terms of where the company goes as well. Firstly, a company which is a NBFC, it is absolutely tech focused. So that's the interesting aspect that we're talking about on this front. Secondly, if you see in terms of the other aspects as well about the company, you're talking about it's mainly focused on MSMEs and small businesses. So clearly the asset quality risk becomes absolutely crucial, and the provisioning that the company has to make becomes absolutely crucial over here. And the recent RBI circular, whether any impact that comes in on their business, is what we need to see. If you talk about their products as well, GRO Score 3.0, that's the proprietary underwriting and credit scoring model product that they have. Secondly, they do multiple sourcing and lending channels. Second aspect. And thirdly, they are co-lending as well, and they have lending as a service, which is LAS. These are the key products that they're looking at, Puneet.
And definitely, in terms of recent updates as well, there have been a few to say the least. They've raised capital essentially at this particular point of time via convertible debentures as well as warrants. And the key update has come in yesterday that they've finally allotted that to its investors as well. We'll quiz the management on that. Launched 400 crores of a rights issue that's largely to fund the growth in the MSME portfolio of the company. And finally, in terms of My Shubh Life, and he'll just speak about what could be the acquisition strategy of the company. How will this be deployed in terms of a new basket that the company will be looking at in terms of those key customers of My Shubh Life, as in terms of this aspect, and acquiring Profectus Capital as well has been the other one in an all cash deal. Those are some of the key recent developments about the company, and this was of course a very big acquisitions of roughly about 1400 odd crores. So that's the key in terms of recent developments as well. Let me first start off with the income statement of the company. And
but before that, Puneet, let's understand the key parameters that we're going to discuss
sure. Let's go.
In terms of the company. Income statement, balance sheet, I know everyone knows it all, but operational matrix is what we will consider here as well, from the asset quality to moving on the shareholding, street credentials, valuations, and the street coverage. So these are the parameters that we will be discussing. But Puneet, over to you. Income statement, it's a very interesting one.
Well, definitely, it has seen growth in this particular point of time. The net interest income has seen almost a 20% growth on a 3-year basis. Profits as well have actually grown at a CAGR of almost 53%. But the reason we've given this a neutral rating, we are, looking at how the credit cost has also subsequently gone up at this particular point of time. While the net interest income have gone up 20%, the credit cost of the company has gone up almost 45% in terms of a 3-year CAGR in this particular point of time. So hence we've given this a neutral. We are being very stringent because the growth has been strong in terms of the asset under management, but definitely something that the company will want to improve going forward. So a neutral rating to start with, at least on the income statement, Hiral.
Okay, so that's with regards to where the income statement goes. Now let's look at the balance sheet. It's really interesting to see how the balance sheet has modeled out so far. To take you through, first up, if you see in terms of where the rapid growth in assets go, that is seeing a good scale. AUM, what is interesting is it's nearly doubled from FY23. We were at 6,800 odd crores. It's gone up to almost 12,000 odd crores. From here on, will this year see a 24,000 crores, and the year after probably a 50,000 odd crores is the key question that we need to see asked with the management. So that's with regards to where the AUM goes. If you talk about the loan assets as well, there is a rapid growth that has come in on the asset side. The leverage has also increased, but this is pretty much in line with the growth of the company. The loan book, that is the advances, are expanding very quickly for Ugro as well. And the advances, which is the loans and advances on the asset side, have really jumped fast. So, I was just looking at the numbers from 3,900 odd crores, it's actually gone up to 8,300 odd crores, which is actually showing that Ugro is pushing out more loans on asset growth. And this fits very well with that reported AUM number that you've been seeing on the screens. And in terms of their equity capital raises and reserves, just to add that point over here, the growth that they've seen in terms of equity, which is the net worth, seems to not just, come in from the profits, but also from the recent capital raises that they have done through issue of equity, convertible instruments and retention, because there's been a large capital raise that has happened in FY24 as well. But overall, a thumbs up on this front.
And that's definitely, shown a strong growth in terms of assets under management, loan disbursements as well. So definitely that point taken. When you look at how this has effectively impacted the company's yields, impacted the company's return on assets, is something to watch now. Now they have, maintained decent yields of roughly between 17 to 17.3%, and that's largely because they are looking at a slightly more risky consumer compared to what the traditional banks do. So you will have a much higher yield here, and that's maintained at a positive level despite the disparity in interest rates cuts as well as what RBI has done. But that, in terms of cost of funds, the company actually has not been able to reduce their cost of funds at this point of time, secure those, the funds which are between 8 to 9%, and here's where the differentiation will come in terms of valuation, and we'll be talking about that as well at the end, because the return of assets, while it has grown from FY23 levels, it was at a very low level compared to its other peers in the same segment. So it has improved now in line with industry as well as peer average. But in terms of cost of funds, that'll be something to watch, and hence we've given this a neutral rating at this particular point of time.
Okay. Moving on, let's look at the asset quality as well, because if you talk about the gross NPAs and the net NPAs, the gross NPAs has crept up, if you see, from a 1.6% to a 2.3%. Similarly, in terms of the net NPAs as well, they've risen from a 1.1% to nearly a 1.6%. Now, this is not a major spike that you've seen in terms of the asset quality, but it is indicating some modest deterioration as well, and consistent with a growing loan book and the maturation of the portfolio that comes in as well. If you have to talk about their restructured portfolio, that is also declining, but it's a small portion, because that has stayed at around 0.5% in FY24 and then down to almost 0.2% in FY25. So this is a good sign, because Ugro is not really depending heavily on restructuring to manage its weak credits. So that is the reason why we've given it a thumbs up in terms of the asset quality.
And that's largely, a key one to watch as well, the net NPA, how that has moved. But let's look at the shareholding here now. And, while most companies, like HDFC don't have a promoter as well, but a lot of the NBFCs do have a very strong parentage. In terms of Ugro Capital, that stake is actually quite low at just 2.25% in terms of June 2025 for promoters. Foreign investors as well as the retail public largely dominate that shareholding, and hence, this is a clear thumbs down from our side in that aspect. Stability of promoter, while positive, will be something to watch in terms of any kind of events that negatively impact the company. Who will be backing its shareholders will be something to watch. So we've given this thumbs up because of the low promoter holding at this point.
Okay, so that's a thumbs down coming in terms of the shareholding. But let's look at the street credentials. Again, a thumbs down on this front, because, the returns that the investors have got, are pretty okay. In the last 1 month, a 5.7% is what we've seen. YTD as well, it's a 17% downtick on the stock price. And over the last 5 years, it's just 57%. And that's the reason why we've given it a thumbs down in terms of where the street credentials go.
When you compare that to valuations as well, how does that shape up? you'll see a clear benefit in terms of lower valuations for Ugro Capital. And I spoke about how the cost of funds and return of assets are kind of looking at this aspect, because you see other players like Credit Access Grameen as well as Mass Financial are commanding a premium of roughly between 2 to 3 times price to book, while Ugro does offer that comfort. So if the company is able to improve some of the financial metrics, you will start seeing that in valuation. But this is a clear thumbs up based on how peer valuation is panning out, and definitely something that investors can look at, considering the risk as well as, in terms of downside that is largely protected because of it trading less than 1 time at price to book for the company.
Okay, and very lastly, the street, coverage, a neutral rating coming in there because you just have 6 analysts who are tracking the counter with a buy call. The reason we have not given it a thumbs down is because it's got almost a 37 to 38% upside from the current market price from the 6 buy calls that we have, and hence a neutral rating coming on this one. So now let's look at the final rating from NDTV Profit on Ugro Capital. You're talking about all the aspects from your income statement, balance sheet, operational matrix, asset quality. 2 are a thumbs up. Income statement and operational matrix is a neutral. Street coverage is a neutral, whereas your valuation is a thumbs up as compared to your peers. Shareholding and street credentials, we already told you why it's a thumbs down. 4.5 on 8, still a decent rating coming in with regards to where Ugro Capital goes. But, viewers, we'll quickly slip into a short break. Up next, after the break, we'll discuss all of these parameters with Sachindra Nath, founder and managing director of Ugro Capital. Please stay tuned.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
अरे और रहमान सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Welcome back to New York Company. We're talking to the management of Ugro Capital. Sachindra Nath, founder and managing director, joins in. Sachindra, welcome to the show and a pleasure to speak to you as always. The key factor that we're talking about right now is the fundraise. You've just come out with almost a 900 crore compulsory convertible debenture. If you could help us understand the entire fundraise structure, because you're talking about the recent CCDs, then you have warrants as well, and you have a rights issue. So what is that overall fundraise that you've done so far? What is the deployment going to look like? And secondly, you did have IISS, IIAS, which had actually flagged some bit of criticism as well when it comes to warrant holders who might not convert or benefit even if they do not end up assuming equity. If you have to club all of this together, your initial comments.
Yeah, before that, I just wanted to take up, I was just listening to the commentary of your KYC. I think so among your thumbs down, one of the things which you have thumbs down is promoter ownership. Now in financial services business, while it's very odd that for banks we are not allowed to have promoters, but for NBFC, all of you as analysts and media over rely on a promoter, right? You don't do that for the banks. Ugro technically does not have a promoter. It just so happened that I acquired a listed company in 2018 and entered into a shoe of a promoter, but I'm a professional running a professional setup. But what all of you don't, highlight that 55% of Ugro's capital ownership in hand of 4 very, very established global strategic private equity fund. Roughly around 15% of our ownership in the hand of Samina, which is a very large private equity fund out of Dubai. Around 12.5% is with the Denmark government. And then we have TPG Newquest and ADB Capital Partners. Then we have 2-3 large family offices. So Ugro gets support from its institutional shareholder base. We keep saying Ugro is an institutionally owned, professionally managed and independently supervised company. So while I take the point that, while you say it's a promoter ownership, it's just so that SEBI regulation does not allow Ugro to declassify promoter, but otherwise Ugro doesn't have a promoter. I operate in a very professional capacity and my ownership is the amount of the capital which I have put into the company. Second, also on your cost of fund, as some of you, over rely on promoter ownership, also so as the liability provider, rating agencies and liability, the cost of borrowing difference between us and some of the, in NBFC space, promoter owned entity is very, very significant. So for example, large NBFC owned by a significant Indian shareholder would have a cost of borrowing in the range of 8% versus we are at 0.5%. But I think so, over a period of time that would, with performance, that would keep going down.
Absolutely. And Sachindra, with performance, that will go down and the ratings will keep going up as well. But let's come to the point because then we will, run short of time.
So I'll come to your capital question.
Yes.
First on ISS. I think so ISS made a judgment error. Obviously, whatever comments they get, no investor have taken any heed of that. That's why all of our shareholder approval resolutions got approved. So I don't want to, that I have discussed in length in your previous show. With respect to the total capital raise, Ugro from its inception till date have raised more than 3,000 crore of institutional capital. In the current round, we raised, around 380 crore from right issue. And then we did a preferential allotment of 900 odd crore, of which around 530 odd crore have hit our account yesterday. And we did a tier 2 raise of around 250 odd crore. So in total, we are standing at a 29% capital adequacy. There were twin purpose of raising this capital, obviously for augmenting our growth. Whenever this company reaches in the range of 18% capital adequacy, we raise more capital. But more so this time, we utilize this capital to do an acquisition. This acquisition was announced. We received an RBI approval within first 3 months itself. So we had acquired another NBFC called Profectus Capital, which has a 3,500 crore of AUM. We acquired it for 1,400 odd crore. So the entire equity capital is getting utilized to acquire a 3,500 crore NBFC, which is very similar to our segment of the market. So it is more consolidation. So we'll stand at around 15,500 odd crore. And we think that we'll be able to take out roughly around 130, 140 crore of cost. So incrementally increase our ROA by 0.7%. And also give us 2 more asset classes. So they are very large in the school financing business, which we want to expand. And also it would improve our secured portfolio mix by a certain basis point. One of the other unique thing which I think the street doesn't like, that we are very heavy on the co-lending. Almost 42% of our assets are in form of co-lending or direct assignment. We think that's a very superior model, but with this acquisition, that also would come down to 35%.
Right. Mr. Nath, thanks so much for joining in, and very good afternoon to you. It's Puneet this side. Largely in terms of, you are increasing, as you mentioned, your secured business book. Your current business book will come down, which is the unsecured part. You are running that down a little bit because of the higher GNPA cost. But just wanted to understand, because you are expecting cost to increase there as well. So how will the reduction essentially in taking out some of the expenses from acquisitions as well as from the current book but you are expecting some increases in this aspect of the business. Talk us through that as well, because you are expecting some pricing pressure because of the competitive landscape in the secured business book side as well. So how should investors look at both these aspects?
There are too many questions at one go, Puneet, but I'll answer each one of them. First, we our unsecured business, we normally cap at 30% of the total asset book. We have two kind of business, what we call business loan and what we have acquired last year called embedded financing. We are transitioning our business loan business to our embedded financing business. So it is the product mix which is changing. The reason that we target the GNPA in our unsecured business loan at roughly around 5%, credit cost of around 2.5%. So it is within our targeted range. But what we have realized that between BL and embedded financing, the return metrics on the embedded financing is far superior. So over a period of last 1 year or 10 months or so, we have built a book of around 1,300 odd crore on embedded financing. We are one of the largest player on merchant embedded lending through PhonePe, Fino, Airtel, BharatPe, and we are increasing that, and consequently we are reducing our BL business. So that our ROEs improve on that, and we think that is far more superior product than the open business loan lending. That's part one. Number two, in terms of the cost reduction, because the Profectus business operate in the same four asset lines which we operate, so there is a replication of manpower cost, replication of physical infrastructure cost, and replication of technology cost. And once we combine these two businesses, we think that there is an operating leverage of around 130 to 140 crore would come from that. With respect to competition and secured asset, over a period of last 2 years, we have added around 200 plus location and entered into around 11 states to focus on what we call emerging market small ticket lab business. Today, offer gross disbursement of around monthly disbursement around 600 odd crore. 200 crore come from this segment of the market, and as these branches would mature, this would become 400 odd crore. So our portfolio yield would increase, and this is a segment of the market wherein there is competition but not enough competition.
So Sachin, two questions because we are running short of time. One, the recent RBI circular, will that mean that UGRO will have to increase provisioning, because of which your credit cost could increase, and that could put pressure in terms of your earnings and on profitability? I'm talking about the ECL norms that have come in. Does that impact a UGRO, number one? And number two, is there a possibility of a UGRO doing a 50,000 crore AUM by FY27 at the rate that your AUM is growing already?
No, ma'am, there is no possibility. We add only 3,000 crore asset a year. So we cannot get to 50,000 crore by 2027 at any given point.
What year do you think you would be able to target that?
So we add, if you look at our track record, we add around 3,000 crore AUM every year, and that's our guidance. Actually, we are calibrating our growth little lower so that we can improve the profitability. That's point one. Number two, the ECL guidelines is bank. NBFCs are already under ECL provisioning, so that doesn't change anything. In fact, under the current statement, the risk weight on MSME financing is being reduced, and once the final guideline comes, actually UGRO business model will become more efficient because 100% of our asset is MSME asset, which qualifies as priority sector. We focus on customers which are in trading turnover band of 25 lakh to 15 crore. So once the risk weight for NBFC on MSME financing is reduced, we'll become more capital efficient like housing finance businesses. Comes
absolute positive for a company like UGRO, and a 3,000 crore increase in terms of AUM is what the street should be watching out for. But thank you, Sachin, so much for joining us on the show, and congratulations once again on the fundraise and the acquisitions that you've been doing. But completely out of time. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of KYC from Puneet, the team that put the show together, and myself. Lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola? Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
Hi, we're talking about Your Money Matters on NDTV Profit, and my name is Alex Matthew. This show gets you answers to all of your personal finance questions, and to that end, sometimes we ask you to write to us and tell us what you would like to know. And some of you have asked specifically about hybrid funds. How do you incorporate them into your portfolios, and what purpose do they serve? So today we're going to talk about two subcategories of the hybrid mutual fund space, and those are balanced advantage funds, the largest subcategory, and aggressive hybrid funds. Now, to somebody that is completely unaware of this space, they're going to sound like complete Greek and Latin. You won't know what this is about. So that's what we're trying to fix today. Don't worry about it. Joining me in studio to tell you exactly what you need to know is Megha Malpani, who is the founder of Zvest Financial Services. Megha, thanks so much for taking the time.
Thank you so much, Alex, for having me here.
So let's start with the definitions. Before we get into the purpose of each of them, the Balanced Advantage Fund is also called the Dynamic Asset Allocation Fund. What is it all about?
So, Alex, I think, it's a very pertinent question today when the markets, are kind of playing around for a long time. And a lot of people are finding solace in the hybrid category. So there are many subcategories within hybrid funds, and the two most important categories definitely include balanced advantage funds and aggressive hybrid funds. Now, to answer your question, balanced advantage funds are funds which, as per SEBI regulations can play around between 0% to 100% in equity allocation. Just to draw an analogy, I would say they are like the auto transmission in a car, where the car is actually trying to, switch its gears depending on the speed. So here the fund manager would typically decide basis the market, which could be either a cyclical approach or it could be a counter-cyclical approach, as to how much equity he or she wants to run in the portfolio. Aggressive hybrid funds, on the other hand, necessarily have to have 65% in equity or equity-linked instruments, so as to ensure that they kind of fall in the equity tax bracket. Having said that, it is also important to understand that while they appear similar, the way both these funds are managed could be very different, and it is important for every investor to know where he or she is getting into.
And that is the purpose of this conversation. I'm glad that you've explained it with an analogy. You said this is like auto transmission, right? It's in a normal situation where you talk about asset allocation and you talk about portfolio building, an individual is supposed to have a certain equity component, a fixed income component, possibly even gold and silver, commodities, right? Right. And depending on how the fluctuation happens in the markets and where you think your portfolio should be, you rebalance. Right. This involves selling of equity and buying of fixed income, or vice versa, however you need to do it. In this case, because it's auto transmission, the fund manager is doing it for you. That's a simple way to explain it. Right. Now, what I want to understand is, how do fund managers interpret this differently? You've laid out the broad guardrails of what the Securities and Exchange Board of India has said in its regulations, but how does a fund manager in different mutual funds look at these two categories?
Right. So, most of the fund houses today follow proprietary models which run on multi-factor variate analysis to determine how much equity and debt to have. A point I would also like to mention, Alex, is that especially in the hybrid category, it is also important to evaluate the quality of debt in the mutual fund, because if it is compromised there, it can get you an alpha, but it will come with an added risk. And unlike equity, the loss on the credit side could be a permanent loss.
So let's simplify this a little bit, just to make sure that all of my viewers are understanding this. What you're saying is that in your balanced advantage fund, where you have the ability to go 0 to 100 in equity, usually people don't go to 100. Okay. Usually it is what, 50-60% depending on the market, and the rest is filled up with fixed income, right, which is both government securities as well as corporate bonds. This is debt that is issued either by the government or by companies. And when it is issued by the companies, you have a situation where there is a credit risk involved, right? This is denoted by your rating that each company has, an issuer rating. And if you go down the list from AAA all the way down to BBB, you have BBB, which forms the base of that investment grade. I don't think anybody goes that far, though. Is that right?
They don't go, but there are funds which run only AAA rated papers. They do come down to BB sometimes. Also, it is important to understand the duration or the interest rate risk, especially in an environment where in the last 4 or 5 years we have had, first a hike in interest rates followed by, reduction that we are seeing right now. So I just thought it is important to understand that bit as well.
So both, yeah. So you could have duration as well as credit risk. Duration risk, of course, is when if you're investing in a bond, and if it is a 10-year bond, for example, and the interest rates fall, then that's beneficial for you, correct? Yes. Because you bought a higher yielding paper. Anyway, without getting into too many of those specifics, let's talk about what the purpose of each is. We've defined how they work, kind of. We'll get into some schemes that you have focused on, but before that, the time frame. You look at equity and you say 5 years is ideal, 5 years and beyond. Does this fall less than 5 years, or is it also considered long term? Both of these.
Right. So it is important to understand, Alex, that ultimately it has equity as a part of the portfolio. And in my opinion and experience, I would suggest a balanced advantage fund is good for a 3 to 5 year kind of a view.
Right.
However, if you're kind of looking at an aggressive hybrid fund, I would suggest a time horizon of 5 years. The way I look at it is that over a 3 to 5 year period, in a balanced advantage fund, the returns get smoothened over the longer term. And because it necessarily has a 65% minimum threshold of equity to maintain in a static hybrid fund, I would say that a 5-year holding period would not completely eliminate the risk of principal, but it would be a sufficient guardrail to have.
Okay. In your experience broadly, what level of equity does a balanced advantage fund have? And of course, we'll get into how each of these strategies are maintained or done differently. And how does it relate to what your aggressive hybrid does? Because I've seen a lot of balanced advantage fund managers keep that 65% threshold maintained in equity for that equity taxation. They can use arbitrage plus equity if they want to reduce the risk in the portfolio.
Right. So, in my experience, I have seen most of the fund houses run on an average 40 to 60% in a dynamic asset allocation fund. In times, of crisis like COVID, I remember a lot of fund houses went all the way up to 75 to 78% of equity, during that March 2020 period, which, kind of added sufficient alpha in the portfolio in hindsight. In the aggressive hybrid category, on an average, I have seen most fund houses maintain close to about 75% thereabouts in equity exposure.
Okay. So therefore, with that understanding, what is the return profile that an investor should expect when they're looking at these two categories? And we've already defined the timelines that they should have.
Right. So, to my mind, both these categories are absolute return products. They are not relative return products.
Yeah.
I would say that in case of a balanced advantage fund, decent, reasonable return expectation should be in and around 10%. However, in an aggressive hybrid fund, you could target a 11% kind of a return. It is also important to understand that different fund houses run these funds very, very differently. We need to understand who's the ideal customer who comes into this. He's somebody who is conservative, right? Having said that, if, a fund house is taking extraordinarily high exposure to small caps in the portfolio, it may kind of get you higher returns, but it may not suit the requirements of the investor.
Very important.
Yes.
And so therefore, it brings me to the next question, which is, you said this is for a conservative investor. Even the aggressive hybrid is for a conservative investor?
Alex, I wouldn't want to look at it just from a conservative investor or an aggressive investor. I think hybrid as a category holds merit for every portfolio to have, because life is not lived in spreadsheets. We can kind of design that we may not have a liquidity requirement in the next 3 years or 5 years, but life doesn't play around like that. So these kind of funds give cushion to any portfolio wherein you are not disturbing your core portfolio in case there is an unforeseen liquidity that comes up.
Yes.
Yeah, so to my mind, I would not look at it from a conservative or an aggressive hybrid.
What I was getting at is that, of course, there is a case to be made for the inclusion of these schemes in multiple portfolios, but I'm saying the extent to which you would take exposure would depend on your risk profile, etc.
Absolutely.
So compared with a pure equity product, an aggressive hybrid product would be less risky, relatively speaking. And so therefore, a conservative investor, somebody that does not want to take that element of risk, but still wants an equity-like product that could cushion a fall, they can look at aggressive hybrid. That's what I'm trying to define the ambit of who should be looking at this very closely.
Yes, so somebody who doesn't want to take 100% equity funds, but is probably looking at a little more alpha compared to a pure play fixed income product, I think it is a good product for that investor. Also, I think it depends on some other factors, like when do you have the liquidity need? If you have a liquidity need in a 3 to 5 year kind of a horizon, I think then this product, deserves a position in the portfolio. Then there are people like us, there are fund managers, there are the AMC teams wherein, our incomes are largely related to the performance of the markets. There are doctors, who sometimes do not have a fixed pay. In people who do not have a very consistent, steady monthly flows, I think for such profile of people, there is decent sense for these funds to have a little higher allocation.
Sure. Okay, let's get into the brass tacks because, as you've mentioned, proprietary ways of managing these schemes. Let's first talk about balanced advantage, and we can't go through the entire list, but then there must be some that have stood out to you and certain reasons why. Let's talk about 3 of them, if possible.
Sure. So I think in this space, the first fund that comes into my mind is definitely the ICICI Prudential Balanced Advantage Fund. I think they're the pioneers as far as this category is concerned, having the largest AUM as well. I think the biggest advantage ICICI has as a fund house has been their macro calls, and they kind of follow this, they kind of run this on a counter-cyclical manner, wherein they take care of valuations in terms of price to equity, price to book, etc. They have largely maintained large caps as far as the equity component of the fund is concerned, which again comes down to your previous question that it is reasonable for a conservative investor to have. And I think their debt calls have also done very well with no defaults, even during the tough times that we saw in 2018.
And how does that differentiate with the other 2?
Yeah. So the other fund that stands out in my mind in this space is definitely the SBI Balanced Advantage Fund, wherein they kind of run on factors like earnings, sentiments, which kind of helps understand the pulse of the traders and how the activity is happening on a daily basis as far as market volumes are concerned, and they focus on fundamentals as well. Another fund that stands out is the Edelweiss Balanced Advantage Fund, wherein they look at market trends, they define something called the trend health, and again they look at fundamentals as far as deciding how much equity and debt to have.
We'll have to run through the aggressive hybrid, but what 3 schemes stand out to you here?
Again, I think ICICI, Edelweiss and DSP, I think the principles of credit and large cap that I spoke about ICICI stand true even as far as their aggressive hybrid fund is concerned, because largely the teams would remain the same. Same is true as far as SBI is concerned. I think, they follow, they take a lot of aid and assistance of, quants to understand the pulse of the market as far as sentiments is concerned. I think DSP in the hybrid category is a relatively newer kid on the block because, the fund has had quite a turnaround, and the way I see it is that they are focusing a lot on the risk management that has led to the fund doing reasonably well in recent times. Also, I believe that they take a lot of bottom-up stock selection, which also helps them manage the active share of the portfolio well, which has kind of guided the performance in recent times.
Great. Megha, I think this has been a very insightful conversation. Thank you so much for making the time and for coming to the studio. Pleasure having you.
Same here. Thank you, pleasure's mine.
All right, so that should give you a sense of how to approach this category, and of course it can be a little daunting looking at so many schemes, but at least Megha's helped you narrow the list a little bit and understand where it fits in your portfolio. All right, let's now talk about passive investing, and I don't need to tell you what this is about because passive investing in India came of age a while back. The point is, how far can it go right now and where does it fit in your portfolio? Joining me on this conversation to talk about the trends that are currently visible is Prateek Oswal, the Chief of Passive Business at Motilal Oswal. Prateek, thanks so much as always for taking the time. Let me start with a bit of a different take this time. Let me start with a rapid fire and let me ask you a few questions, just 3 or 4. The first one is, one misconception about passive investing that you wish investors would drop?
It's for beginners.
Okay. Which excites you more, ETF adoption or smart beta curiosity?
ETF adoption.
If passive is the new active, what becomes the new niche?
Quant, maybe.
Okay, all right. So that is not necessarily an indication of anything to come by, because I want to talk to you about the report that you've just launched. And one of the takeaways is that 76% of mutual fund investors are now aware of passive, and nearly 68% have invested in one. What, according to you, has caused this change? It's not something that happened overnight, Prateek, but more distributors are willing to sell this. Is this what you're witnessing?
Yeah, so there has been a major. So there's two things. One is India itself has started investing in a very big way. Just to give some numbers, we had about 4 crore Demat accounts in 2020. Today we have over 20 crore. So I think the number of investors have really sort of gone up tremendously in the last 5 years' time, combined with the awareness of index funds, ETFs. So I think the awareness has gone up tremendously. Just to give you some more numbers, in 2020, there were only 5 lakh investors who were invested in index funds. Today it's 1.4 crore. So that's a pretty significant number, close to 80 to 100% growth year on year. And also the AUMs have also grown 100%, I would say CAGR. So I would say, awareness has grown significantly for index funds, ETFs. There are a lot more products out there. AMCs are launching a lot more passive funds. And also what we've seen is that, the markets, at least the Indian markets today, are becoming a lot more efficient, just like the US markets, So finding funds that give you alpha, especially in the mid and large cap space, is becoming quite hard. So a lot of investors are looking at passive funds now for that sort of an allocation because they're seeing that returns are pretty much as well, and they don't have to worry about performance.
Prateek, do you think that's a sign of what we've seen over the last 5 years? Because at the start of this year, calendar year, you had a drawdown in the broader markets to the extent of 20%, but then you did see a reclaiming of that quite quickly, and as a result of which a lot of active fund managers missed the bus. They had allocations that they couldn't change very dramatically because they were geared for a prolonged pause or a further decline. And so if you look at the last 1 year performance, or you look at the last 3 year performance, it is colored by that underperformance of active. So do you think that the tendency to go to passive, and what you just mentioned, the fact that it's becoming harder in certain pockets, in more pockets, to beat the benchmark, do you think that this is just based on what we've seen so far?
No, actually not at all. So the data is quite consistent. It's not on the basis of what's happened the last 1 year. In fact, if you look at data 1 year back, maybe 2 years back or 3 years back, you will see similar trends. I think if you look at the large cap space, if you study the large cap space over the last 5 to 6 years' time, there has been about 70 to 80% underperformance in terms of number of funds to the benchmark. And I think the guys who are outperforming also keep changing every year. So essentially, and actually, what's really interesting is something which, also takes me by surprise. But if you look at the large cap sort of component of India, component of the mutual fund space, so the large cap component is about 65% of India's market cap. And about 65% of that is passive today.
Wow.
So if you look at the large cap space, most of it is in passive money today. So there has been a significant shift. In fact, incrementally, a lot of the money that going to large caps tends to happen to passive funds. Obviously, this is driven by a lot of institutional flows, but this is just a general trend that we see. What we see even in mid caps today, it's following a similar trend where, I think it is getting harder to beat the mid caps. So people are watching it. But my view is very different from this. I personally, or we at Motilal, think that performance is not the real reason. The real reason is more to do with asset allocation. I think people have realized that, you should have some of your money in passive. The allocation of passive used to be like 0% 4-5 years back. Today, most people tend to think of it like, I should have maybe 20-25% of my portfolio in passive. Maybe the rest can be in active funds. So I think that has been the major change where people are now adding passives to their asset allocation. And that's been driving the change that you see.
Yeah, so there is also increasing participation from non-metro cities, Prateek. It's something that I found quite interesting in your report. What do you think is driving that? Because ultimately, you talk about passive, and it's something that has been a conversation traditionally in certain circles, but we've moved beyond that.
Yeah, so non-metros is, I would say, more to do with low base effect more than anything else. I think, historically, most of the flows from passives tend to only come from metros. And I think now you're seeing some growth happening in non-metros as well. So we track this data on a monthly basis, and we're seeing that the numbers are extremely small. Somewhat similar to what we saw in metros 5 years back is what's happening in non-metros today. So I think it's more to do with low base, but yes, I think the awareness is growing significantly. Also, you have to understand that in India, more and more, most of the incremental investors who are coming into India today are coming in through direct platforms. They're not coming through distributors or through industries. So I think those guys, tend to like passive funds a lot more. So I think, and also the newer age of investors are coming in from non-metros. So I think the non-metro money is coming in mostly from the new investors who are coming into the markets through these online platforms. And that's where the numbers are coming from. But if you look at the AUM numbers, they're still not that large.
Yeah, just to close things out, Prateek, you mentioned that there is a substantial share now in the large cap category for passives, but I'm just wondering, you were one of the first fund houses to have a broader gauge or a broader gauge availability for an index fund or a passive option, right? I'm just wondering whether it makes sense, because you look at certain time periods and very clearly something like a Nifty 500 has beaten several active funds, and there's no reason now. The companies are also, the vintage is more, the size of these companies is much larger than they used to be. So the first 500 are no longer as skewed to the top as they were before. They are, but not as much as before. Do you think that there's more of a case to invest in these broader gauges?
Yeah, I think, so I almost think that it's not smart to invest in Nifty 50 or a Sensex fund today. Honestly, they are not representative of the Indian stock market anymore. They used to be representative of the Indian stock market maybe 10, 15, 20 years back, but not anymore. They are, when you invest in Nifty 50, you're investing in essentially a fund that invests 60% in the top 10 stocks. It's not really, it's more of a sort of mega cap sort of an index. We believe that India has really substantially changed in the last 5 years. When we launched a small cap index fund, an average size of a small cap company was like 4,000 crores market cap. Today it's like 25,000 crore market cap. So these are large companies. These are trading like mid caps. So we believe that the best way to own passive, and if you look at the philosophy of passive is buying the market. And when you're buying a Nifty 500 or a broader based index, you are essentially buying 80-90% of the market. So we believe that broader is the way to go. And I believe that if you're looking at being philosophically true to investing in index funds, I think broader base is a much better way to go than say like a Nifty 50 or a Sensex, where you're essentially betting on the top 10 stocks.
We've come a long way from even the conversations, Prateek, you and I have had in 2016, 17 or thereabouts, if I remember correctly. In the last 8 years, we've come a very long way. So I'm guessing that the next few years will be exciting for the passive space and the mutual fund industry as well. Thanks so much as always for taking the time.
Thanks so much for having me.
All right, well, that brings us to the end of this edition of Your Money Matters. Thanks so much for tuning in. Do stay tuned. This is NDTV Profit.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
A story of change. A path to renewal. A leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
अरे और रहमान सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future.
As is the buzz, this year was all about moving beyond basic digital transformation and focusing on a more AI-based approach to digital fintech transformation. We had the finance minister come in and launch the forex settlement for Gift City. We had the commerce minister come in and talk about the impact of US government shutdown on India-US trade talks, and we also had key sessions from policy and regulatory perspectives, like from the RBI governor and from the SEBI chairperson.
Right, and most importantly, of course, today we had Prime Minister Narendra Modi come in. You had the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer come in. Both of the countries fresh off an FTA, a free trade agreement. Both of them talking about how comprehensive this strategic partnership can be. Take a listen.
Mujhe yahan aake bahut khushi hui. I hope that was roughly right. But look, it's fantastic to be here with all of you and with Prime Minister Modi, and just to see the room as vibrant and energetic as this is fantastic. In India's financial and economic capital, Namaskar. Mumbai. Prime Minister, we were honoured to host you in the United Kingdom just a few short months ago in July, and I'm honoured now, just as you were, to be here making that return visit, because we are doing something remarkable together. We're taking this incredible partnership between our two nations and redefining it with a new level of ambition for a new era. Now, back in July, when we were in Chequers, we signed the historic UK-India Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement. It was a deal that was years in the making, a deal that many people said couldn't be done, and a deal that we struck together. Now, we did it to raise living standards in both nations, to put more money in the pockets of working people, and to create opportunities for everyone in this room. It's great news across our economy, for the makers of British cars, for Scottish whisky distillers, to workers in our fintech sector in London, Edinburgh, Manchester, Leeds and Glasgow. It will add billions of pounds to our GDP, hundreds of billions of rupees to yours, and add billions to wages as well. It's the biggest deal that the UK has done since we left the European Union. And I think it's fair to say it's the most ambitious trade deal that India has ever done.
साथियों, भारत मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी है. जब हम डेमोक्रेसी की चर्चा करते हैं तो ये सिर्फ इलेक्शन या पॉलिसी मेकिंग तक ही सीमित नहीं है. भारत ने इस डेमोक्रेटिक स्पिरिट को गवर्नेंस का एक मजबूत पिलर भी बनाया है, और इसका बेहतरीन उदाहरण है टेक्नोलॉजी. दुनिया में लंबे समय तक ये चर्चा बहुत काफी रही है, और हम आज उस चर्चा को नकार नहीं सकते हैं. उसमें काफी सच्चाई थी, और वो चर्चा थी टेक्नोलॉजिकल डिवाइड की. भारत भी उस समय इससे अछूता नहीं था, लेकिन बीते एक दशक में भारत ने टेक्नोलॉजी का भी डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन किया है. आज का भारत सबसे अधिक टेक्नोलॉजिकली इंक्लूसिव सोसाइटी में से एक है. तो डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी का भी हमने डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन किया है. इसको देश के हर सिटीजन, हर रीजन के लिए एक्सेसिबल बनाया है. आज ये भारत का गुड गवर्नेंस मॉडल बन चुका है. ये एक ऐसा मॉडल है जिसमें सरकार जनहित में डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप करती है, और फिर उस प्लेटफॉर्म पर प्राइवेट सेक्टर अपने इनोवेशन से नए नए प्रोडक्ट तैयार करता है.
Beyond the macro, what we had at the GFF was innovation. That is the sort of benchmark that has been set in terms of fintech in India. What we've seen was what was of particular interest was the NPCI NVIDIA Experience Zone. That was something that was a crowd puller, very long queues that we saw there. It had everything right from fraud detection to customer service. And that's not all though. We actually got to try a bunch of really cool technology. One that you can wear, one that has cameras fit in, storage, everything, voice-led as well. So take a look at what I did at the Meta Ray-Bans booth here at the GFF. Yes, I'm sporting the Ray-Bans by Meta. These, of course, come with cameras, about a 12 megapixel camera, 32 GB storage in these babies, and what we're seeing is that I can play music. This is completely voice-led, and I can just say, hey Meta, I can hear some music right now in my ears. What I can also do is very interesting. I can ask Meta to take a photo of me. So I'll just say, hey Meta, take a photo. Right. I have the photo that is coming in. It's asking me to import the photo right here on my phone. And here we go. We have the photo that has been captured by the Ray-Bans by Meta. So all of this is now available in India. We have a bunch of these designs. I'm wearing one that is white in color, and a bunch of these designs are now available in India. Game-changing technology. We're at the WhatsApp stall, and what they're essentially doing is offering a bunch of goodies for people, and you can see the rush behind me, and it is essentially a lot of WhatsApp goodies being doled out for those who are actually using WhatsApp Pay for the first time. So we tried it out for you. We actually scanned the QR code that is behind us. It asks us to make a 1 rupee payment in exchange for certain goods, and what we got was a WhatsApp pop socket that we actually got for using WhatsApp Pay for the first time. So a very interesting onboarding that is happening here at the Global FinTech Fest by WhatsApp.
Fintech showcases were there on exhibit all around, and we got in touch with lending platform Biz2X to get in touch with a very special friend they had brought along for as a fintech showcase. Take a look. We are joined by Pankaj Sharma, the head of India and Middle East for Biz2X. Mr. Sharma, between you and me, there's a very interesting robot standing here. So can you tell us more about it and what Biz2X is doing here today?
Sure. Well, thank you so much to NDTV for visiting our booth. Well, what we are basically showcasing at our booth today is the agentic AI capability and the conversational AI capability that our platform has, which helps banks and all kinds of lenders basically to fully digitalize their lending processes. And the bot that you see over here, we call it our BizBot. So this is basically a symbol of our agentic AI capability, which we have embedded into our digital lending platform for banks in terms of how it can help their bank's internal users, whether it is credit managers, sales managers, branch staff, to basically, run their lending business and improve their efficiency in terms of underwriting loans, processing loans. So this is a symbolic, bot which is symbolizing our AI capabilities. So we have trained this bot right now. It can answer any questions related to our products, our policies, our company's background, etc. And that is exactly how our agentic AI bot on our software also works. You can ask any questions. It helps in underwriting the loans, etc.
Right. So if we ask the bot a question, will it be able to answer us right now?
Yes, absolutely, it will be.
So can you ask it a question?
Sure.
Biz2X offers a complete digital lending suite, including CRM, lead management, marketing automation, AI analytics, LOS, loan origination system, KYC automation, AI or ML underwriting tools, BRE, business rule engine, fully automated, configurable, LMS, loan management system, loan servicing, accounting, reconciliation, loan portfolio monitoring, AI-based portfolio and risk tracking, collections module, rule engine-based automation and geo-tracking.
You see how intelligent it was. We were just discussing and it identified that, we want to understand what are the products it has. You asked me, but it understood and straight away answered the question. That's how intuitive it is.
Right. So ladies and gentlemen, usually when it comes to fintech, it's quite a non-tangible concept. You don't understand what's going on. There is nothing that we can show on camera, but a robot is something that simplifies, that breaks it down and makes you believe in the idea that agentic AI can be harnessed, can be showcased and brought around in an event like this.
Something that can take card payment, it can generate QR, and the best part is by pressing Paytm, you can ask it a question and it will do that. It'll do the payment transaction and every other thing that you can talk about it. So you can talk to it that I want to know this answer, and then it'll work on this.
So VSS, like we heard you say, it's costing only 500, 600 rupees a month. But compared to a traditional soundbox, how expensive is the device in itself?
Well, the traditional soundbox is not an Android device. Traditional soundbox is not an AI device. Those are like static paper. Now soon, those will become like a 2G device. This is like a 4G LTE 5G device. And the difference between the classic soundbox and this is like being a smartphone or a feature phone. Today we launched a feature phone to a smartphone leap for smartphone. So
how much does this cost?
It costs 500 rupees a month for the merchant, and it includes obviously the internet connection, the AI inference tokens on a fair usage, so that if they want to really use it higher, they can even subscribe the Pro.
Right, and you said very interesting thing. The tagline might just change now from Paytm Karo to AI Karo.
Yes.
Does that signify in some way that Paytm is going towards a huge artificial intelligence push going forward?
Well, everything that we will do will proceed and lead the AI revolution in the country. I believe it comes upon a generation to take the leap of faith and put everything all in on that. As Paytm, we are all in on API, all in on AI. And yes, I think from Paytm Karo to AI Karo is the correct acknowledgement of it.
Right, that was Vijay Shekhar Sharma. Thank you so much, VSS, for joining us. We also managed to catch up with quite a lot of managements here at GFF. We've been bringing you the lineups for 2 days now, and even yesterday we were able to catch up with Vijay Shekhar Sharma of Paytm with a new innovation in the soundbox technology that the company has brought in, and something about which he's clearly excited about. Here's a look at that again.
Shopping is being made easier thanks to NPCI, OpenAI, as well as Razorpay. I'm joined by Khilan. He's the Chief Product Officer at Razorpay. Thanks so much, Khilan. Firstly, we'll take a look at the sort of prompts that have been put in and how we can easily shop. So I can see that if you bring the camera closer, you can simply put in the fact that you are craving a dairy milk silk, and you can ask ChatGPT to buy it for you. It will thanks to the Big Basket tool that has been integrated, it will show up what sort of product has come in. You can ask it to add it directly to the cart, and it is also you don't even need to step out of the chat window to pay for the order. It can simply be completed within this chat window. And very interestingly, like you can see, this particular order has been successfully placed, and this is within the ChatGPT single chat box that this has happened. Khilan, this is a very, very interesting development. E-commerce coming together with AI. So much happening. Talk to us about what are the possibilities and what has Razorpay done with more brands like this?
Yeah, no, super excited. I am personally looking forward to this big inflection point for all of us, where we will start using, all these AI agents and LLMs and these chatbots, not just to, do discovery and keep chatting, but potentially to shop as well. And of course, the last leg in that was how do we get the merchant catalog as well as the payments journey sorted. So we've been actively partnering over the last several months with NPCI, with ChatGPT, as well as with Big Basket and Vodafone Idea as our anchor private beta customers. And the customer behavior is whatever we've spoken to end users. They are all of the view that this is more natural to them, either through voice or through chat. And I just showed you one live example how powerful it can be for us, right? So I'm imagining a world where all of us will now possibly get a personal shopping assistant that will do the right discovery for us, possibly at the right point in time, at the right price, will maybe do comparisons for us, and will purchase on our behalf at the right point, with all the guardrails and the delegations that we would have set up. At some point, some of us will do weekly, some will do monthly. Like, for example, I am going to stop ordering all my groceries manually now. I'm going to delegate 10,000, which is generally my grocery budget, to Big Basket once a month. And then all my orders are now going to happen very smoothly through this.
I think this is a very, very fresh take on e-commerce that we're seeing. Khilan, also talk to us about how this can be integrated into the app also directly for these customer-facing platforms that we can see. Can users possibly in the future just open the Big Basket app, speak to the app and get their orders done?
Absolutely. I'll leave it to Big Basket to comment whether they'll do it, but I do imagine a world where all the frequently used apps that we have will try out a user experience which is either, chat with respect to conversational or voice with respect to conversational. See, if you go back to the history when QWERTY keyboard started, I actually learned first on a typewriter, and how painful it's to learn, So we all had to rewire our brains to learn the journey and use it day in and day out. But speaking and conversing is natural to us. So that's why I think this UX is very, very natural. I also believe that possibly the next 50 million folks who will come in the income bracket India will start earning over the next few years are all going to have used GPT for their day-to-day activity. Like I grew up in the era of Google. So they're going to find this UX natural because that's what they have used every day in their grow up journey before they started earning. And when they started earning, they'll participate in the commerce activity. So then they will ask, why is the commerce activity interaction for me different than what I've done elsewhere? And that's where we're enabling that. And I think the inflection point will happen where maybe oldies like me will still be okay with a UI based purchase journey, but I think my kids are not going to do that. They're going to ask me, seriously, did you ever have to make 6 clicks, discover, search, then add to cart, then make a payment? You were taking 5 minutes to do an order. That sounds archaic.
I'm at the RBI booth here, and there is an innovation here that we're seeing. This is the CBDC souvenir vending machine, and what this is essentially is something that can be accessed by your e-wallet. This is, of course, CBDCs have come in over the past year. Those have been promoted by the Reserve Bank. I've spoken to officials, and they've said that it is perhaps faster than UPI settlement, given the fact that it is blockchain based. So what we'll do right now is a quick demo. Firstly, I'll show you my wallet. This has all the money that you need to purchase something from this souvenir machine that is right next to me. You have the 5 rupee note, a 10 rupee note, and a 100 rupee note. So about 115 rupees as balance is what I have in my digital wallet. Now what I'll do is add something worth 115 rupees from this very machine. So if you could come in closer, I would see we can add the visiting card holder that is worth about 115 rupees. I'll proceed here, and then I will scan to pay this. So I will go ahead and send money. Click on scan. I have to enable location. I can proceed. This says swipe to send digital rupee, and the transaction has been made. The 115 rupees have been transferred. You saw the visiting card holder has been delivered to me right here. And there you go. I have the digital card holder that I actually bought using CBDCs for the first time ever. And this is what you get to experience at the Global FinTech Fest.
We even had the chance to catch up with managements who operate in niche sectors like Payments Gateway. We were able to catch up with Cash Free. The company has recently completed 10 years, and they told us what has changed in the fintech industry over the 10 years for even small companies like this. And not just that, we were able to also interact with the management of Dreamfolks. Remember, a company which is trying very hard to pivot into services where third-party vendors are being cut out of a system where financial development evolves and cuts out these sort of middlemen processes in between. So here, take a listen in on that as well. Can you tell us what the new services are and how they are revenue accretive in the longer term?
Hi, morning. Firstly, to start with, let me tell you that we are not winding up any of the services, okay? And if you actually look at the way our journey has been when we started the company, in terms of whether the offerings were, it started off with airport lounges, but eventually we actually, I would say, we built a complete travel portfolio in terms of airports, which was starting from airport transfer to meet and assist to lounges, spas, and also the retail offerings at the airport. Then eventually we moved to railways. Then we also got into the lifestyle services like the golf, and now we are also into highways. And most importantly, apart from the other services like coffee in the mall, hotel upgrades, then there's beauty, there's health packages. Apart from that, the most important service or the benefit what we have included is the social club, the members only club. Now, we have actually curated all these benefits, and we have created a membership, and those membership are basically for the customer. If you actually look at in terms of the benefits which have been provided by the credit card, the penetration in India of credit card is very low, and we all know that, and there's a huge opportunity. There is a base or the customers in terms of the aspiration customers who are there, who would want to have these kind of offers or the benefits. For example, golf and social club, let's take that. Now to actually have a golf access, you need to take the membership, and it's quite expensive. Secondly, even the social club membership actually starts from 25 lakhs going up to 50, 60, 70 lakhs, and the waiting period is also more than 15-20 years as well, right? But the way we have built is that you can actually take this membership and also avail or use these lounges, both the golf clubs. You can go and learn the golf lessons, go for a golf game, and also use the social clubs across the globe. So I would say that these are the packages which is for the aspiring customers who would really want to actually start using these benefits.
Right, ma'am. Again, which brings me back to the question of how much of a big deal in terms of a revenue churn do you think these new services are now that you're expanding, focusing on other kinds of services?
So I would say that, when we started the business, obviously the awareness of the products takes time. However, now I would say that the customer is aware about the way the benefits have been given. They exactly know, unlike what it used to be a decade ago in terms of, what exactly the requirement was. But I think today's customer is very well aware, and I just see that it will not take much time. It is just a matter of a couple of months where we would start seeing the numbers, and the way we would actually be marketing and targeting the right customers. So it's not that we would want to go and burn money in terms of advertising everywhere, but I think it would be a tactical marketing what we would be doing and targeting the right customers.
What was also very, very interesting was from the government side, from the regulator side, I had the opportunity to catch up with the MOSPI Secretary, the Statistics Ministry Secretary, Saurabh Garg. Also on the services front, like you also said, that services are becoming a larger part of the economy, and you also mentioned about various new data sets coming in. Does that include e-commerce portals as well?
Yes. Services, we already have a number of areas or indicators by which we collect services related data. But the e-commerce data is one such data set. And this is, for example, airfares are there and a number of other data points which we can collect directly from the e-commerce. And that is something that we would be incorporating this year, apart from the other digital data sets that I mentioned, things like e-Vahan, GST and others.
Right, sir. Also, sir, on the IIP, that is also undergoing some sort of a reform. You have the PPI coming in also. So just an update on both of these very crucial set of indicators that come in.
Yeah. So two of the other indicators which are extremely important is the consumer price inflation, which is important input for monetary policy also.
Lastly, we'll leave you with something that I had the opportunity to try. This was really revolutionary in the sense that you can now order groceries right off of ChatGPT, and not just ChatGPT. This was Claude. This was with Gemini. Razorpay having this very open partnership with NPCI as well as OpenAI and other AI companies as well. So that was very cool. The fact that you can simply order groceries, pay for it without ever switching apps. It's just on one chat box. So we'll leave you with that. Thank you so much for staying with us throughout these 3 days of the Global FinTech Fest, and we hope to be back here next year with more innovations lined up.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market money and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola? Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world.
Good evening. Welcome to NDTV Profit. I'm Vikram Oza, and this is the big question. And of course, the big question that we're asking is our headline. That is the real trigger that got the tech world thinking. Home Minister Amit Shah has switched his office from Microsoft to Zoho Mail. Yes, some would call it a symbolic move that's being read, of course, as more than just a change in email service. But is this the dawn of digital Swadeshi 2.0? Is the larger question that we're asking. Could this signal that India is ready to challenge Silicon Valley on its own turf? From the Prime Minister's Buy Indian clarion call to the government's digital Bharat push as well, to the rise of homegrown champions like Zoho. Now the question, can India's software succeed on global merit, not just national sentiment? Because there have been instances when we've seen failures as well, like the platform Coup, for one, which crashed despite policy tailwinds. Zoho, on the other hand, has soared. So what really drives success? Government support, or is it pure market grit? Should India really compete head-on with Silicon Valley, or should we collaborate with Silicon Valley to shape probably a fairer digital world? And are we building digital sovereignty or drifting towards digital isolation when we pick either of these two routes? Of course, with UPI and India Stack and DigiLocker, AI, of course, and our own chip-making ambitions, all of them are powering India's tech backbone. But can we match the innovation tempo of the Valley without its VC billions of dollars and deep R&D muscle as well? Of course, with Zoho's 100 million users across 150 countries and $10 billion plus SaaS exports, that could really, I mean, the question is, could Indian tech become the new growth engine like IT services did 2 decades ago? So that is our big debate tonight. Our big question on NDTV Profit: can Swadeshi tech win on merit? And to take this on, we have a great panel. Anup Pai is joining us. He's co-founder and CEO of eSamudai from Udupi, which is, of course, as far as towns go, Udupi stands as an example. He, of course, a homegrown entrepreneur who's been working on decentralized digital ecosystems. Dhruv Bhutani is also with us, a tech expert who's tracked India's digital evolution from close quarters. And indeed, we have this great discussion right now about the entire debate, gentlemen, which began when Home Minister Amit Shah switched his office from Microsoft to Zoho Mail. But it's been in the making, this question. Of course, it's about India's digital confidence. And Dhruv, why don't I start with you? Why don't you tell us what this shift really signals? Of course, it's coming from Amit Shah right now. But do you think it's a symbolic nod to digital Swadeshi, or do you think it's a serious statement that Indian software is now good enough to replace global giants on merit?
Yeah, I think there's never been a question that Indian software is good enough to replace. But also, there's an entire ecosystem of the software stack that comes with it.
Yes.
And Zoho's popularity, as you mentioned, about 150 million users across the world. Zoho has been a pretty strong player in the enterprise space for quite some time. I think the only thing that's been surprising to me with this switch over is that, it's a government official that we're talking about. It should be an NIC-hosted email. But as far as Zoho goes, I don't think there's any surprise that the government is making a move to shift from Microsoft-based hosting to Zoho. You have more control over data sovereignty, and it's a credible product that lives up to it and helps boost the entire the India Stack movement, so to speak.
The India Stack movement is an important piece. Anup, you agree? You're building eSamudai out of Udupi. It's far from the traditional tech hubs, but does the next wave of Indian innovation, you think, actually lie in small-town India rather than a Bengaluru or a Palo Alto?
No, actually, it's not just about the location. I think the bigger question is for us to care about data sovereignty. So far, India is not really worried about data sovereignty. Nobody is really worried about data. We've just followed wave after wave of Silicon Valley innovations and just been followers in this 25 years of digital development that we've had on the internet. But the real question to ask is, what next? What about the data that gets generated on this a massive set of applications that are run, and broadly, how do we take advantage of this data set that's getting generated? You talked about UPI. While it's a great innovation and it's helped a lot of new applications that has developed, but the data on UPI, which is spending behavior of almost 800 million Indians, is in the hand of two corporations who are both US registered corporations. So I think we need to start worrying about data itself and what information processing that's happening on this data that we are generating as a digital nation.
That's what I'm kind of alluding to, that if we are generating this kind of data, we are a consumption-driven economy at the other level, and we are banking on it big time. The Prime Minister, when he's speaking about the Swadeshi movement, he's talking about buying Indian. We are talking about creating ecosystems that is going to help the economy further. But like you're pointing out, you did mention India Stack, Dhruv. UPI is something else that is being mentioned by Anup. You know, the government support is an important piece over here. So what's your take on how the government should be involved in India's digital drive? Are we doing it in a way that makes us too protectionist? How exactly do you think the government should be involved in this entire digital push?
Yeah, I've got a couple of thoughts on that. But like as Anup said, I think prima facie, we need more stronger data protection and data privacy laws, I think that needs to be set in stone right at this moment when the government is taking such a proactive stance about the India stack. And I think, broadly speaking, of course, government support for Indian software ecosystems is always good to see, and it helps push the movement forward. Uh, but yeah, I think starting off with setting stronger data privacy and data security policies would be my would be the way to go. I mean, if we look at RSI, Zoho's messaging app, now a lot of comparisons are being drawn that WhatsApp was never end-to-end encrypted to start with. Well, that's true, but we're talking about an app that's competing in 2025, not when WhatsApp was end-to-end encrypted. So all of these guidelines, these policies, all of that needs to come together to sort of give the entire movement a push.
When you're talking about data privacy, at this stage, you think there are missing links as far as India is concerned. Our laws are not watertight, is what you're indicating. What are these missing links, Dhruv?
I think it mostly comes down to enforcement. Now, I mean, I'm not an expert on this, but I think maybe like perhaps Anoop, since he's working in
Let
this
me ask Anoop. Anoop,
field,
where do
he
you
might
think...
be...
Yes, absolutely, I agree. Anoop, where do you think are the missing links right now, since you're working out of Udupi? But of course, you're making a product that would be something that millions would use. Tell us exactly what you think are the missing links. Since you said we're generating this kind of data, our privacy laws, our entire ability to be able to deal with our data, that data sovereignty that you spoke about, where do you think are the problem areas right now?
Yeah. So let's start with the basic stuff. I mean, to do anything with data, we need data centers. So we lack big time when it comes to data centers. Most of our data leaves the country, other than what the banking sector set up as part of the core banking implementations. Data leaves the country. For example, we don't have any data centers set up. There are some initiatives that are being run by Reliance and other large corporations to set up data centers in India. But we can do it with a lot of ground-up innovations when it comes to micro data centers. That's the direction in which the industry is shifting. While the big tech companies are moving in the giga data center direction, the rest of the industry is moving in the micro data center direction. We lack the infrastructure to host data, to process data. Second, the ecosystem, which is developers and entrepreneurs working on these data applications that are local. Most of our developers are, follow the next wave from Silicon Valley. AI has taken up a bunch of our developers right now. We don't have good developers working on the India stack. We come down to a few volunteers and maybe even fractions of their time when it comes to working on India stack related activities. Because they don't see the money in it. There's no money in working in digital sovereignty, for example. I can prove it, right? I mean, since the time I've started, I've seen more and more money not coming to the sector. So these are the two things. I mean, laws will follow. I think the laws are there. In India, we have good laws. I mean, we can always critique the laws, but where is the data to govern? I mean, it all leaves our country right now. I mean, there's no data to manage at all.
So we need those data centers. But when you start talking about money, it brought up an important point in my head. When you're talking about Zoho, which was our starting point, the trigger for this conversation, that's where we are seeing 100 million users and about zero dependence on VC capital. So this bootstrapped model, is that the exception, or is that really the future of Indian entrepreneurship? How are you doing it? Because like you're saying, capital has always been an issue.
So bootstrapped, ground up building, income revenues is the only way to do this. Once money enters the fray, they want the hockey stick. And the hockey stick can only be gotten if you're given, freebies. The entice, model that Silicon Valley has followed. With the VC model, I mean, give freebies to the consumers, get them hooked on a platform. WhatsApp is an exception. We'll talk about WhatsApp separately. But overall, any commercial application platform has taken large amounts of capital. Billions and billions of dollars have been consumed in getting both sides of the marketplace brought in. That kind of capital is not available to homegrown technologies. I mean, there's nobody operating in this ecosystem other than a few volunteers and maybe iconoclasts at all. I mean, there's no serious development till Zoho and Aratai is a great example. I think there's a lot of debate about the lack of end-to-end encryption.
Yes.
It'll come. I mean, it'll come over time. I mean, I think there's no, for example, we boast about end-to-end encryption in WhatsApp. And I'm highly skeptical of Meta as a company. I mean, given Cambridge Analytica and all that. I don't know how much I would rather trust math or whatever it is. Because they've been sharing information, business information on WhatsApp even. So I would rather trust a homegrown entrepreneur like Sridhar Vembu and be a Aratai user.
Yes.
And use WhatsApp where I can. I mean, I will use any tool that's available to me. But over time, I would rather shift to something that is homegrown, where I have the entrepreneur, I know the entrepreneur, I can connect with him. And he's not out there to capture, right? I mean, like Meta is or Google is.
Fair enough. Let's get more perspective on this entire capital business. And joining us in this discussion is Shailesh Vikram Singh. He is managing partner at Climate Angels Fund and also CEO of Massive Mobility. Great to have you with us, Shailesh. We're trying to fix your connection, but that's a story in itself. But Shailesh, since you invest in early stage innovation, tell me, can India really build world-class deep tech without having the kind of funding muscle that Silicon Valley does, even its R&D ecosystem? Do you think that's possible?
Yeah, it's very much possible. We are seeing every day. So I always say that in India, whatever you see in 5 years, it changed drastically.
Right.
Whether it is cities, whether it's the infra, whether you see technology, look at the companies, what we are having today, right? So I think the story is not as bleak as others are thinking. Of course, there are always challenges and there always will be challenges. But I think there's enough opportunities. And like say in our portfolio, we are seeing companies which have built very, very strong technologies within India and something are being exported to in the US. So I see continuously this is happening. And when we talk of deep tech, see, deep tech can't start from somewhere in the outside, right? It starts from a very low part.
Correct.
So like say, whenever people think of deep tech, they think that we'll bring very large woods and we'll plant it. My other panelists talked about ecosystem. The ecosystem starts from very small grass, a small microorganism, right? Amoeba, and then you build a forest. So I think this part is totally missing. And I think we have to start with a very small pointers. And that is what it is going to happen.
But Zoho is not small, Shailesh. Zoho is not small. They've dreamt big and they're achieving big. So when you see like Indian alternatives come up, Coup has seen a rise and fall despite policy support. But what separates a Zoho from a Coup according to you? Is it execution? Is it vision? Or is it simply timing?
I think, there is a network claim. The founders of WhatsApp also launched Signal, but it didn't go anywhere, right? So Zoho is a very stable company. We ourselves use Zoho, and a lot many products are Zoho today. Coup was a one failure, but see, in a VC world, there are hundreds of failures and 2 successes, right? We should, and the issue is to have 2 successes, we have to have the 100 failures. So when the Coup kind of companies come, they just, even if they die, it doesn't matter because there are enough people who got trained. There are enough entrepreneurs who are there, right? So new companies will start. So these are part of the process. Every big boom in technology or anything else is always preceded by a big bust, right? Whether you see .com bust, clean tech bust, and they will always be bust there, right? But they create more values, they create more opportunities. So that's why I see that is there. Now coming to Zoho versus Coup, I think Zoho is a much more very strong player, much more used. Tech muscles are very, very smart. And then they are not dependent on quarter-to-quarter funding, right? So they have what you call deep pockets to support this. So that's why they have the edge. And I think the government is also pushing it. So I think Zoho will ultimately can win the game.
Let me take this across to Dhruv as well. Dhruv, do you agree with what Shailesh is saying? Because he's saying that we need to start small, but now we have to hit the ground running, as it were. The opportunities are there right now. Our global funds and, of course, Indian VCs, do you see them truly backing deep tech innovation over here, or are we still chasing some clones of Western ideas right now?
No, absolutely. I mean, just like as Shailesh mentioned, you have to start small somewhere. And I think we're past that point where we're starting small. The ecosystem is developing quite largely. And even in the AI space, we're seeing Indian startups put in a lot of work. So I think it's good days ahead.
You're thinking there are good days ahead. Anup, what about the hardware? Let's talk about that for a moment, because India's chip and semiconductor ambitions are still quite nascent. You think we can be a global tech power if we don't own the hardware backbone? You did talk about data centers, but in terms of our ambitions when it comes to creating those chips, those semiconductors, we're still at a very young stage. So can we do it without having all of that in place?
So we got to make a start. So the data centers with commodity chips, commodity hardware data centers is what I think we can install right now. I mean, without any problems, without any innovation challenges and all that. Give it another 5 years, the semiconductors and chip innovations have already started, or investments have started. It's a matter of jump-starting the ecosystem. It's about going down to the basics. Commodity hardware, how do you run a good data center, automation around it, virtualization, in-house software around virtualization. All of this has happened already. I mean, that's the good news. In the last 5 years, ever since this ecosystem has started forming, these are self-funded companies that are building these technologies. I am myself in Udupi, starting from ground, right?
Yes.
How can we make Udupi, a small district in India, how can we make it a digital republic where we have homegrown applications that are used by the citizens of Udupi? I think we made some good progress, and maybe in the next year or so, you'll see Udupi citizens using homegrown applications. And then how do we export it to the rest of the districts? And mind you, export to the world. I know cities in the US that want to have their own digital sovereignty stack. I mean, there are a lot of cities in the US, in Europe. There's a lot of interest in stopping the control ecosystem that the big tech has started. And I think India can export to that market.
So big tech, of course, is investing heavily in AI, and that's the route that we are taking. I'm just wondering how much of that you're bringing in to the product that you're creating for Udupi, Anup.
So right now it's a very simple ground-up set of applications. So when you look at AI, I mean, AI comes on top of the data layer, right? I mean, we are trying to go to human intelligence first. I mean, there are applications of pure human intelligence, people connecting with each other.
Right.
That doesn't need a lot of AI, right?
Correct.
I mean, once you have the data set, we have all the makings of an AI superpower where data that is harnessed locally is processed locally, and intelligence is served locally and shared globally. Right. Now let's come to data itself. Data has something known as half-life. So let's say we're losing data today to the West, to Silicon Valley. You cut that umbilical cord. The data that they have starts to decay because it doesn't get fresh data.
Right.
We need to start with small use cases. I mean, starting with hyperlocal use cases to begin with. How can we get hyperlocal apps to work locally with local data, and then scale it from there? I mean, small steps, and then we become a digital nation ground up.
So we're circling back to starting small. Shailesh, you brought that point in, and like we are hearing from Anup and indeed from Dhruv as well, India has the data. We have the scale. We also have the engineers. But now the question is about the innovation culture. Do we have that to turn what we have as our big investments already? How do we use that into cutting-edge AI products? Isn't that the need?
Yeah, I think, it's a very, I say it's a complex question, but you have to see the journey, right? So we have to be the journey. Let's say we say, okay, well, why don't we have OpenAI kind of infrastructure? Obviously, we don't have, because the kind of money being pumped in there is almost a $1 trillion kind of money which has gone into capex in last 2 years into AI hardware. I think the debt alone is around $3.1 trillion, right? There's a debt alone by the AI companies. So, of course, there's very different skills we are talking. When coming to India, I think we have our own advantages. I'm seeing the startup which are building a layer on top of what we call application layer. They are building on OpenAI has been building. So there are multiple nuances of the innovation which is happening, and we are seeing very positive impact of it. Coming to starting small, let's say way back in 2006, seed fund invested in a company called Redbus. It was just doing one bus ticket a month. Today it sells close to 100,000, probably 200,000 tickets every day. So everything start small and become very, very big, right? So while there's a lot of noise today on the AI, but I think I will not say that we have lost the race or the game is over. I think people are just creating too much what you call pressure right now. But I think the story is on. I think there are a lot of nuances here.
Perhaps the game is not over. The game is perhaps just beginning. But are we saying that we have a lot of catch up to do? Because I started out by asking if India should position itself as a competition to Silicon Valley. Or do you think, considering all of our current situation, we should think of ourselves and position ourselves as a partner of Silicon Valley? Because that's what it's seeming like, that we have the data and all of that. We can build products and bring it to big tech as well over in Silicon Valley. But we have the ability to provide the scale, the market, the cost advantage. So should we be partners or should we be competitors to them?
I think the way geopolitics is today, right? You are partner and company at the same time. I think we have to apply the same in tech also. So there are a lot of things which you need to build. Like say this Zoho Mail is a very simple example. It's the most simple application running the internet for the last 30 odd years. I think we need to have our own, right? Because there's a fundamental layer which drives everything. So we need to have all those. We have to build. So we have to be competitive in some and be collaborative in some. We have to decide. Where we don't have the edge, we have to collaborate. But where we can, we should build a competency. I think that's very essential. I think there's a high time that India need to what other competitors said, other panelists said, that we need to build our own data center.
Yes.
And we are building. So I think those are starting.
Yes. Yeah. But building this confidence, that's an important one. Anup, we've talked about the software layer. We are talking about digital backbone. But what about the trust and the adoption from the user side? Can Swadeshi tech actually win the Indian consumer without global validation? You think that's even possible?
That's our secret sauce, actually. I mean, trust is our secret sauce.
Yes.
I mean, I'm in Udupi, right? I mean, I talk about customer acquisition cost. I don't even like the term customer acquisition cost.
Right.
I mean, everybody in Udupi knows everybody, right? I mean, it's a small town with the right ideas, with the right networks, and we are all networked in this small town. We are all networked. It doesn't take much for us to spread a digital product. I mean, first we need to make it. I mean, that's a different story. But for us to be able to bring us all together, is really not a big deal. And I feel that's our secret sauce. I mean, India has run on trust for, generations, way before the West even existed. So, I think that's easy. Now, when it came, that question of should we compete or should we collaborate with Silicon Valley, I really think there is a space for sustainability when it comes to digital ecosystems. What Silicon Valley is building is not sustainable. I mean, even their data centers are killing the electricity grid. It's massive infrastructures that are heat generating and all of that. Plus, we've already seen the impact of big tech when it came to the three general elections in the United States. I mean, it's been quite a disruptive influence that the big tech has had in the US elections. Right?
Correct. Yes, indeed.
It's visible.
Yes.
So it's not sustainable. I mean, this kind of influence is not good in general. And India stands for this culture of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. I mean, let's all do this together. What's this thing about a few billionaires becoming trillionaires or whatever, and then the rest of us have to just eat the scraps out of what they leave for the rest of us, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's not the way India sees life. Right?
Correct.
I mean,
so we have a different model. We have a different
Yeah.
model of growth, which is more inclusive rather than exclusive, and whether we can bring it to our tech aspirations at a time like this, when everyone is turning so much more protectionist. Even we are talking about India and Swadeshi, and that kind of movement is something that we are pushing for. But it's been a fascinating exchange. Digital Swadeshi to digital sovereignty, bootstrapped grit to big-ticket VC bets. It's quite apparent that India's tech story is now writing its own script. There's no doubt about that, though, of course, we could be starting small. But whether we compete with Silicon Valley or we collaborate with it, now the real test is going to be whether Indian innovation can win not just hearts at home, but markets abroad with the kind of innovation that we do. And that would mean we are going ahead purely on merit. And if Zoho's global success and Amit Shah's symbolic switch have told us anything, it is that India no longer wants to just use the world's software. We want to build it. But on that note, a big thank you to my guests, Dhruv Bhutani, Shailesh Vikram Singh, Anup Pai, thank you for that insightful conversation. And our viewers, remember, the next big tech disruptor may not come from Silicon Valley. It could just as easily come from Panipat or Pune or Udupi for that matter. I'm Vikram Oza. This is The Big Question. Thank you for joining us on NDTV Profit.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
A story of change. A path to renewal. A leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
रहमान सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
welcome. You're watching Market Express and I'm your host Himakshi Bahugna. Now let's get straight into the show. But first up, let's see how the markets have fared today. So it was a decent day of trade on the Lal Street. Nifty has managed to shut shop above the 25,100 level. Sensex has jumped over 400 points. Now talking about the sectors, so all the sectors have closed higher today. The metal index was the standout performer, surging 2%. Strong gains were also seen in IT and pharma, which both rose by nearly 1%. So PSU banks and healthcare have contributed to the rally, each finishing the day up 0.95%. Now, TCS has demonstrated the operational resilience this quarter with its reported revenue at 65,799 crore rupees and also the EBIT at 16,565 crore rupees. So the earnings season has kicked off, and while TCS has reported net profit of 12,075 crore rupees, which was slightly below the 12,570 crore estimate. The IT giant has secured a strong deal pipeline of approximately $10 billion in the new orders. So performance was bolstered by a good showing in the BFSI vertical, which was also contributing significantly to the growth. So, however, the performance was mixed geographically, with growth in just some areas offset by declines in major markets like the UK and Europe. Looking ahead, the company is making strategic investments, notably planning to build a 1 gigawatt capacity AI data center in India. Next up, we have Satwik Green, which has reported a blockbuster result for the first quarter of fiscal year 2026. So the company has seen a multi-fold jump in both the top and bottom lines. Now, revenue for the quarter has skyrocketed to 916 crore rupees, which is a huge jump from 246 crore rupees in the same quarter last year. More impressively, margins have seen a significant expansion. EBITDA is up sharply to 177 crore rupees, with the margins improving to 19.3% from 13.2% last year. Now, this is also driven by strong cost efficiencies. Now, net profit consequently has surged to 119 crore rupees compared to 21.3 crore rupees in quarter one last year. Next up, we have Senco Gold, which also has reported its quarter two performance. So while the company, continued its expansion spree, revenue growth was notably softer than expected. Senco Gold has reported revenue growth of 6.5% for the quarter. Now, this is a miss against the company's own robust guidance of 18 to 20%. Now, despite the slowdown in the overall revenue, the company has seen encouraging growth in the key segments. Diamond value sales were up a healthy 12% there, and also silver sales registered a stellar jump of 54%. So the company's focus is on retail expansion, and that remains sharp. Senco Gold has added 5 new showrooms during the quarter, 4 domestically and 1 internationally. Now, this is bringing its total network to 184 outlets there. We now turn to a major development for the global pharmaceutical trade, where the Trump administration has delivered a significant boost to the Indian drug exporters by deciding not to impose tariffs on the generic drugs. So the US has confirmed that its new tariffs will target only branded drugs, with generics receiving a full exemption following a comprehensive review. Now, this is a critical win for India, which is the largest supplier of the generics to the United States. India is responsible for supplying an astonishing 47% of all the US generic prescriptions there. So the tariff-free environment is a massive relief for Indian pharma companies, ensuring continued revenue and also the market access and maintaining their competitive edge as well. Let's also look at how the brokerages are viewing the US decision to exempt the generic drugs from the tariffs. So the move is being seen as a net positive, largely aligning with the expectations of the firms like Citi. Now, Citi believes that the exemption may actually help lift the tariff-related overhang that has been pressuring the sector. However, the outlook on US generics remains one of the caution, due to multiple ongoing sector headwinds. Now, Citi and Jefferies currently prefer Lupin, citing better positioning, and also conversely, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, Zydus and Cipla may actually face some near-term headwinds despite the positive tariff news, according to the brokerages. So while the tariff fear is gone, broader structural concerns in the US generics market mean analysts are still selective in their top picks there. And staying with the global drug maker Lupin, which has announced a significant investment in its US manufacturing presence. So the company plans a cumulative investment of $250 million over the next 5 years to build a new state-of-the-art facility in Coral Springs, Florida. Now, this plant will be a key anchor for Lupin's US operations, specifically targeting the respiratory care market. Now, the new unit is designed to produce over 25 critical respiratory medicines, including life-saving albuterol inhalers. Next up, we have Garuda Constructions and Engineering, which has secured a significant new contract for a Mumbai redevelopment project. So the company has received an order worth 143.96 crores from Orbit Ventures developers. Now, this is an engineering procurement and also construction contract, that is the EPC, for the civil works of the Shikhar B redevelopment project located in Oshiwara, Mumbai. So the project has an execution timeline of 36 months. Now, this new win boosts Garuda Construction's total order book to approximately 3,229.7 crore rupees. So the news has triggered a strong reaction in the market, which the company's shares have also started rising very sharply. So it was known that market veteran Utpal H. Seth also holds a 2.27% stake in the company. Now, GR Infra Projects has also secured a major EPC contract from the State Highways Authority of Jharkhand. The order, valued at 290 crore rupees, is for the construction of the Girdhi Bypass Road, which is spanning over 26 kilometers. So this vital road infrastructure project is slated for completion in 24 months. Next up, we have HFCL. So the tech and fiber optics giant has bagged a significant international order. So the company has secured export contracts valued at 303 crore rupees, or approximately $34.19 million, for the supply of optical fiber cables. Now, the major order was placed with HFCL's wholly owned overseas subsidiary by a renowned international customer. Real estate major Prestige Estates has reported its highest ever first half sales in FY26, which is surpassing the total sales of the entire FY26. So the strong performance was driven by robust demand, especially in the residential segment. Now, in Q2 alone, Bengaluru has led the charge, contributing nearly 40% of the total sales mix. Now, with this record-breaking momentum in the H1 of FY26, Prestige is well on track to actually outperform the expectations and also cement its position among the India's top real estate developers there. Let's shift our focus to Ashoka Buildcon, which is stepping up its game with a strategic move to buy out Macquarie's stake in its subsidiary Ashoka Concessions Limited, or the ACL. So the company has already invested over 882 crore rupees via compulsory convertible debentures. Now, this is marking a significant step towards a full ownership there. So Macquarie investors have been given a partial exit, while the remaining acquisition is currently in progress. So importantly, the deadline for closing the entire deal has been extended to October 31st of 2025. So this acquisition actually aligns with Ashoka Buildcon's long-term infrastructure growth strategy and also signals a consolidation within its core business segments. Next up, we have Escorts Kubota, which is also gearing up for a major expansion there, announcing plans to invest up to 2,000 crore rupees by 2031. So this investment will be directed towards strengthening its manufacturing and R&D facilities in Haryana. Now, the long-term commitment highlights the company's focus on innovation and also the capacity building as it looks to enhance its footprint in the agri-machinery and also construction equipment space. So the move is also expected to boost the local employment and drive the industrial growth in the region. Movie nights just got an upgrade. PVR Inox has opened India's first luxury dine-in cinema in Bengaluru, where you can actually enjoy chef-curated meals right at your seat while watching a film. So this new format adds to the network of 1,757 screens across 353 locations, taking movie watching to a whole new level there. Now, it's a major win for L&T. The company has secured an order worth over 15,000 crore rupees for its hydrocarbon onshore business. This is also marking one of its largest international contracts there. So the project has involved, setting up a natural gas liquid plant and also allied facilities in the Middle East. So L&T has backed the deal as part of a consortium with the Consolidated Contractors Group, reinforcing its position as a global leader in the complex energy infrastructure projects. On to some brokerage notes. So Global Brokerage City has initiated a buy on the L&T, setting a target price of 4,350 rupees. Now, this is also implying an upside of nearly 17% there. So the firm expects a 17% EBIT CAGR over FY25 to FY28. This is also backed by a strong order book backlog and also consistent incremental inflows. So Citi also notes that near-term project prospects could actually lead to an upside surprise in order inflows, reinforcing L&T's position as a key beneficiary of the ongoing capex cycle. SpiceJet has seen a sharp price surge by nearly 18% in today's trade. So it was a stock that was kept to be, in focus. So why this jump? So this jump actually comes on the back of the airline's domestic network expansion just ahead of the winter holiday season. So SpiceJet has announced that the introduction of daily flights to two of India's most popular winter gateway destinations, that is Port Blair and Udaipur. So the budget carrier will now operate daily services to Port Blair from Kolkata and Delhi, with non-stop flights also beginning from Delhi and Mumbai to the city of Lakes, Udaipur, starting November 6th. So this expansion is part of a much larger winter strategy, where the airline plans to increase both its number of the daily flights and also its operational fleet. So the announcement, which actually include the special Diwali flights to Ayodhya, have boosted the investor confidence and also snapping the stock's recent losing streak. Next up, we have Mahindra & Mahindra, which is also reportedly considering a significant business overhaul. So sources indicate that the group is mulling a radical split of its diverse operations into three distinct separately listed entities. Now, this unbundling would actually see the company's core business streams like tractors, the SUVs and also passenger vehicle segment, and the truck and commercial vehicle division, each operating independently. Next up, we have Air India, which has also announced a new partnership aimed at improving international travel. The airline has signed an interline agreement with Taiwan's premier luxury carrier, Starlux Airlines. Now, this pact is to give passengers a convenient travel experience across both the airlines. Crucially, the agreement means passengers can now book a single ticket that actually covers travel on both Air India and Starlux flights. Now, this simplifies the often complex process of the international connecting travel, now making the transfers between two airlines very easy. Now, sources are confirming that Tata trustees are set to meet on October 10th to discuss what have been termed as, routine trust-related matters. However, this meeting takes place against the backdrop of a widening internal rift among the trustees. The growing discord has now drawn the attention of the central government as well. Insiders reveal that the trustees are likely to discuss the board appointments in various Tata Group companies, and notably, the renewal of trustee terms is not expected to be on the agenda. So efforts are reportedly underway to actually calm the tensions and also re-establish a power balance within the powerful philanthropic institution. Madhya Pradesh police have arrested G. Ranganathan, the 73-year-old owner of Chennai-based Sreesan Pharmaceuticals, in connection with the deadly cough syrup scandal. So the contaminated cold reef syrup containing toxic ethylene glycol, which is linked to at least 21 child deaths in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan due to kidney damage. So tests have showed up 48% of the lethal chemical in the setup. Now, Srisan's license was revoked after 350 violations and also including illegal chemical use. So Ranganathan faces charges of culpable homicide and also drug adulteration. He'll appear in Chennai court today before transfer to the Madhya Pradesh. Now, a major legal battle has erupted as the children of Karisma Kapoor and the late Sanjay Kapoor allege that their father's will was forged, levelling explosive accusations against their stepmother Priya Kapoor Sachdev, who they labelled as the Cinderella stepmother. Now, senior advocate Mahesh Jethmalani, representing the children, argued before the High Court that the will was modified while Sanjay was on a holiday with his son and that the forgery was part of a big conspiracy. So the Children's Council further charged that Priya Kapoor is greedy, having been allotted 60% of the assets while her own son received only 12%. Now on to an NDTV Profit exclusive, viewers. The UK and India have taken a big step towards defence ties. A £350 million pound deal will see the UK supply air defence missiles and also launchers to the Indian Army, supporting hundreds of jobs in the Northern Ireland. So the missiles, called lightweight multi-role missiles, will be built in Belfast. Now, in another major move, the two countries have also reached a new milestone in defence collaboration, working on electric-powered engines for naval ships in a deal worth an initial £250 million. Now, speaking in Mumbai, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has called these deals a strong example of the growing strategic partnership between the UK and India. And Prime Minister Modi and UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer have in fact charted a roadmap for shared progress there. The two countries have targeted $100 billion in bilateral trade by 2030. So they have discussed market access and also economic cooperation, including the plans to execute them. They also address strengthening MSMEs in both the countries in order to open doors for employment and for millions of youth. On to some more national news. Several app-based taxis and auto rickshaws went on a one-day strike across Maharashtra to press for their demands, including fare hikes. So President of Maharashtra, Ge Kamgar Manch, the union that has been leading the strike, has claimed that a large number of vehicles have remained off the road due to the strike in cities like Mumbai, Nashik and Pune. So the union has demanded fare rationalization, bringing the rates on par with those of the conventional black and yellow metered cabs, prohibition of the bike taxis and also a cap on the permits for black and yellow taxis and also the auto rickshaws. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer's official visit to Mumbai has taken a distinctly Bollywood turn as well. So the Prime Minister visited the Yash Raj Film Studio to actually strengthen the cultural bond between the UK and India. So Starmer was welcomed to the classic song Tujhe Dekha To Ye Jana Sanam from the blockbuster Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge. So the moment was poignant as the film is celebrating its 13th anniversary and was shot in the United Kingdom. So during the visit, where he met actor Rani Mukherjee, a major 3-film production pact was announced. So Yash Raj Films will begin shooting these major features across UK locations from early 2026. Starmer has stated that this partnership will actually bring jobs and investment and also opportunity, showcasing the creative industries as a key pillar in the UK-India relationship. The Karnataka cabinet has also approved a menstrual leave policy granting women employees one paid leave day each month. Now, policy will apply to government offices, MNCs and also IT firms, government units and private industries. So, Labour Minister has said that Karnataka will be the first state to introduce this policy comprehensively. Now, this is applicable for all the women workforce, irrespective of the government and private sector. Now, this will be a progressive bill. Also, in states like in Bihar and Odisha, there is a 12-day annual menstrual leave policy, but it is only for their state government employees. So, it's a very good news for the women out there. And a day out at the happiest place on earth has ended in tragedy. A woman believed to be in her 60s has died after suffering a suspected heart attack while riding the classic Haunted Mansion attraction at Disneyland in California. So the guest was riding the seasonal Haunted Mansion holiday overlay, which actually features characters from the Nightmare Before Christmas. So police officials state that this appears to have been an unfortunate medical episode and there is no indication of any malfunction within the ride itself. Now on to some more global news there. France's outgoing Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu has stated that he expects President Emmanuel Macron to name his replacement within the next 48 hours. So Lecornu, who has resigned abruptly on Monday, just 14 hours in fact after naming his cabinet, was asked by Macron to continue efforts to build support for France's 2026 budget. So Lecornu said that he feels a difficult path forward and is still possible, allowing the president to appoint a new prime minister quickly. On to some more global news. New York City has filed a 327-page federal lawsuit against Meta, Alphabet, Snap, and ByteDance, accusing them of fueling a youth mental health crisis by designing addictive platforms. So the city claims that these platforms exploit the young users' psychology for profit and also leading to issues like sleep deprivation, chronic school absences, and also dangerous behavior such as subway surfing. Now the lawsuit actually seeks damages and also holds the companies accountable for the public health burden they have been imposed. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has survived 2 no-confidence motions in the European Parliament. Now lawmakers from both far-right and far-left factions had criticized her leadership on issues like migration, trade, and the situation in Gaza. So despite these challenges, she has received strong support from the pro-European centrist groups. So this marks the 3rd no-confidence vote she has faced since beginning her second 5-year term in 2024. Veteran left-back Jordi Alba has officially announced his retirement from professional football. Now, following Inter Miami's 2025 playoff campaign, the 36-year-old brings the curtain down on a stellar career that saw him lift trophies with Barcelona, Spain, and most recently team up with longtime friends Lionel Messi and also Sergio Busquets in Miami. Now, after helping Inter Miami reach the postseason, Alba says the time is right to step away from the game. On to some more sports news. So Australian all-rounder Glenn Maxwell remains hopeful of returning in time for the much-anticipated T20I series against India in 2025, despite undergoing recent wrist surgery. The explosive batter was sidelined due to lingering issues that required immediate attention. But in a recent update, Maxwell has expressed confidence in his recovery timeline. With the India series just weeks away, his potential return would actually be a major boost for Australia's middle order. Argentine football is in mourning as Miguel Angel Russo, the respected coach and former Boca Juniors manager, has passed away at the age of 69. Russo, best known for leading Boca to the 2007 Copa Libertadores title, had a long and influential career both on and off the pitch. So he was admired for his tactical intelligence, a calm demeanor, and deep connection to the clubs he had managed. With that, viewers, it's a wrap on this edition of Market Express, but please don't go anywhere and stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful